It's time yet again for a new massive compilation. Enjoy these 53 allegedly true and scary night shift stories I've read in the past. If you want to hear your story narrated, send it to me at darkstories.org. Also, a quick announcement regarding my podcast, not this YouTube channel. I'll be renaming my podcast on Spotify and iTunes to Unexplained Encounters with Darkness Prevails, along with updating the cover art. The content will be the same. Again, this update has nothing to do with my YouTube channel. This channel won't be changing at all. This is just for the podcast. Now, let's begin. Trash Duty from Anomalous. Working the closing shift at a Popeyes isn't the hardest thing to do. By 9 p.m., most customers are gone and few come in, leaving us employees an hour of open time to get things ready to close. We were always at our happiest to leave at closing time if we could help it. Luck usually wasn't in my favor, though. I was the newest member of the crew back then, and as such was given dish duty for my first few months. I hated it. It always took me half an hour longer to finish my shift compared to the other employees, and that's if they were working after closing. Plus, I always came home wet from the ribcage down, random bits of soggy, rancid food scraps on my uniform. Once the dishes were done, I'd also have to take the trash to the dumpster. Another duty assigned to me. Lucky me. After that, though, I'd be able to call it a night. After clocking out and saying goodnight to the manager, I joined my girlfriend in the parking lot. We only had one car at the time, and she'd have to come pick me up after work. We're married now and have better jobs, but back then it was rough. Something happened one night in 2015 that I'll never forget, and it makes me extremely thankful that I no longer work at that Popeyes. Thank God I never had to go back. In fact, that place is no longer a Popeyes. It closed down a few years after this happened. But to describe the setting, the restaurant sat next to the most frequented road in our small town. During the day it had tons of traffic, but at night it was dead as could be. That's a small town for you. The most that came through after dark were truckers or out-of-state tourists driving through the night to a relative's. That's probably what made exiting the building to take out the trash every night so suspenseful. The dumpster wasn't too far from the building, sure. It sat just out of range of the drive-thru, covered by wooden fencing so that the big green and stinky receptacle wouldn't be an eyesore to customers. Just beyond the dumpster was a large hardware store, and beyond that was woods. You'd think it wouldn't be so creepy. The hardware store's parking lot was always well lit, as was the main road behind me as I took out the trash, but once you open up that wooden fencing to get to the dumpster, things never felt right. It was cramped. A putrid smell clouded around that was so thick it stuck to your clothing, and the fencing was just tall enough to blot out the lights from every direction. It wasn't even a quick errand either. Usually I'd have to roll 2 large bins to the dumpster, each filled with 4 to 6 disgusting bags of trash and rotting food that often spilled out as you lifted them. Each of these bags had to be lifted out one at a time. There were times I swear I'd hear something moving around in there as I tossed those bags into the dumpster, like something scurrying about. I tried to convince myself it was a rat, but I'd seen and heard rats at that dumpster before. Their little clawing sounds were that of a lightweight rodent, but this sound in particular was like I'd startled something much larger and forced it to stay quiet until I was gone. Raccoons, I'd tell myself, or possums, whichever idea helped me keep my head on my shoulders to make it through the night. I wasn't the only one that heard those noises either. The other employees had told stories of the dumpster being haunted. Yeah, you heard that right, a haunted dumpster. How a dumpster specifically can be haunted, I have no idea. but upon hearing those noises long enough, any 20-something young guy might come to believe it. This made my nightly trek to the dumpster an event, one of terror and hurriedness. I like to believe that my nerves were on edge, simply because I was about to be able to clock out and finally head home. But I knew something was wrong back there. At the back of my mind, I knew all of this was going to lead to something happening. But I didn't know when, and I hoped to all heavens that it wouldn't happen to me. It did. It was a cold January night. A bit of black ice remained on the asphalt about town, forcing every outside trek to be one of caution and hesitance. As the trash piled up throughout the day, my coworkers refused to take out any of the bins. I knew my trash duty that night would be precarious too. By 9 p.m., my peers were starting their nightly cleanup duties, and I was able to start on the mountainous mound of dishes early in the back room. Yet more and more dishes would arrive to replace the ones I cleaned, so it seemed I wasn't making any progress until after 10 p.m., when my coworkers began to clock out. By 10:40 p.m., the dishes were done. I was soaked to my very bones, and all that remained to be done was the trash. The only people left in the building by then, as usual, were my manager and I. The manager couldn't leave until the rest of us were gone or ready to go, and the cash in the till was completely accounted for. It was nice to not have to be entirely alone, I guess. But she wasn't very much of a talkative person after closing. Probably wanted to get home as much as I did. So I began to herd the bins outside the back door. That was the process. Gather them all up outside first, then escort them across the short way to the dumpster. I was thankful the roads were empty as I slipped over black ice about 3 times, getting just 2 bins over to the dumpster. I scraped my left elbow pretty bad. It was an irritating night soon to get worse. I hadn't even begun lifting the latch to the gate to the fencing around the dumpster before I heard it. The scuffling sound. A heavy but dampened sound of an animal walking around the dumpster. Immediately, I visualized something about the size of a Malamute, something with weight and deliberateness to it, unlike the quick and often aimless scamper of raccoons or possums following the scent of food and decay. Whatever it was, it hadn't heard me yet. The footsteps continued, slowly circling the dumpster. I assumed this thing had jumped the fence and was in search of food dropped around the edges. This was a frequent occurrence, unfortunately. Some customers decided not to use the trash cans provided on the outside of the store, and would drive up and attempt to toss their food and trash over the fencing and into the dumpster. Keep in mind, the dumpster lids were closed much of the day, so they didn't know or didn't care that their food would just land and slide off the dumpster surface. I swallowed down a bit of trepidation, and I lifted the latch. The instant I did, the footsteps stopped. The thing didn't scurry away or hide or anything like that. The sounds just stopped, as if waiting. I slowly opened the fencing and peered around the edge of it. Left and right. Nothing strange, just inside the front of the dumpster. That was enough for me. I threw open the left lid of the dumpster and started tossing trash inside. One bag, 2 bags, 3, 4, 5 bags. The first bin was empty. I rotated the bins and started on the second. 1 bag, 2 bags. But then, as I lifted the third out of the bin and turned back to the dumpster to throw it in, I gasped and dropped the trash bag. Something had jumped from the back of the dumpster into the open side. I couldn't breathe for a moment. I had to remind myself to take in air, When I finally did, I nearly choked. Did I really just see that? If something jumped into the dumpster, that meant it was right in front of me. Nothing but a rusty dumpster wall between us. My mind raced and I somehow convinced myself I'd simply been seeing things. But I had to be sure. I decided I would quietly and quickly take a look over the edge of the dumpster, just to see what was inside. One step forward and I stood as close to the dumpster as I could. On my toes, I stretched my neck over. Slowly, I peeked inside. First, I saw typical food and mold and miscellaneous trash scattered about the back wall. I kept stretching further, my vision making its way to the front wall. Soon, I could make out something with jet black fur, soaked as I was, and it was breathing slowly. The movement of its breaths was extremely subtle. I couldn't even hear it. And at the time I couldn't be sure if it wasn't just some hobo covering himself in a throw. Just a bit more, I stretched over, revealing more of what I hoped was anything than what it turned out to be. But the moment my sight revealed more of it, a face burst forth from the rubbish towards me, something elongated and animalistic, flat teeth at the front, and eyes that gleamed yellow from the faint light that leaked through the one opening in the fence. A squeal filled the air. A mix of my own scream and the cry of this thing that had burst forth from the dumpster reverberated around me. I fell to the ground as this jet black mass the size of a large dog with extremely short legs and long thin strands of fur sticking out of its back like needles leapt over me, landing clumsily to my side between the fencing and the dumpster. The thing was more than half my size. I continued screaming as I picked myself up. The creature made a mad dash at me as I slammed the fence opening shut and locked the latch. It clawed at the wood for a moment before scurrying around to the back. I watched the fencing, listening to it move around. Mistakenly, I assumed the creature was locked inside now. I failed to realize that it had been visiting this dumpster for a while, with no need for the gate to be open. When I heard a wet thump of that thing falling to the ground after crawling over the fence, my heart felt as if it imploded. It was no longer locked inside, and the sound of its footsteps circling around the fence meant it was coming my way. I jumped from the curb onto the asphalt that lined the drive-thru, but as I mentioned before, patches of black ice covered the asphalt all around. My run broke down into a sliding fall as I awkwardly struggled to bring myself to my feet again. Tears fell from my eyes as I gained no ground. Then, flat but powerful teeth gripped into my shoe, just missing my flesh. I struggled harder, throwing an arm at the half-full bin next to me. Finally, I was able to pick myself up, but the bin fell from my weight as the last two remaining trash bags fell to the ground out of it. I ran to the back door, looking back only for a moment once I'd made it inside, just before closing the door completely. All I saw was one of the full trash bags being pulled around the fence and needle-like hairs disappearing around the corner. Running for my manager, I was able to stutter out an explanation. "Something attacked me," I said, showing her the tear in my black non-slip shoes. She went outside to investigate with a flashlight. Found nothing. She came back in and told me to be careful of scavenging animals next time. She explained that possums and the like can be dangerous if they feel cornered. It was then that I wanted to say it was obviously no possum, but I caught myself. Because I knew I'd sound insane and unbelievable if I explained everything in detail. Taking a deep breath, I simply told her that the trash still wasn't done, but I was going home anyway. She wrote me up for not finishing my closing duties, but I clocked out just the same and waited in the dark lobby for my girlfriend to arrive with the car. The idea of going outside again terrified me. My girlfriend was late, having just gotten off of a closing shift herself. I was comfortable telling everything to. When I got in the car and explained, she believed me, especially having shown her my shoe. We circled around the dumpster through the parking lot in the back, trying to catch a glimpse of something or anything, but all that remained was spilled trash. Not long after that, I got 2 more write-ups for failing to complete my closing tasks in a timely manner, and I was therefore fired. I'd never failed to complete anything until that incident. I guess the manager didn't like that I begged other coworkers to at least help me with the trash, but no one would take me up on the offer. That's fine. I don't miss it there. You can call me crazy, but I have no idea what I saw back there. I sincerely hope it was some deformed or mangy dog, desperate for the food left over from the trash I brought out every night. Otherwise, I've got no idea what else it could be without delving into theories that border on irrational. But after what I saw, would thinking that I encountered some sort of monster really be anything less than rational? Please let me know if I'm crazy. Have you ever seen anything like this yourself? I can't get over what happened, and never having closure to this situation has been really stressful to me. If you have any theories, I'm open to hearing them. Creepy McDonald's Night Shift, from Kevin 11. I was young and fresh out of high school. I needed work, so I sent in resumes to all sort of entry-level positions. I got a few responses. I settled on McDonald's because it was an easy commute. Plus, the employee discount was pretty cool. The only position they had was a night shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I'm fine with that because I was already a night owl. The first few days working there were fine. I wasn't working the counter or anything, just doing back-end stuff and cleanup. Our building was in a little strip mall off a highway exit. It's the only place there that's open at night, but we get a decent amount of customers, most of which go through the drive-thru. On the Friday of my second week working there, or maybe it was a really early Saturday morning at that point, I'm not sure. It was just late. I remember I was grabbing the stacked trays from the lobby when someone walked in through the doors. It was a woman. She was really tall and pretty, made up super fancy in a long dress with high heels. She was wearing a big hat too. Eccentric, not your average McDonald's customer. But what was weird was that I never saw a car pull up. We have a full view of the parking lot from the window, but no car ever dropped her off. She must have walked here. I smiled at her as I walked by and headed behind the counter. I bent down to restack the trays below, expecting my coworker standing at the register to serve her. He didn't say anything though, and after I'd finished, I stood up to find out why the girl wasn't ordering anything. But she wasn't there when I looked up. I never heard the door open, she was just gone. I asked the guy on the till where the girl went, and he replied, "Who?" I said the girl with the hat, and he just looked at me like I was dumb, telling me he had no clue who I was talking about. So I tried to rationalize it, deciding she had probably stepped in the door, took a look at our grubby menu, and left. But something was weird about the whole thing. It didn't really make sense why someone who looked and dressed like that would be at a random McDonald's in the middle of the night. Whatever. The shift went on normally for the next hour. Then I remember taking a break after cleaning the toilets. I sat down on a chair in the back near the kitchen when I heard heels clicking on the floor. It was quite audible, louder than if someone was just walking. It sounded like stomping, sort of. So I peer out into the lobby. My coworker was gone from the front. I figured he went to take his break, But you know who I do see? That same woman. Only this time someone was with her. A man. He wore a tuxedo with fancy black shoes. They were dancing together, like full-on ballroom dancing in the lobby, swinging back and forth. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. I remember watching them for a bit, mesmerized, before I took my place behind the register. I said something along the lines of, can I help you? They both looked at me at the same time. As they stared, I felt a hand grab my shoulder with a firm grip. Instinctually, I turned around. No one was there. I knew someone had touched me, but there wasn't anyone, so I spun back to the lobby where the people were, to find them both gone. The man and the woman had just vanished. Once again, I didn't hear doors open or close. I didn't hear their fancy shoes skid on the floor. They were just there one minute and gone the next. For the rest of the night, only a few small things happened. At one point, I walked by the washrooms on my way to do something, to find both doors swinging, the male and female ones, like someone had just crashed through both of them. A little while later, I remember looking for something on the shelves in the back near the employee entrance, and something banged on the door, hard. Something heavy hit it, and only once. I remember opening it, looking around, and seeing no one. After that, the shift was regular. Really not much to say. I was really happy when I finally got off, though. The first bits of sunlight had just begun to come over the horizon as I left for my car. I was punching out 10 minutes before I was supposed to, but I didn't think the people coming in would care. As I hit the parking lot, though, I see a car. It looked like a small limousine. It was just sitting there in front of the restaurant. Through the light from the street lamp, I could make out the doors opening. 2 people got out, one on each side of the car. It was the man and the woman I'd seen before. The same people that were dancing. Only their appearance had changed. Their clothes seemed torn and ragged. I could see the woman's dress clearly because it was white. It was covered in dirt with holes and tears. And their faces were terrifying. Their skin was bleach white, and their eyes, which were previously normal, were this beady black, like oversized bugs were looking at me. I stood there, frozen as I looked at them. Then the man spoke in a deep, filtered voice that seemed to echo from all around me. "Would you like a ride? We have room for one more." Shaking my head was all I could muster. Without another word, the 2 people, if you can call them that, got into their car, shut the doors, and pulled away. None of their lights were on. I watched wide-eyed as the limo drove down the road before disappearing into the darkness of the early morning. I can never look at McDonald's the same way again. From Aardvark Sketches. I'm from India, and I'd recently moved to the UK for my undergraduate studies. The college life seemed to thrill me, and along with it came the ultimate decision of a part-time job. I preferred the library, and being an avid reader myself, I embraced the thought of sitting in a warm, cozy desk huddled next to a fire. But as fate had it, the job applications were closed the minute they opened, as the librarian would not be resigning after all. Following endless hours of moping around, mourning over my short-lived glory, my roommate handed me a brochure stating a new job opening for a part-time worker at a local McDonald's. I furrowed my brows. "How far is it?" I questioned to her, to which she replied, "It's a 2-minute walk down Pembroke Street, then take a left." A few months later, I'd started getting used to the job, and I was able to differentiate between the customers that were frequent and those that rarely showed themselves around here. We had the usual crazies and Karens, but nothing I couldn't handle. Although the thing I met yesterday made these guys seem like whining toddlers. I was completing my usual shift at around 9 p.m. as this car rolled in. There was nothing weird about the car itself. The couple inside were lovely and ordered 2 Big Macs, chicken nuggets, and some French fries. While I put their order together, I noticed a man standing near the trees away from the outlet. Odd, I thought. Many people usually avoid that area, as it gave off some creepy vibes, with tall spindle-like trees and the resounding of howls from wolves. I looked back towards my packaging containers and packed the remaining items, brushing any leftovers into the trash can. Turning towards the couple, I noticed that the man in the distance has now gone, almost as if he had vanished into thin air. Paying no heed, thinking that he probably went to take a leak, I handed the couple their package. I slid my hatch down out of habit, locking it, only to look through the window to receive a heart attack. Attached to the back of their car was the man. It was almost as if he had glued himself to it. I probably shouldn't refer to this creature as him at this point. It was crouched in a grotesque position, turning its head ever so slightly to see me staring at it, awestruck. The next thing that happened caught me off guard. The creature leapt off the car and onto my window pane as I screamed, tumbling into the empty fry container. It smiled a sinister smile. No human should be able to smile like that. It opened its mouth wide as saliva dripped down from its rotting teeth. I stood there, shivering and whimpering for what seemed like forever. The creature then emitted a shrill screech and bounded off into the trees. I quickly grabbed my car keys and ran to my car, not wanting to be there any longer. Needless to say, I've never been to a McDonald since then. Domino's Scare, from Anonymous. This happened a few months ago as of writing this. For some context, if we have any mess-up pizzas at the store or orders that never got picked up, we'd give them to homeless people if they popped in. There was one particular homeless man who everyone knew, and we were all friendly with. Let's call him James. I was about an hour into my 5 to 10 shift when he popped in for some pizza. We didn't have anything to give him at the moment, so he just said thanks and walked out. After that, everything was going fine until about 9:30. We heard the bell, signifying that the door had opened. I looked at the man who walked in and my stomach dropped. It was James, but something was wrong. He was bent over slightly, clutching his stomach. I walked over to the counter to ask if he was all right, when I saw a dark red stain on his shirt. One of the other employees, I'll call Mike, rushed over to him and helped him sit down on the bench. For context, Mike was training to become an EMT. Mike began to check on him, asking him all sorts of questions. James pulled back his hand to reveal a slit in his shirt, as well as a small bleeding puncture wound. Mike went to the back office to get the first aid kit and began to patch James up. As he was being taken care of, James told us what happened. Apparently, he had been walking around close to our little strip mall when 3 men mugged him. He fought back, and in return they stabbed him with what looked like a nail. After they took everything of value he had, they left. He stumbled over to our Domino's in hopes that he would get some help. We called an ambulance, and they took him to the hospital to check up on him. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened for the rest of my shift. After I clocked out at around 11, I was walking out to my car when I had the strangest feeling of being watched. I got to my car when I felt it again, as if someone was watching my every move. I did a quick 360 without seeing anyone. Then I did another just to be sure. That's when I saw them, a group of 3 people in the middle of the parking lot, all in dark clothing. They weren't under a lamp, so I couldn't tell what they looked like, except for the fact that all 3 were staring right at me. We looked at each other for what seemed like forever, when I finally broke eye contact and got in my car. As soon as I closed the door, I locked the doors and turned on the engine. I glanced back in their direction one last time, and what I saw made me drive home at least 10 over the whole way. They were gone. Not a trace of them being there in the first place. I didn't understand how in the 3 seconds I wasn't looking they could have crossed the parking lot to hide behind anything. There weren't any other cars near where they were. After I got home, it took me a while to fall asleep. That's only part of it. The scary thing is that just recently one of our drivers has started noticing that she was being followed by someone. The way she described it, whenever she would see them, it was always one person, but this would rotate between 3 tall men in dark clothing. Her tires were slashed just yesterday, and it scares me to think that the people who stabbed our homeless friend might now be stalking our drivers. Night Stalker at Work, from Leah. I'm a 21-year-old girl. My story is of a stalker who continued to come to my work late at night. I worked part-time at a clothing store, which I will not say the specific name of. I'd been working at my work for almost a full month and was still getting the hang of everything. I was put on the 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. shift, so that meant I would close the store. The store was really good about always having 2 or more people close the store so that he wouldn't be alone. Thank God for that, because it was just us girls working there. The only man was my manager, who was rarely in. So on my shift was one of my closest friends named Shannon, as well as a girl who was also new like me named Katie, and the assistant manager, Hannah. Shannon was vacuuming in the different clothing departments. Hannah was in the back dealing with shipments, and Katie was cleaning out the dressing rooms and putting away clothes. Now, please note that there always has to be someone up front where the cash registers are. And unfortunately, that person was me. I was fine with being up there by myself. I didn't mind it. I liked the peace and quiet, since we didn't have many customers late at night. I'm a very anxious person, so I usually try not to make eye contact with people and smile awkwardly. Hannah had brought up some new clothes from the back that needed to be tagged and put away. Then she returned to the back. I began tagging up front as a man walked in. He was wearing a light gray t-shirt with dark jeans, flip-flops, and a baseball cap. I didn't pay much attention as I really love tagging clothes, so I said my usual, "Welcome to the store," and went back to tagging. I guess he took that as an invitation to come and talk to me. He came up to the counter and leaned on the glass showcases. I asked him if there was anything I could help with. He then requested to know where the men's beanies were, which we don't sell. I told him that. He nodded and grew silent, staring at me as I tagged clothes. I got a bit uncomfortable but kept tagging, hoping he would go away. A few minutes passed as he randomly said my name. Just the sound of my name coming from his mouth gave me the creeps. I looked over at him with a nervous smile and said, "Yes, what can I help you with?" Keep in mind that at this point, he had been in our store for nearly an hour. He asked me how hard my job was and how many off days I get. I told him it's not too hard, and I'm not off a lot because of the lack of workers. We only had 5 other girls. He asked me if I wanted to leave work and, quote-unquote, do a little something-something together. That creeped me out to the point I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I told him politely that I have a boyfriend, which was true. He then got enraged and began yelling at me. "Really? That's how you're gonna be?" The other girls heard the commotion and came up front to my aid as the man stormed outside, but not before he showed me his knife in his pocket secretively. I could feel tears forming in my eyes as Shannon grabbed me by my hands, concerned. Hannah was asking me what happened, but I couldn't get my words out. All I could do was start to hyperventilate and cry. Shannon took me to the back and held me as I cried. Hannah came back and told me that I could leave early. It was 11:30 at that point. I told her okay and thank you as I grabbed my purse from my locker and I said my goodbyes. I walked cautiously to my car outside, and I saw the same man from earlier sitting on the hood of my car, twirling the blade in his hands while watching me. My knees felt like noodles as I ran back inside. I then screamed at Hannah to lock the doors. She questioned me why, and I told her to look on my car. She saw him and mumbled a curse under her breath. She then locked the doors and set the alarms, and proceeded to call the police. The police showed up, but said all they found on my car were stab marks, and the brake line had been cut. I don't work at that store anymore, so, to my stalker, let's not meet again. Not Alone, from L. Charade. I'm a 34-year-old woman who's been working at the library for several years now. Our town's library is quite nice. Half of it is all glass. The other half is this relaxing wood color. Speaking of relaxing, working at a library is the most comfortable job I've ever had. We're open from 8 to 8. And after 8 p.m., I organize books until 10, then take off for home. And usually only one person needs to stick around until 10. And as I'm single and kind of bored at home, I like to volunteer to be the one that sticks around organizing books after closing, much to the joy of my coworkers. One particularly slow Thursday, 8 o'clock rolls around. I bid goodbye to my coworkers as I begin to organize books, taking my time and listening to some Avril Lavigne. Now, organizing books isn't a hard job. We have a slot at the side of the building that collects books for those who don't want to enter but need to return something. So I just grab the tub that has all the books in them that have been returned, go through them, put them where they need to go, and double-check the digital catalog to make sure that they're all checked in on there too. Usually it's as easy as just scanning the book back in, but our scanner had been broken for the last month. Funny how a library with such a nice exterior has a broken scanner that the city just doesn't want to replace too quickly. I didn't mind. If I had to stay past 10 a few minutes, so be it. I would get that organization done. While I'm looking through the bin that I had just dragged to the front desk, I hear the front doors open and close, which reminds me that, like an idiot, I'd forgotten to lock the doors up front. I can be a forgetful person. Usually when I forget to lock the doors and someone comes in, it's as easy as saying, "I'm sorry, but we're closed." Most people are fine with that and don't start a problem. But I swear when I looked up at the front doors, I didn't see anyone there. It was as if the door opened on its own. Or if someone did come in, they raced past before I could look up, which would be a really weird thing to do. So I just assumed that someone had opened the door before they saw the hours printed on the door. Then they realized we were closed. I shrugged and kept doing my job. But I did keep an ear and eye out in case someone did sneak in. That's not unheard of either. I've had the local junior high and high school kids try to sneak in and stay overnight. I had no idea why they kept doing this until I saw the same thing being done on YouTube. Grown men sneaking behind Walmart shelves and staying the night unbeknownst to the employees. While that can be funny and entertaining to watch, Walmart is different. Most of those stores stay open 24/7, I think. But the library closes at 8, and if some kid refuses to leave, then I have to stay till they're gone. A few minutes past 10 is fine, but clashing with teenagers till 11 until the police show up is not. Anyway, I'd begun to divide the books into different categories when I suddenly heard footsteps coming from the non-fiction section. I craned my head over to peer into that direction, but a decorative pillar was in the way of my view. I sighed and got up. I would have to go investigate. The non-fiction section is on the ground level, and consists of several different aisles, but it didn't take long to glance through each aisle. No one was there, so I just went back to the front desk. The moment before I sat down at my chair, though, I heard a different sound, one that honestly did creep me out a bit. That sound was whispering, like someone rapidly muttering under their breath, not wanting to be heard, but also not wanting to keep it to themselves. It was then that I was starting to get ghost vibes. I hadn't heard any ghost stories from my coworkers so far, so I never assumed that the library was haunted, and I wasn't really ready to assume that now. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy ghost stories, and I watched Ghost Hunters for the longest time, but it takes a lot for me to believe in something like that. I go to the nearby wall and click on the upstairs lights. Then I make my way up the flight of steps. I call out, letting anyone know who might be there that the library is closed and that they should leave. I wouldn't even need to escort them. When the doors here are locked, you can still exit from the inside. Pretty convenient. I called out twice, and still no one responded, and no one moved. Not until I make it to the top of the steps, where I suddenly hear quick footsteps traveling away from me. It sounded like they were coming from the flight of steps opposite to this one. Steadily, I made my way between the aisles up here, checking each one like I did before, slowly making my way to the other flight of steps. After seeing nothing weird or out of the ordinary up here, I used the next flight of steps to go back down to the ground floor. But on the third step from the top, I see something on the floor. I gasp audibly when I see that it's blood. A chill goes down my spine. I'm wondering if this is really happening, wondering what this even is. A break-in? A vengeful ghost? Or nosebleed someone had earlier that day and never cleaned up. I settled on that idea. I continued down the steps, making a mental note that after the books are organized, I'll need to go get that blood up. Then again, that blood did look kind of fresh, I thought. Putting it at the back of my mind, I went back to the front desk. I tried calling out a warning again. Once more, no reply. I sit down at the desk, finishing up the separating books into categories part before delivering them to their proper shelves. Social sciences, language, science, all that good stuff. After that, I returned to my desk. I double-checked the computer, where I'd just typed a list of those books that were returned. When the information looked good, I confirmed the entry. Almost the exact moment I click confirm, the whispering, muttering starts again, this time coming from behind me. I was so startled and terrified that I didn't want to turn at all. But I decided to do it in a hurry. All at once I jumped up and turned around, looking behind me, and all I see is a large, dark silhouette crossing from one aisle to the left, over to the right. It was definitely masculine. I stumble backwards, feeling for the phone at the desk. I find it and pull it up to my ear, then turn around to dial 911. An operator picked up, and I let them know that someone is in the library, possibly hurt, and they won't leave. They let me know that they'd send over someone as soon as possible. They wanted me to stay on the line, but since the desk phone was actually a corded phone, and I didn't want to be tethered to one spot, I told them I was going to hang up and wait at the front door. I had a cell phone, and if I had any further problems I could just call them again. So I hang up the phone. I go over to the light switches on the wall again, this time turning on every light in the building. I stay at the front desk, even though I should have been making my way outside. I felt too scared to move. Why did someone sneak in here like that? Why were they muttering like a madman? And what was that blood about? All this information together made me feel like I had to be afraid of something. Just when I finally convinced myself that I should go outside, even if I had to do it slowly, I heard more whispering. This time, it was coming from above me, coming from the second floor. The second floor has balconies, That's important to know with what happened next, because suddenly, a massive weight landed on top of me. I was flattened to the floor, a wave of pain flowing throughout my body. It felt as if I'd been crushed. And then, not a moment later, a sharp and deep burning sensation erupted on my left shoulder blade. I kicked and I screamed. Somehow I was able to break free. I turned toward what landed on me and scurried backward. A large man stood up, trembling and shaking violently, muttering some kind of nonsense to himself under his breath constantly. Instead of staring at me, he glanced in every direction and back to me repeatedly, as if he was delusional. This man was mentally not right. Perhaps he was on drugs of some sort, but that didn't matter to me, because I was in grave danger. Pain still filing over my body, like a bunch of wasps constantly stinging me on my back. I picked myself up, and I ran for the side door. It wasn't as close as the front door, but in that direction, there wouldn't be an insane, homeless-looking man to attack me. I slammed the door open and ran outside, nearly tackling a police officer by accident. I heard him curse and glance towards my shoulder, asking me if I was okay. I told them about the man in there, that he had attacked me and that he looked crazed. Using my keys, I led them inside, where they searched the entire area. Second floor and first floor, every aisle, every point in and between. But somehow, they didn't come up with anything more than a blood spot on that step that I'd seen, and my own blood on the ground at the desk. Turns out, the man had stabbed me in the left shoulder blade with a steak knife. Thankfully, I didn't suffer much more than bruising and some stitches. I would heal up just fine, physically. Mentally, I was unstable for a while and didn't feel safe no matter if I was at home or somewhere else. That man, whoever he was, did a lot of psychological damage to me. Once the police had swept over the place, one of them came outside to stay with me. He called an ambulance. Then he tried to comfort me, letting me know what he thought of the person who attacked me. From his guess, it was probably someone on drugs. He said people around these parts take a certain kind of drug that can make them see things that aren't there. Even that made me shudder. We live in a nice town, and I wouldn't think people like that existed here. I guess I was more sheltered than I thought I was. I was given 2 weeks paid time off from the library to heal up and try to get back to normal. I still work there, and even now, we never heard anything more of the man, meaning he was never caught. But for the next year or so, we did have a police officer staying there with us. He'd stay until everyone left, making sure everyone was okay. I think that might be the only reason I never quit. The Contract. From Kent. For the past 6 years, I've been self-employed, mowing lawns, doing landscaping, pulling up roots and stumps, and things like that. For the first few years, I'd go door to door, knocking or leaving my business card, hoping that people wanted some lawn service. If they already had someone, maybe I could offer a better rate. I can tell you now just how competitive that sort of business is, especially in the South. You see, down here, a lot of folks take pride in lawn care and farm care. When they got a tree that needs cut down, they like to do it themselves. When they've got acres of land in need of some brush hogging, they do it themselves too, more often than not. So for the first few years, my jobs were few and far between. Revenue was low, and contracts were slow to come in. I cut prices as much as I could. I'd go door to door every day, hoping that I wasn't just bothering people. Now, this story in particular is one I've wanted to tell for a while. But as I'm someone who doesn't really have people in my life, like friends or close family members, I didn't really have anyone to talk to. So it's nice to have some place to share. This is actually the story of what got my business off the ground. You see, I finally found a farmer who did not want to mow and clear his own land. He had purchased a few acres away from his own farmland, so there was a gap of forest between his new land and his current land. He wasn't too happy about this, because the bid he'd placed for the land in between was being delayed. I don't know what that means, or how bids get delayed, or how that works, but that sucks for him. But because I lived closer to the plot of land that he wanted to clear out, and because he was already busy with his crops on his current land, he decided to contract me to mow and clear the land there. That would entail brush hogging several acres, cutting down some trees and uprooting a bunch of stumps, all of which I know how to do and do quite well. The week came where I'd be fulfilling this contract. My plan was to get it all done within 5 days. Immediately upon arriving there, I noticed something weird. A good 50 yards or so of the land had been cleared already. It looked like someone started to clear it and just changed their mind. If I had to guess, it looked like the farmer did it. Maybe he stopped when he realized he didn't have time to do it himself. I just went with that and started my work. As I had 2 or 3 other clients during the day, I usually ended up out here around 6 p.m., just before it got really dark. I would work well into the morning too, usually leaving around 4 a.m. I worked myself to the bone so that I'd not only get the contract done in time, but I'd also have a spare day to make sure everything looked great. And if you're thinking that doing all this at night is a bad idea, it was well away from any other people living out there, and I'm talking miles. They wouldn't even hear me in the distance. And plus, I had a couple of spotlights that I could set up before I started working. Anyway, on to the story. The first night was the roughest. I had to figure out the most efficient angle to approach this whole lot. There were at least a dozen trees in there that needed cut down and their stumps removed. But it would be really irritating to get to that before mowing the grass, which reached over 6 feet in some places. It was well overgrown. So first I did a drive around of the area, slowly checking to make sure there weren't any giant rocks hidden under the grass that would tear up my brush hog. Once I'd mentally mapped a good path, I started my tractor and got to it. Now, brush hogging has always been my favorite thing to do for the business. The more to brush hog, the better. It's quite peaceful being up there, and it's especially satisfying when you turn and see a good clean cut. Anyway, I started cutting where the farmer left off, to keep things neat, and because that side had fewer shrubs and trees to deal with, so I could cut more before being bothered. Now, around 7:45, when the moon was full in the sky, I nearly had a heart attack when I ran over something with the brush hog. Whatever it was let out this shrill cry that was so much louder than my tractor. I'd never gotten goosebumps so fast. I turned off the tractor and turned around, horrified that I may have cut up a deer. I jumped down out of my seat and went to check the blades. Everything seemed fine, and I'd pulled up a few feet before jumping down to see if there was anything under it. I didn't even find any blood. At least I don't think I did, because I did find a strange substance on the grass. There was this thick, syrupy dark blue goop splotched all over the grass I had just cut. Reminded me of mucus in consistency. I stood up and looked around, peeking over the grass and checking the tree line. If I did run over something, it was apparently okay enough to walk away. I didn't see anything at first. I calmed myself down with a swig of red Gatorade. Then I climbed back into the tractor, continuing my contract. But I didn't go more than a yard, I'd say, before the tractor tipped to the left. I shut it off again, and I went back to see what it was. Apparently, my back left tire had dipped into a large hole in the ground. Just as I was beginning to think that I needed to ask the farmer if he wanted this filled, I spotted more of that goop. I couldn't tell if it was leading in or out of that hole. Scratching my head, I walked back over to the tractor seat, considering myself lucky that the tractor didn't tip over completely. I must have skirted by on the edge of it. Otherwise, my tractor would have fallen in. Now, I'm searching for my keys in my coat pocket. Whenever I turned the tractor off, I had a habit of taking the keys with me. A habit I formed after some of my stuff got stolen before I started this business. But the pockets on that jacket were a bit too large and open. I cursed under my breath and hopped back out of the seat once again to go search for my keys. They couldn't have been far. They had to be on the ground somewhere in the freshly cut grass. I was knelt down, my attention focused around the back left tire. Before long, I caught a glimmer of metal just in front of the back left tire. As I reached out to grab them, I heard a sudden shuffling sound coming from my right. I jumped up and looked over, and I swear to God, I saw some sort of leg entering the hole. Something had just crawled into it. I slowly approached the hole again, wondering if I might be able to see what it was. I made it to the hole. I stood over it and reached out my head to peer down. It was too deep and dark to see much. I shrugged and got back on the tractor. To be honest, I was a little shaken up. I had no idea what kind of animal that was. That leg didn't appear hairy, so I was wondering to myself what kind of hairless critters were that big around these parts. That was all for the strangeness of that night. I finished up as much as I could, and when I couldn't hold my head up any longer, I called it quits and drove home. Gatorade and lukewarm coffee can only get you so far. The following day started out the same. I finished up with a couple of regular clients, then made my way to the farmer's property. I had to pass his home before getting to the acreage he wanted me to take care of. But before I made it out there, I decided to stop by his place and ask him about that hole and the already cleared portion of the land. He was taking a break on his front porch. It was about 5:15 p.m. at that point, but he had a lot more work to do. I told him I'm glad I caught him at a good time then. I told him about the hole, stating it must have been about 4.5 feet wide, and Lord knows how deep. He told me he didn't know about it, but he did say he had a ton of dirt or so on his current property. He asked me to take as much as I needed to cover that hole. Sounds good, I replied. And then I asked him about the already cut part of the field. That's when his eyebrows furrowed. He quit leaning back in his rocking chair and leaned forward instead, placing his boots back on the ground. He took off his hat and scratched above his ear, then put the hat back on. Yeah, I was cutting a bit of it myself to start out with, he explained to me. But to be honest with you, besides not having the time or motivation, I just didn't feel right out there. Kept hearing things, you know? Something moving around in the grass. Something big. You can call me a crazy old fart if you like, but I just didn't like it. Would rather pay someone to do it for me and get it over with. Well, I didn't expect him to be that upfront about it, so I appreciated him letting me know. I told him I agreed with him. Something just felt scary out there. Found some weird substance on the grass, heard a weird cry, and I saw something climbing into that hole. I told him all that. He laughed and told me to be careful, and that if I had any trouble, just drive back down here and let him know. After that conversation, I headed right up to the acreage. I had a lot to do. If I planned things out right and kept working, I could clear out nearly 85% of the brush today. But first things first. I backed my truck up to the hole with the dirt piled in the back. With a shovel, I began to throw dirt in. At first, I wasn't sure if I had brought enough, but my mind was at ease as the last of the dirt went in, and the hole was perfectly filled, now level with the rest of the ground around it. I jumped down onto the dirt and started to pack it, then did the same by backing over it repeatedly with my truck tire. Perfection, I thought. Then I hopped on the tractor and started to cut. I was clearing brush for a few hours. I think it was around 9 p.m. at that point, when I heard a similar, but far more terrifying and loud cry than the night before. It made me jump in my seat. I turned around and looked toward the noise, and sure enough, it was coming from the direction of that hole. I didn't feel brave enough to shut off the tractor and walk over there, so I raised up the brush hog and headed over on the tractor itself. At least that way I felt a bit safer. Once I got close enough to see the hole, I swear I found several dozen marks on top of the soil that I had just packed. Looked like something had been digging in it, and I couldn't help but think that it was the same something I saw jumping into that hole the night prior. I swallowed hard, feeling bad, Whatever it was tried to get back in the hole, back to its home, and now I'd covered it up. I took off my hat, letting the air hit the sweat on my head and cool me down. I figured it was just my job, and whatever it was could just find another hole or make a new one. I began to walk back toward the tractor. Halfway there, more cries rang out. This time they were coming from the forest edge. It was shrill and rat-like, but it was far too loud to come from something as small as a rat, and whatever it was fast too. The cry would come from one portion of the woods, and after only 4 or 5 seconds, another cry from the same creature would ring out about 50 yards up in the tree line. I remember standing there thinking what the heck that could be. I definitely wasn't hearing things now, but due to the way the cry sounded, I told myself it was the world's largest field rat. These cries kept coming and coming for the remainder of the night. They frightened me so bad that I didn't work past 11. Instead of clearing 85% of the brush, I managed to clear up to 60, putting me well behind schedule. When I decided I was done for the day, I practically ran back to my truck. All the while that thing out there just kept crying and crying. I started the truck and turned up the radio. A human voice would make me feel a bit more comfortable. Then I locked the doors and began to look around through the window. I kid you not, I saw something in the darkness of the tree line, maybe 60 yards away or so. Something tall and the color of early morning mist. I kicked my truck into gear and I drove away, not sure if I wanted to keep doing this contract. Then again, the farmer had been nothing but nice to me, and I really needed the money. Plus, that farmer was well known out here, and word of mouth was something else I desperately needed. Throwing my hat at the dash, I realized I had to complete this job. I had to do it quick, and I had to do it right. The day after, I bought some Bluetooth headphones at Walmart. Took me a while to set them up right. I'm not exactly knowledgeable with phones or things like that, but I figured that would help me concentrate on my work. If that thing was getting noisy again, I could just ignore it. I had some Tim McGraw and Keith Urban downloaded to my phone, so I figured I could just listen to that. By 6:25 p.m. that day, I was back at the field. I checked the hole to make sure it hadn't been dug up. It hadn't. I examined my surroundings and the tree line. Then I got on the brush hog. Finish it, I told myself. With an extra hour, I could probably cut the rest of the field, if nothing else got in the way. I put my Bluetooth headphones in my ears, picked a song, put it on shuffle, then I got rolling. And for the first 4 hours, it worked perfectly well, but I had drastically underestimated the battery life of the headphones. They gave me a 15% battery life remaining warning, so I took them out and put them back in their little ovular charger. The moment I pulled one from my ear, I heard it. The crying coming from within the trees. I shuddered and looked around. I couldn't see it just yet, but it was out there, and it was still mad. I sighed, hoping the charger for the headphones could charge them up real fast. For the next hour, I was on edge, cutting the overgrown grass. I found myself not only scanning the trees constantly, but also looking in the grass, as if something might be lurking in there. Even a professional football player could be well hidden in that grass. I couldn't really distract myself. No matter where my mind turned, it always came back to that thing crying in the woods. A few minutes later, the cries suddenly stopped. Now, I would have guessed I'd feel better after the cries finally died down, but right away I felt about 10 times worse. I was so scared and on edge at that point that I turned the tractor off and just listened. There were bugs chirping and wind blowing over the grass. The sound of grass blades brushing against each other had me a bit twitchy. With the right gust of air, it almost sounded like something moving past the grass. Once I had thoroughly convinced myself I was just paranoid, I started up the tractor again and kept moving. One thought that really helped me was the idea that the tractor and brush hog were so loud that surely it would scare away anything that could be out there. But at that point, I gotta be honest, I found myself missing the cries, because then at least I knew where that creature was, even if I didn't know what it was exactly. Then suddenly my tractor stalled. I couldn't get it to start. I was mad. I had a lot to do and I couldn't really afford to fix it, not without dipping into my savings, which were already low. Deep down, though, I saw this as an out. I could finish up clearing the brush in a couple of hours once I got it fixed the next day. Heck, I would even come by early, just to have a bit more daytime to fix the tractor and get the brush cleared. I had this idea in my head that once all the brush was cleared and things were more visible, I wouldn't be as scared. Unfortunately, that night, the way the tractor was angled, I'd either have to walk along the tree line or cut through the tall grass to make it back to my truck. Neither of these scenarios sounded good to me, so I just cut through the grass. A straight line would be much quicker of a walk, but not being able to see more than a few inches in front of me made me a bit more paranoid than I already was. I could have sworn I kept hearing something else moving through the grass as well. Just keep walking straight, I reminded myself. Just a few more yards and... Suddenly, I tripped over something. I almost fell on my face, but my hands reached out just in time to keep that from happening. Still, I cut my palms pretty bad. As I began to pick myself back up, I still felt the sensation of something at my leg. I hadn't just tripped over something. I'd been grabbed, and whatever it was still grabbing onto me. I looked toward my leg as the pressure built up further, causing an intense stinging pain at my ankle. When I looked towards my foot, I saw it, and I nearly screamed. A veiny, tan, four-fingered hand, ending in dark black nails, clung tight to my ankle. The moment that I wanted to scream, I instead instinctively pulled my leg away, and at the same time, whatever was holding on to me yanked. Luckily for me, this happened to cause the hand to slide a bit until it was over my shoe, which then came off and I was freed. I picked myself up and ran like a madman through the grass. I soon broke through to the cleared portion of the field, but I must have been turned around, because I was by the tree line now. I looked over to my right, and the truck was there, now closer. It was only a 20-yard run between me and safety, but the tall part of the grass would still be nearby, even next to my truck, thanks to the pattern I was mowing in. I took off at a full sprint, limping awkwardly thanks to my missing shoe and injured ankle. What came next didn't surprise me. I basically expected it, but it still horrified me. The sound of something bounding through the tall grass next to me, alongside me as I ran. I could tell just how much faster it was than me, and I couldn't help but wonder why it never lapped out and dragged me away. It could if it wanted to. But I made it to my truck. I flung open the door, slammed it shut, turned the key in the ignition, and drove home. There I sat in the dark interior of my truck, my ankle severely bruised, even further behind on my contract that I had to finish or I wouldn't be able to pay my bills. A grown man, nearly at tears. What was wrong with me? I brainstormed the entire drive home, praying that there weren't any cops at the regular speed traps, because I wasn't driving right at all, not in that panicked state. But my racing mind finally led me to an idea. My brother. My brother lived a couple of towns over, about an hour away, so it wasn't too close, but I was desperate, more than ever. I gave him a call that night. I apologized because he had been sleeping. Then I asked him if he'd join me on a job. I offered him half of the pay of the contract to help me finish it out, but I never told him the other half of his duty. To just be there and make me feel safe. You see, my brother had a sidearm and a concealed carry permit, so I would certainly feel safer with him being there. With double the manpower, I was able to finish up the grass the next day and clear out nearly all the stumps. I had to sacrifice half my pay, but I really did appreciate my brother coming by. Now, toward the end of that day, we had the choice of staying overtime to just finish it up and call it quits for good, or come back the next day for a half day. In my head, doing a half day the next day meant a little bit more daytime to finish up, but then again, the idea of just getting it done that night felt better, so that's what we decided to do. We worked until about 5 a.m., and the worst that happened then was my brother coming to me when I had my headphones in and asking me what those weird sounds are. And yeah, it was the same sounds, the shrill cries that were rat-like. And now I know they weren't from a rat. I told him it was just a bird. He went back to work, not really interested to know what kind of bird it was. When we were finally done, we went over to Waffle House and celebrated. But my stomach was queasy. The idea that I'd put my brother in danger too, just because I wanted to feel better, and I never told him about what was out there, made me feel a bit guilty. But maybe I'll share this story with him soon. I hope he takes it well. And I hope that farmer's out there and he's doing okay. Last I heard from him, that hole that I'd packed got dug into and is open for business once again. Attack at Midnight. From Patrick. I was in Littleton, Colorado, spring 2017. I worked at the Melting Pot restaurant, which currently occupies an old 3-story building that was built in the early 1900s as a Carnegie library. There have been many documented cases of paranormal behavior at this location, and the restaurant was even featured on a ghost hunting TV show. The most haunted area is located in the basement in a little L-shaped cove that has 5 booth tables for dining. The cove was down 2 little stairs, and immediately when entering you had a 4-top table on your left and a 2-person table on your right. Past the 4-top in the corner was a large round booth, and around the bend was 2 more 4-top tables and a dead end. The last table in the cove was considered the most haunted table in the restaurant. Many times people would bring spirit contacting boards and different conjuring type things to try and evoke a spirit, and sit in the last table to do just that. One day a coworker and I were cleaning these tables late one night, and he goes, "Ow, dang, did you just scratch me?" I hadn't touched him, and I told him that. He lifts up his shirt, and there are 3 large bleeding scratches going all the way down his back. He immediately freaks out, and soon after he quit, feeling as if this entity was trying to follow him home. A year later, I hadn't seen anything else unusual. One night around midnight, I started antagonizing the spirit in this area. Even after seeing that kid get scratched, I still wasn't convinced. So I was down there yelling out for something, saying something like, "You don't exist. If you did, you would show yourself." I figured there wouldn't be an answer, so I went back to bussing my last tables for the night. I was carrying a bus tub down the back stairs and had to walk by this cove to get to the kitchen. I've been a server for years and never drop anything, let alone drop something out of a bus tub. Well, I go walking by the cove, and a metal fondue pot goes flying out of my bus tub down the 2 stairs and into the haunted cove. I continued to the kitchen to place down my bus tub. I then grabbed a towel to clean up the chocolate mess I'd made. At that point, I'd forgotten about the antagonizing I had done an hour earlier. So I go charging into the L-shaped cove to clean up the chocolate fondue pot that had somehow just leapt out of my bus tub and down the stairs. As soon as I enter, something grabs me by my right shirt sleeve, throwing me into the rock wall, immediately smashing my head into it. It leaves me with a goose egg bump and a large cut on my forehead. I was so startled, and I was bleeding everywhere at that point. I had to run to the bathroom to assess the situation. Sure enough, I found a 3-inch gash and a large lump. That's when I recalled what I'd done earlier and realized it may have been a bad idea. I go upstairs and my coworkers say, "Whoa, what happened to you? Looked like you saw a ghost," telling me I was as white as could be and I looked scared. I tell them I think I was just attacked by a ghost. I honestly can't explain the pot flying out of my bus tub like that, and then an unseen force just slamming me into the wall. Well, the only explanation I can come up with is that the spirit caused me harm. So my warning to you would be, don't antagonize haunted places and the spirits there, unless you're ready for the repercussions. Working solo can be spooky. From Sean D. You wouldn't think that a sock factory would be a spooky place to work by yourself. The steam presses hiss, the thumps, the clinks, all these things can have an almost hypnotic rhythm. The rule of thumb there is that no one is allowed to work if they are the only ones that have shown up. This happens more than you think when you work the second shift, and there are only 3 people counting yourself on the crew. I didn't really know of the no-show rule until I'd already worked a solo shift myself, and after that one night, I had a sneaking suspicion why. I had been clocked in for nearly half an hour when my cell phone rang. The supervisor was on the other end. "I won't be in, so when the other 2 get in, just board the socks," which is what the process of steam pressing them is called. "Do that for 4 hours, then after break, you're on bagging, and the other 2 will work repair." Well, neither work partner came in, and due to the Rona, if anyone was feeling the tiniest bit ill, they weren't supposed to come in. They would have to take a sick day. Boarding solo wasn't permitted due to safety concerns, so I set up the bagging station. Now, bagging is a very easy job. It often causes me to lose track of time. I only noticed it was time for my break when I had a sudden and intense feeling I was being watched. I looked around and I spotted someone in the boiler cage. They were watching me. I couldn't get a clear look at their face, and oddly enough, despite the heat of the boiler, they were wearing a black hooded sweater. Add to that the mandatory face mask. The mystery watcher had almost total facial concealment. When I looked directly at them, they immediately pretended to be busy, checking the boiler. I kept a watchful eye on them on my way to the break room. I knew it could not have been an intruder, as employees need an access card just to get in the factory. After my break, I decided to check the boiler cage. Maybe I did just see one of the employees, perhaps a new employee. I could at least introduce myself to them. I was almost out of work orders to bag up, and I'd have free time to help them with anything they may need. When I reached the boiler, they were gone. So I just went back to work. Just like before, I would lose track of time and suddenly get an overwhelming feeling of being watched. When I looked over at the boiler cage, they were standing inside it, just staring at me. This time I reacted immediately, smiling as I approached them while saying hello. They exited the cage as I made my way over, so I went around some shelves hoping to meet them as they closed the gate behind them. When I made it to the gate, they were nowhere in sight. Not only that, but the gate was closed and padlocked. I was obviously confused. I didn't hear the gate open or close, and I definitely would have heard the padlock snapping shut. I looked around for the mystery person, but I didn't see them anywhere nearby. I finished my job that night, albeit a bit distracted from my constant glances at the boiler. As I left, I could feel someone watching me through a window. I didn't bother looking back. Instead, I just quickened my step. I don't think that I saw a spirit. I believe that I saw a living, breathing person. At least, that's exactly what it looked like. The factory isn't really that old. Not old enough to be haunted, best to my knowledge. Besides, A ghost wouldn't need a face mask, would they? The house I work at is kinda creepy. From Wayward Companion. I work at a group home for autistic adults. Our house has 5 residents, and I work the 3rd shift. The house itself is actually quite nice. A 2-story, 6-bedroom home in an affluent neighborhood. Honestly, it's a beautiful home. It's not even that old, built sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. But it is definitely haunted. Coworkers told me as much when I first started working there, almost 2 years ago. In fact, one of my coworkers was so freaked out by something that happened to her that she refused to go upstairs for any reason. Now, I work the 3rd shift alone, which is nerve-wracking enough. I'm a girl on the shorter side and in charge of caring for 5 adult men, some of whom have occasional violent outbursts. It's not uncommon to get physically attacked or to have to deal with someone engaging in destructive or self-injurious behavior. That kind of stuff is just part of the job. Now add to that the weird, creepy things that happen, and you've got a terrifying combination. One of our guys sometimes gets up in the middle of the night. Typically, we would have to go see what they need. Usually it's just a trip to the bathroom or a drink of water. Except for when one of our guys is up. Let's call him JJ. When JJ's up, it's sometimes a bit more, shall I say, unsettling. You see, we often find JJ standing in front of his open closet, and he'll be talking to it. The thing is, one night I saw something in the closet, an entity or shadow person. I could have gone on thinking it was just one of his eccentricities, had I not seen the blacker-than-black humanoid shape with glowing red eyes standing in his closet one night after I'd heard him get up and I went upstairs to put him back to bed. I'd like to say I was brave and went in to save him from whatever it was in his closet. But in all honesty, I just stood there in shocked horror for a few moments while my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Then I noped it back down the stairs for the night. Then there are those doors which are alarmed and we keep locked because a few of our guys are runners who would wander off if they got outside unattended. Despite that, at least once a week the garage door or the door to the patio just swings open by itself. Then there's the most recent event that happened only a few hours ago. Tonight, while sitting in the living room doing paperwork, I heard an almighty crash coming from the kitchen. I jumped up thinking one of the guys was up and had snuck into the kitchen. But when I went to check, no one was in there, and nothing was out of place. More disturbingly, after a quick check, I was completely freaked out by the fact that all the guys were soundly sleeping. The sound I'd heard had been extremely loud, so much so that the wall behind me shook. Not to mention all our guys are light sleepers. The lightest sleeper's bedroom is just off the kitchen, and yet he just slept through it soundly when he should have been wide awake. I have no explanation for what I'd heard. In fact, as I'm writing this, I feel a presence like someone is watching me, and I've got 6 hours to go before my shift ends. It wasn't human. This is more of a going to work in the early morning / late night kind of story. From Jason M. This took place during the winter of 2017. I work at a gas station in a small town in Northern California. I've got the opening shift at my work, which is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, I'd recently totaled my car after hydroplaning into a ditch, so I was left without a vehicle to drive to and from work until I got the insurance money to get a new one. Since my job is only about 1.5 miles from my apartment, I decided it'd be good for me to get some exercise for the time being. So I started to walk to work in the mornings. The road was paved and fairly well trafficked. But in the pitch black darkness of 4:30 a.m., when I had to begin my commute, it was rare to see anyone driving down the road at all. So one especially cold morning, I began my walk to work along the road, as I usually did. About half a mile in, I always passed by a forested area next to the road. This part had no street lights or anything, so I used my powerful flood flashlight to light my way. As anyone might do in the dark, I was continuously using it to peer into my shadowed surroundings as I walked. Half a mile down the road, I began to hear something rustling in the bushes off to the side of the road up ahead of me. I began to feel as if I was being watched. I stopped and shone my light on the bush in question and just about jumped out of my skin when it emerged from the bushes. It was just a deer. As it crossed the street and hopped into the shrubs on the other side, I told myself to not be so jumpy and that nothing around here could really be a danger to me. If only I knew how wrong I was. About another half mile down the road, the feeling of being watched returned, but this time the hair on the back of my neck was standing straight up. As I tried to convince myself that it was just another deer, my light passed over some bushes a little ways into the tree line to my left, about 50 feet behind me. Keep in mind the next few events I'm going to describe all happened within a few split seconds. My light suddenly shone upon what seemed to be a crouching figure with its back to me, facing a bush. At first I thought it was a homeless man, but as I stopped walking and I shined my light directly at the crouching figure, I very clearly saw that, to my absolute horror, it wasn't human at all. Whatever it was, it appeared to be naked. It had no hair on its body, and its skin was very pale. Its limbs were unnaturally long and spindly. The thing looked like, if it stood up, it might be more than 8 feet tall. Its fingers were very long and thin too, and ended in sharp black points like claws. The second I shined my light over it, it quickly turned its head to look at me. Its eyes, they glowed like an animal's eyes do in the dark, like a cat's eyes or a deer's. I didn't get a great look at its face, but whatever it was, I knew it wasn't human. But it certainly wasn't an animal either, not a normal one. The moment it looked at me, I bolted down the road, and I didn't look back. Over my panicked gasping, I thought I heard it chasing me, which made me desperately push myself to go faster. Suddenly in the distance ahead of me on the road, a car's headlights appeared, and as I kept sprinting, the car soon passed me, going behind me and out of sight. I no longer heard that thing behind me, but I kept running anyway, and I didn't stop until I made it to work. Huffing and gasping for air, I arrived at work, and I told my coworker what had just happened. He didn't look so much surprised as he did concerned, and told me another coworker of mine had seen the same creature recently. He had described it to him exactly as I had, every last detail. Needless to say, I'm never going to walk to work in the dark again. I'll just call an Uber or something from now on. Whispers in the Dark, from Patrol Officer. I'm a security officer for a company in Southern California. We actually work alongside the sheriff's department in the cities that we service. As a patrol officer, my job in this specific company is essentially the same as that of a police officer. Unlike your typical observe and report security guards, we respond to calls ranging from simple trespassers to burglary, domestic abuse, kidnapping, and shots fired. Hence the officer in the title. I've been in a couple of foot and vehicle pursuits. That's just the way we operate, which is why we've worked alongside the local sheriff's offices. Now that you all know what we do, let me get to the story. I used to work the late beat before being switched to days. When this story happened, I was working from 2200 to 0600 in the morning. I remember driving around the city in my patrol vehicle, listening to our two-way radio for any calls when I got one in my district. A burglary alarm on the north side of the city, out in the desert, and had to be around 1 in the morning when I was sent to check it out. As soon as I pull into the street leading to the property, I rolled in dark, which just means I shut off all the lights. The building used to be an onion packaging factory with hangars on the west side of the property, but now it was abandoned, and we were contracted to watch it. I've been in there alone many times when I checked it twice a night, but never had an experience up until this night. Keep in mind that the property does not have working lights at all. Anyway, I pull onto the west side of the property, visually inspecting the exterior perimeter when I observed a slightly open door. I key up on my radio. Lincoln 1 to control. Dispatch, go ahead. This is Lincoln 1. Be advised I have an open door on the west side of the hangars. Can you roll an additional unit to my location? I stand by my vehicle smoking a cigarette under the drizzle that is rare for Southern California. I like the rain though. The wind was also blowing pretty hard this night, from what I remember. Anyway, about 5 minutes later, my partner arrives, who also happens to be my really good friend outside of work. We pull our guns and flashlights and go inside. The first thing you always noticed when entering is the stench of onion. I mean, it was so pungent that you could taste it through your nose. The hangars we were clearing are huge, dark, empty, and filled with that rotten smell. This is where things get creepy. We can hear the light drizzle hit the sheet metal, the wind blowing through whatever cracks they find, and it happens. We heard footsteps on the roof of the hangars. I look at my partner and say, "What the heck? These hangars don't have access to the roof. How did they get up there?" He replies, "I don't know. Call it in." Lincoln 1 to control. Be advised we hear footsteps on the roof. We are code 6, 1023 until further. Which pretty much means we're out on investigation. Stand by until further notice. Dispatch acknowledges and we walk through the building, checking all corners until we get outside. We check the perimeter of the building and just like I thought, no access to the roof. Plus, it's raining. Who the heck would be up there? Anyway, we put it off on the wind. We check everything possible and call it code 4, or all good. As we're walking back through the hangars we just cleared, since it's the only way to exit to get back to our vehicles, the creepiest thing happens. Now, I've never been a believer in the paranormal, and I always rolled my eyes when I would watch ghost shows on TV, and they would say they would hear whispering, but could never make it out. Well, I kid you not, my partner and I heard whispering as if multiple voices were doing it simultaneously, and even though we heard it clear as freaking day, I couldn't make it out. My partner and I freeze in our tracks and just stare at each other. We pull our guns again, flashlights shining all over the walls. I call in a code 6 again, and we start to clear the property once more. We knew what we heard was not normal, but we had to treat it as someone possibly being in here that we missed. This is when all heck breaks loose. Doors begin slamming everywhere. Footsteps on the roof and whispering can all be heard, and then, all of a sudden, it stops. My partner and I just stare at each other, and without saying a word, we just walk outside with our guns in hand. I can't say we were scared, but we were definitely shocked and amazed. I call in a secondary code 4. I stand outside with my partner and look at him. I say, "We'll just blame it on the wind." He looks at me and nods. That was the last night I ever went to that place, before my promotion to corporal, and I switched to day shifts. I still don't believe in many ghost stories that are shared, but you can rest assured that even I don't believe it was the wind that night. There's no way in hell. Someone at the logging site. From Barb Aaron. It was the summer of 2006, and I was completely broke. I was a college dropout, running out of money in my savings account, and willing to do anything to avoid having to ask my family for free handouts. I would rather work for it if I could. I only had enough money for about 2 months' worth of utilities and rent left, so I called up my uncle. My uncle was by no means rich, but he always had spare cash in hand for those who were willing to work for it, especially family. He ran a logging business, nothing big. Basically, he would hire out his small team to whoever needed it. Their clients' requests included stump removal all the way up to large lot clearing, and that leads me to the start of my story. After I called up my uncle, he said he did indeed have some work for me. He was clearing a rather large lot in the middle of the woods a couple of miles out of town. He didn't have anyone to watch over the equipment overnight, and he said he really didn't feel like staying overnight there himself. So for $100 a night, I decided to be the night watchman for the logging site for about 2 weeks. The job was simple. Make sure no one stole the equipment or damaged it. That task was even easier because he had his workers bring the equipment to the middle of the site every night, which meant that all we needed was 2 cameras to keep an eye out on everything. He had a single security monitor set up in a portable building, so I would just sit in there, keep an eye on the monitor, and pass the time. To me, this sounded like free money. What could go wrong in the middle of the woods away from town? Surely there'd be no one around to damage or steal anything. This was basically a paid camping trip. On the first night, I arrived. My uncle was still there. He took a moment to show me how the monitors worked, how to use the buttons to switch between the 2 cameras. Again, nothing complicated. He was gone by 11 p.m., leaving me there till 7 a.m., when the first of the workers should be showing up. I wanted to do a good job, so at first I was adamantly checking the cameras back and forth. 1 then 2, 1 then 2, then walking outside to check, then going back in the building over the course of an hour. After that, I started to play some games on my phone. Turns out the hardest part of being a night watchman there was finding a way to not be bored. I made some progress on a couple of visual novels I had installed on my Android phone, but after a couple of hours I was bored with that. Admittedly, around 2 a.m., I began to nod off. Honestly, I did my best not to fall asleep, but the more tired I got, the more my brain made excuses. No one's gonna find out, I'd tell myself. If you take a nap, nothing's gonna happen. It'll be like you stayed awake all night. And my brain won out in the end. Sometime later, I woke up in a panic. Not because I heard anything, but because I had a stress dream that my uncle got back and caught me sleeping. That would not be very good. I looked at the camera monitor in front of me to check the time. There was a timestamp at the bottom right that showed the current time, 2:35. I'd only dozed off for about half an hour, and honestly I felt a bit better. So I got up and began to do some stretches when I noticed something else on the monitor. It was camera 2, which was placed next to one of the large machines that I don't know the name of. Look, I'm no logger. About 12 to 15 yards in front of the camera, almost dead center in the middle of the site, sat a man. He had no shirt on, no shoes, no socks. Whatever bottoms he wore were only tatters. Immediately from the look of him, I assumed he was some backwoods hobo. I got nothing against homeless people, and I know they need help, but I also knew he couldn't be here, especially if I wasn't sure if he was going to take something or not. As I looked at him, the man seemed uninterested in the things around him. In fact, he wasn't even showing his face. Instead, his face was buried in his palms as he sat there crisscross on the ground. Was he okay? I wondered. I grabbed one of the big flashlights in the portable building, one of those big black sturdy torches that could be used as a weapon if you wanted to. I then exited the building and began to approach the middle of the site. The moment I stepped outside the building, though, I heard it. the sound of a full-grown man crying, and it wasn't any sort of normal crying either. These were full-on dramatic, traumatic sobs, as if a loving dad had just found all his children dead. Hearing it made my heart break. I swear there was something about that sound that brought a tear to my own eye, and my heart began to race. I swallowed down hard, and I started towards the man. As I meandered my way around the equipment, I found him still sitting there, crying those terrible cries. I clicked on the flashlight and shone it on him. His back heaved repeatedly, breathing in and out deeply to cry harder and harder. I struggled to think of something to do or say to get his attention. I'd hoped when I clicked on the flashlight he would look my way, but he didn't budge. "Hey, are you all right? Do you need some help?" I called over to him. The moment I spoke, his sobbing stopped, and the heaving of his back slowed so much I couldn't even tell if he was still breathing. Then he turned his face to the side. I could then make out his profile. His face was all puffy and red and swollen from so much crying, and an unnaturally blue eye gazed at me. I've never seen anyone with such a beautiful color of blue in their eyes. This man's hair was graying in most places. If I had to guess, I'd say he was probably in his mid-50s. Then, without a word, still turned away from me yet facing me with one half of his face, he stood. I noticed then he was pretty tall, probably about 6'2" to 6'4". As I was 5'10", the difference was noticeable. He was very much bigger than me, and I was afraid he might try to attack. For what reason, I don't know, but the man did not appear well. Suddenly, with half his face still showing, turned over his shoulder to look at me with one eye, he smiled, and he began to walk away into the darkness, disappearing into the woods nearby that hadn't been cut. The way he walked so slow and unblinking, with that weird smile, it creeped me out. When I could no longer see him, I ran back to the portable building and locked the door. I sat back in the office chair in front of the monitor, eyes wide and heart still racing. Who was that guy? I wondered. A few minutes later, I began to laugh at myself. What was a creepy experience I realized would make for a really funny story with the guys later in town. I relaxed a bit, played a little more games on my phone just to ease my mind, checking the monitor a little bit more frequently than before, too. By 4 a.m., it was still extremely dark, and I was getting tired again. I got up just to check the portable building door to make sure it was locked. The bolt was turned, and when I tried to open the door anyway just to be sure, it didn't budge. So I was safe. I sat back in my chair and dozed off. Once again, I woke up sometime later. The sun still wasn't up, but something was weird. I was freezing. I looked over at the portable heater that my uncle had left in the building. It was still on, going full blast, aiming at me. So why was I so cold? Before I could finish that thought, I felt something on my face. Something that had been there the whole time since I'd awakened, that I had only just noticed. There was a liquid all over my face. It was cold and had the texture of water. There was some next to my lip. Instinctively, I licked my lip and froze wide-eyed. That wasn't water. It had a salty taste, that distinct taste of human tears. My heart felt like it stopped, but when I looked at the desk in front of me where the monitor stood, my heart exploded back to life. There it sat, made to face towards me. The head of a rabbit. It had been propped up, just so it could look in my direction, and next to it was a rusty piece of metal covered in blood. I threw myself off the chair, and without turning around, I reached for the door, but I felt a breeze instead. The door was open. It had been open the whole time, and that's why I was so cold. I screamed curses and panicked. I ran to my car and left the site, immediately calling my uncle over and over until he finally answered. I told him what happened, and I told him I would not be back at that site. I'm not sure he believed me until he arrived at the portable building himself and found what I'd found. The cops were called, but no one knew who the guy was or where he went. I didn't see him do it, but I know it was him, the rabbit head. The tears he stood over me and cried on my face while I was asleep, and that sharp piece of metal he used on a rabbit. If he'd wanted to, he could have used that on me. From time to time, my uncle still has jobs that require a night watchman, and he has come to me a couple of times offering me the job. But after what happened that night, I can't do it again. I still have nightmares. The Ghostly Railway Man, from Samuel Martin. I work as a train guard, or conductor, in the UK. Because I get asked so many times what a train guard or conductor does, my best answer has been boiled down to a train guard does everything the driver can't. So checking tickets, opening closing train doors, looking after passengers while the train is in motion, telling the driver when we're ready to depart a station, and so on. The UK's railways have been around since the early to mid-19th century, which means that a lot of our infrastructure such as stations, tunnels, bridges, and so forth has remained largely unchanged over the last 200 years or so. Working in an industry which has been around since the Victorian period means that I, and many others, have come across a number of strange happenings when working night shifts. Stories range from voices being heard in old station buildings, train crews being tapped on the shoulder by thin air, or, in some extreme cases, even seeing shadowy figures darting between buildings in old sidings or depots. When I was first training as a guard, the woman who was training me, who I'll refer to as Sydney, had seen more than her fair share of apparitions over her many years in the industry, one of which I believed was just a coy to scare trainees, until one strange night shift. She told me of a night when she was sat with her train in some sidings while they waited for other trains to pass them. The carriages were all empty, and she was sat reading a book in the guard's van, half a carriage dedicated to being a guard's office. With it being pitch black outside, the light of an old lantern was spotted fairly easily, and Sydney went over to the window for a closer look. Making his way across the tracks towards the waiting train was a tall man with a large bushy beard, dressed in a long black trench coat and with a large paraffin lantern in his hand. Sydney tried to call out to him, "Can I help you, love?" But the man ignored her and made his way to the front of the train before climbing into the cab. "Hey!" And as she clambered down from the nearest carriage door, the driver came over to see what was wrong. Sydney explained about the man, and they both went into the cab of the locomotive. But nobody was there. Sydney was amazed, and as she tried to convince her now skeptical driver that someone had climbed up, they were both visited by the signalman who controlled the sidings. The signalman had seen the stranger too, and had made his way over to the cab to confront the same man. Reasoning this stranger must have been a trespasser who was scared off when he heard Sydney and her driver coming, they put the matter to rest and continued their shifts without further trouble. The next time she ran into the stranger was during another night shift when her train was once again sat waiting in the same sidings. This time, however, she had company. 2 buffet car attendants were set in a first-class carriage, resting from the amount of people they'd served on the preceding journey. As they rested, Sydney offered to head to the buffet car and make them both some tea. As she knelt down behind the counter to grab a couple of tea bags, she heard big, heavy footsteps clomping their way up the carriage. Thinking it was her driver, she called out, "Do you want tea or coffee, love?" A gruff voice called out. day. When Sydney returned with the 3 teas, the buffet car attendants were rather surprised. The driver, they said, hadn't been through the carriage at all. Instead, a rather tall man with a large beard, a long black trench coat, and an old lantern had stomped his way through. They thought he was just another member of the train crew. When Sydney told me these stories, I passed it off as a way of scaring the newbies, especially seeing as how I'd been in those same sightings with trains before and had never had an incident. Of course, it was on a night shift that I was proved wrong. One night, a driver and I were due to take some empty carriages, or ECS as it's known here, to the haunted sightings and wait to then bring it back down south as a late night service. So when we pulled into the sightings, I was sat in my compartment filling out a guard's logbook, when, for whatever reason, I noticed something felt a little off. Nothing wrong with the train or anything, but the atmosphere felt suddenly quiet and alone, like the whole world had stopped to look at us as we sat in these sightings. There was a strange sensation that was a mix of you're being watched and you're not alone, before I could have sworn I heard heavy footsteps making their way up the carriage. I opened the door of my compartment and stared both up and down the dimly lit carriage, but I couldn't see a thing. The atmosphere of not being alone, however, grew thicker and thicker as I stared down the empty carriage. Finally, I decided to step back into the area where we store bicycles. I pulled down a window and leaned my head out to get some fresh air in me and hopefully calm my nerves from the thickening atmosphere inside the train. My driver, who was changing from one end of the train to the other, then walked beside my carriage. "Did you see where he went?" "Sorry, mate?" "That man. Did you see where he went?" I froze, but even knowing who he was talking about didn't stop me from asking. "What man?" "There was a man with an old lamp, climbing down from this carriage a few moments ago. Wandered off across the yards. Was just wondering if you knew him, or..." I shook my head. The driver shrugged and began making his way to the other end of the train. "Darn trespassers, eh?" he joked. Nowadays, whenever I'm put in those sightings, usually with an empty train, I always fill up a mug of tea and pour it out on the ground outside the carriage. I suppose you could say it's my own weird way of showing respect for someone who's kept working for Lord knows how many years. The railway's never short on ghost stories. I'd argue every member of staff has some experience with something otherworldly. But this was the first time I'd ever experienced anything like this. I heard from various sources that he was a guard himself and is just doing his job all these years later. Others saying he was a signalman. But whoever he was, he's almost proof that the railway wasn't just a job for life back in the day, but a job for afterlife as well. These 2 stories were both sent from R.J. Timberwolf. The nature of Timberwolf's work is not stated in these stories, and I cannot be sure if they were actually night security or an official watchman. But the circumstances of these stories are similar to what I'm looking for, such as working at night, often alone or almost alone, and keeping an ear and eye out on the premises. The happenings at Section Victor. At the time of writing this, I serve in the Air Force, and my work requires me to work rotational extended hour shifts, which includes night shifts. So basically I worked when everyone else went home, so I was always alone in the building. Solitude doesn't bother me, and to be honest, I liked it more that way. Let's call the place I work Section Victor. Section Victor's unit is a highly restricted area, and thus the individual sections lock their offices when they leave for home. There's a stringent key control measure in place. The unit building has internal points, as well as the doors out of the building. The unit is fenced in with a gate within a military base, so when we're locked down, I mean no one enters without the shift worker opening up. I've been working at Section Victor for a couple of years now, and all the activity I will list has been corroborated by all my fellow shift workers. I've been able to debunk one or two alleged activities reported to me by former colleagues, and thus will not mention those, but some I have not found a logical answer to, yet. The thing that occurs the most is voices on the floor above, and the shuffling of office chairs across the floor. The voices are distinct enough to hear that they are conversations, yet we can't make out the exact words. It's the same as during normal work hours, if you can get my office to be quiet enough. Regularly, we experience temporary bad vibes, when we, the shift workers, are filled with a sudden dread, but this differs in duration. Sometimes it's fleeting, other times it can last for hours, causing me to exit the building regularly to catch some fresh air. Other things that regularly occur are hearing someone walk past my office, but there is no outside light disruption visible at the bottom of the office doors, such as when a real person passes by. I've smelled aviation fuel in the hallway, and checked if our neighbor, a flying squadron, has had a fuel spillage, or was working on an aircraft close to my unit. Of course, it was all clear on their end, and there was no smell of aviation fuel outside the building. That day, I retrieved the keys to the floor's offices and proceeded to investigate to see if I could locate the source, but ironically, there wasn't the smell of fuel in the offices. But as soon as I stepped out into the hallway, I could smell it clearly. Other colleagues have gone to me for an answer to this, since I'm an experienced soldier with 16 years of service as of writing this, but I have no answer for them. Twice I've even heard someone, for lack of a better word, whistle down the hallway. And before you say it's the wind, I don't think the wind howl can sound like Vivaldi's Four Seasons Spring. The most frightening physical action to have happened to me was when I went upstairs during my patrol, and a door slammed shut in my face. It should be noted that door is a door that does not close easily, both in movement and locking into place, nor is it in a position where a draft could come through. But it continued to slam shut a couple of times after that during my shift. These activities aren't limited to the nighttime. I believe when it happens during work hours, everyone probably assumes it's someone else, since there are so many other personnel around. But we will see what other activity might arise. I just hope nothing violent ever happens to me. It's already bad enough some days. Only time will tell, but rest assured if something else does happen and I live to tell about it, you'll hear about it. The ghostly colleague at Section Alpha. Let's refer to this office building that I worked at one point as Section Alpha. It was comprised of multiple offices. We had a hallway that led from the entrance past a couple of offices, ending by the door of a small storage changing room. From there, the hallway curved around it in an angular U-shape before getting to my office section. When I started my training there as an airman, the veterans told me about the ghost of the building. I did not pay heed to it since I figured they were hazing me. During my training, nothing strange happened. Well, at least not that I was aware of. During my first night alone, I heard the footsteps coming from the entrance down the hall, stopping at the storage room door, just as the reports of it stated. The footsteps were the sound of a soldier walking with purpose in service shoes, so we're not talking about a soft sound, such as when the floors settled. I got up from my chair to meet the person coming to my office, but no one showed up. I thought that maybe it was a new officer that was unfamiliar with the layout and did not know where to go from there. So I went to that location, and there was no one. I brushed it off and returned to my office. On my second night shift, it happened again. Once again, I waited for the person, but no one showed. And once again, I went looking and found no one. I was starting to suspect that some of my colleagues committed to a late-night prank by walking in and then removing their shoes and sneaking back out. Now, I should mention that the door needed a key code to enter, which was obviously privy to only a few people, but it did have a tumbler lock as a backup measure. So to counter my troublesome colleagues, I locked the tumbler lock as well when I started my next night shift and returned to my office. That night, I heard the footsteps again. Now I knew it wasn't a corporeal person, because no one else had the keys to that tumbler lock. Only my office, and the keys were with me. One night I was in the storage changing room, changing into a tracksuit, so I could do some basic exercises during the quiet times to keep in shape when I heard the footsteps come down the hall. The door to the room was closed due to a force of habit on my part. It stopped right in front of the door. I'll admit that I was hesitant to open the door, but when I finally gathered myself and opened it, there was nothing. On another shift, something occurred that only happened to me once during all my years there. In the back of my office section, we had a little break room with a fridge, kettle, microwave, etc. There was a plastic sheet that covered the floor to protect it from any spillages. During the shift, I heard the footsteps, and as usual, they would stop at the storage room. But a short while later, I heard the plastic sheet emit the noise when someone was walking on it, prompting me to look. As I looked, I saw the fridge door open. It remained open for a couple of seconds, then closed again. I investigated and naturally found nothing. I checked the door's seal, and it wasn't faulty. With no evidence of any negative effects, I resumed my duty. With time, some of the previous members were transferred out and others in, and though I never told my trainees of the footsteps, they did verify through later conversations that they had also experienced it during their shifts. A veteran sergeant major told me that he saw it during his younger years. The alleged apparition was the upper body of a male soldier in earlier Air Force uniform, but considering my experiences, I took it with more than just a grain of salt. One day, our section head volunteered to fill in a shift when the shift member due was sick. She claimed that paperwork was violently flung off of her desk, scattering about her office, but her office had no windows. This was the first time I'd heard of a violent action by our ethereal companion, and to be honest, I think there is a more logical explanation somewhere. During my years there, the footsteps came and went. Some duties, it would happen multiple times during the night, and other times nothing would happen for weeks. I grew used to it, and his activity even became a running joke amongst the shift workers. But in all my time there, I never saw him, nor was it ever violent towards me. This just goes to show you that not all paranormal activity is malevolent. Ghost at the Hot Springs Pool, from an anonymous lifeguard. I've worked as a lifeguard at a hot springs in Colorado for 4 years every summer and Christmas break. I loved the job. It was easy and always entertaining with wonderful coworkers. The place was open from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. on a normal non-corona year, and these are some of my stories when I worked the closing shift. My first summer working, my lead lifeguard, Jake, sent me up to the gym, which is above the lobby and the locker rooms. That night we got around to closing up a little later than normal, and it was pitch black up there. Keep in mind the lights up there are motion triggered. I turned on the lights and turned on the stereo so as to get done a little faster and a little more, well, dancey. So I began the process of cleaning the gym, including vacuuming, cleaning the mirrors, and putting the equipment away on the weight racks. Then came time to mop. I opened up the creaky attic door and flipped on the light to grab the bucket and the mop and pulled it out and went to the bathroom to fill it up. I shut the attic door and began filling the bucket. I dragged the mop and bucket out and saw the door to the attic was wide open. Huh? I thought. Didn't I shut that? Oh well, I shut it again anyway. I began to mop and heard the stereo start to fuzz in and out. I dropped the mop and tried to fix it, fiddling with the knobs, and eventually it came back on. So I resumed mopping, and a minute later the stereo cuts in and out again. I figured it would fix itself and began working again, so I kept going. Suddenly the radio cut out totally, and one of the lights goes off. Thinking it was the motion sensor, I went to walk over to the switch and froze in my tracks. A shadow on the wall that looked like a person appeared to my left. I turned to look at it and tried to move my hand, wondering if it was my own, but it didn't move. I knew it wasn't mine. I froze, terrified. Tears formed in my eyes as this thing was just there. Then, within a second, the shadow streaked along the wall and disappeared in the shadows near the exit. I dropped the mop and ran screaming downstairs to the guard room. Jake, I saw a shadow! Someone's up there!" He looked at my terrified figure and began to laugh. "So you met our resident ghost?" He motioned for me to sit down. Legend has it he was a cop that hung himself in the attic. He's all right, just try not to bother him or insult him, and never open the equipment closet at night. I nodded, and together we went back up and finished the job. I didn't see him for a while until my third summer. I was working another night. One of my coworkers had mentioned they saw our punching bag start swinging with no open windows and everyone had left. I casually mentioned my story and they nodded. I went up to close the gym for the night. I turned on the stereo and began to clean. I went and got the mop out of the attic and filled it up, sitting it in the middle of the room. I noticed then someone had left out some equipment. I went to open the door, but hesitated, remembering the warning I was given about the closet. But I knew I had to put it away, so I stilled myself and opened the door. I put the equipment inside, and I still don't know why, but I looked up at the top of the closet. There was a tiny opening as an entrance to the attic, and I swear, something or someone had their head peering into the closet through the hole. When I saw it, it yanked its head back into the attic and disappeared. I slammed that door shut and ran downstairs. I again ran into the guard room, and several of my coworkers came up and looked inside. One of them climbed the shelves and stuck his head into the attic with a flashlight. But no one was there. To this day, there are still sightings of him from the lifeguards I know. I've heard many stories about him, and I know not to ever threaten him. Now when I clean the gym, I always greet him first before I begin mopping, and I talk to him. He must be pleased with this because I haven't seen him since. But maybe I'll see him again this Christmas. I'll just have to let you know. Disappearance at the lake, from Marls 666. Last Wednesday, I drove down to work at a factory near the lake, a 2-hour round trip from my home to work, which would be a 3 to 11:30 shift. I've been forced to travel from my home due to the current world circumstances. I got to work early so I could eat my lunch, then go down by the lake. It was a hot day, and the air felt strangely silent. A while later, some duck hunters pulled up. They were rough-looking men and were talking about their kill. Next, a man and his son pulled up with fishing gear. They unloaded their gear on the back of their tailgate. When I finished my lunch and pulled away in my car, I heard the man say towards me a certain word starting with N. I distinctly remember hearing it. I thought it odd and extremely racist, but I didn't let it bother me. The following day when I got to work, I noticed that the road to the lake was now blocked off by police cars with flashing lights. I thought that was odd too, but I continued about my business. It was only later when I read the news that I found out what had happened there at the lake that day. 2 teenage girls had gone missing. Their inner tubes were found a mile away. However, the girls were not found, and a search party was out looking for them. The weird part about the story was that a fisherman was quoted as having picked up the girls' phones, which were abandoned next to their clothes on the shore. My mind flashed back to the man and his son that I'd seen at the beach that evening. At that point, a week and a half later, the girls were still not found. I read in the news article that the waves on the lake were 10 feet high that day due to a freak storm, and the girls could have been drowned. Or they could have been kidnapped by people with sinister purposes. Either way, something bad happened there that night, all while I worked my late shift nearby. Night at the Theater, from Horror Fan 71092. I'm the house manager at a fairly new and quite large performance venue with 3 large theaters. On nights where we had 3 events going all at once and all were sold out, we'd have about 1,700 patrons in the building. Oftentimes, 2 or even 3 shows would open doors for seating and then begin at the exact same time, making it difficult on my front of house usher staff to keep up with checking in tickets and seating our patrons. My ushers are responsible for cleaning a theater before and after a show. If more cleaning is necessary, then custodial will come to help. They also check tickets at the theater doors, escort guests to their seats, sit in-house during performances to ensure all patrons are following rules and are being safe, and monitor late seating after a show has begun. The ushers do a good job, though many are snarky college students. But generally, they all want to be there, because it's a thrilling place to work. My job is rather different. I'll arrive to work at about 45 minutes before the ushers. This gives me time to place ushers at their various posts, ticket checkers, in-house, seating, etc. I'll collect any new information from our production staff on details about how the show will go. And I'll create small handouts for the ushers with door and show times and any specific details for the shows on them that the ushers keep for the shift. Once the ushers arrive, I brief them on the show they're working on and send them to clean and prep the theaters. I work with production to determine when to open the house for seating. Once the audience is set, doors close and I have time to do paperwork, or just hang out in my office behind the box office desk. Before intermission, if there is one, not all shows have an intermission, doors open for a typical 15-minute intermission where people mill about in the lobby, buying refreshments from the cafe and using the restrooms. During intermissions, I'm at the front desk waiting to take compliments, complaints, or questions from patrons. After doors close at the end of the intermission, box office staff close and leave for the night, and there's more leisure time until the end of the show, where the patrons leave, ushers clean, and then the ushers leave, and I'm alone in the front lobby. After that, I have to do what we call a front of house report that is sent to the production staff, and the director of the professional theater company housed in our venue, the directors of the building, box office manager, etc. I have to include everything that went wrong during a show, as well as show times and other details. It is at this point in the night where my story begins. It was a snowy night in December of 2019. The lobby of my performance venue has very large windows, and we're situated on a hill, so we can see the lights of the city dipping down before rising up to the mountains just a few miles away. From inside, we could easily see the snow coming down hard as guests arrived for the shows. It being the holiday season, our lobby was decorated with a large 2-story Christmas tree, garlands on railings, and twinkle lights everywhere. That night we sold out 3 events. One was a theatrical performance of the Santaland Diaries. Another was the guest performance of the Moscow Ballet, doing their Great Russian Nutcracker. And the last was a Bach recital with a small orchestra. The night had already been stressful for me and my ushers, as the 2 Christmas shows opened the theater doors and began the shows at the exact same times, and the recital opened doors for seating just as the other 2 shows were closing doors and starting. This meant that along with the crowd of patrons going to the 2 shows, other patrons were arriving early for the recital and were getting lost in the mix in the lobby. During nights like this, a big problem for front-of-house staff is that many patrons don't read which theater they're supposed to go to on their tickets, so they wait in long lines for the wrong theater. Then they get mad and come and complain to me. This happened several times that night. After all 3 shows had started, there was a bit of peace for myself, the box office staff, and the ushers. We were able to sit down or maybe grab a soda or coffee from the cafe housed in the lobby. That was when one of my ushers first reported him. A strange man who looked like he could be homeless was seen sitting at the far end of the lobby in a quiet back corner. In this building, all types come and go. For all we knew, the guy could have been a friend of an actor or something, just waiting for the show to end. I decided to wait to approach him until after intermissions had finished. Both the Christmas shows went on intermissions at the same time. This meant I got twice the amount of complaints, comments, questions, or compliments. That night, there were a lot of those. In this job, you only remember a few select comments, compliments, and questions, but you remember almost every complaint you get. Tonight, it was mainly, "With this snow, is there any way to get a ride to our car, or can we pay you to go get it and bring it to the front doors?" Or, "It is just so hot inside the theater in our seats and nobody wants to trade seats. It looks like the theater is full, but I'm sure there must be some seats we can move to." Or, 15 minutes is not long enough for an intermission, especially if you want to drink or use the restroom. You need to hold the show until everyone can get what they need." Or there's the one that happens a lot since we don't allow photos, videos, or audio recordings inside the shows, which is, "The usher told me to stop taking photos, and that I needed to delete them. But it's my right as a free American to take photos whenever and wherever I want." Basically, intermissions are headaches. Following the conclusion of the 2 simultaneous intermissions, I went to do a quick check on the strange man at the back of the lobby. He was gone, and I figured he must have been a patron who had left the theater and couldn't re-enter until intermission. Following the intermission for the recital, where we actually got a few complaints along the lines of, "These Christmas decorations offend me," I walked around doing rounds of both the front-of-house spaces as well as backstage. We don't lock our backstage doors as there's a production crew, and sometimes actors, passing back and forth from the lobby to backstage. As I was passing behind the theater doing Santaland Diaries, I spotted the man I'd seen earlier entering the green room. For those who don't know, the green room in a theater is like a resting area, where performers can sit and rest before going on stage. Oftentimes, there are kitchens in green rooms. Our green room might remind someone of their grandparents' house. We used old prop furniture to decorate it. The couches looked like they're from the 1900s, and we had a long wooden table. Props from past shows line the walls and cabinets, and it has a real homey feeling to it. I followed this man into the green room, and as I entered, he was leaning over in the refrigerator pulling out someone's sack dinner that they'd left in there. I asked him who he was and why he was back here, and in a stuttered voice he said, "I'm just bringing my friend this." Then he pretended to put the bag back in the fridge. I could see the name on the bag and had seen who it belonged to carrying it in earlier in the evening. And in order to not cause any loud noise backstage with 3 shows going on, I said, "That's very nice of you, but I'm going to need to ask you to go back in the front lobby. Only staff and performers are allowed backstage, especially during shows." He then gave me a really sinister glare, saying, Fine. If you don't want me bringing my friend her food, then I won't." He grabbed the bag and marched out, then back to the front lobby. I would have told him to put the bag back, but he seemed the type to start a fight. I let it go and made a note to find the girl after the show whose dinner was now gone. Then I would buy her dinner at the end of the night. After going back to the front desk, I did not see the man anywhere, so I figured he had left. I went into my office to start my front-of-house report, because there was a lot to add that night. The shows all ended with more compliments and complaints, and after dismissing the ushers for the night, I was on my own. All the performers have a particular talent for dressing quickly and booking into their cars to leave, before the swarms of patrons cause a traffic jam at the one traffic light at the entrance of the parking lot. The only people in the building were myself and 2 or 3 members of the production crew, who were making sure that all the lights were off and everything was set to go home. When everyone leaves, I go out of my office and do my report at the front desk, where I can see everything in the lobby on the ground floor. After typing my bit in my report about the strange man, I had mostly put him out of my mind. I went to lock all the exterior doors in the front lobby. I am not responsible for the backstage doors. Having locked those, I start going through theaters, checking that they are empty and that the ushers did a decent job cleaning. I start with the smallest theater that seats about 400 people. This was the one the recital was in. Then I move on to the Santaland Diaries Theater, which is a large black box theater that seats 450. Then I move on to the largest one that seats around 900. All the lights were out in the large theater except the ghost light on stage. I usually just walk through because the ghost light is enough light, but I didn't like how I felt at that moment in that big 3-story theater. So I hit the switch in the control booth to turn on the house lights too. And that's when I spotted the man. He was slowly trying to climb over the wall and into the orchestra pit while crouching down, trying not to be noticed. I called out to him that the building was closed and he shouldn't be here. He turned around and it took a moment for him to recognize me before he pulled his leg back over the wall and began to sprint right at me. I jumped back into the control booth, locking the door with my master keys. He began pounding on the door, screaming profanities at me. Fortunately, that door was a strong fire door and wasn't going to give out anytime soon. But my worry was when he realized that outside the booth was a wall of sliding windows that didn't have locks on them, that allowed the people in the booth to talk to the people at the sound desk just in front of the booth. There was nothing I could do to block the windows from being opened or smashed, if it came to that. I started to dial 911 when the banging stopped and the man appeared at the glass windows. He started hitting those, not realizing the windows would just slide open and he could climb in easily. It was then that I remembered there was a ladder in the electrical closet in the booth that led up to the catwalks above the theater. I ran to the closet and locked the door behind myself, and I started to climb up the ladder. It was a long ladder in a narrow shaft. It felt like climbing up a very tall and cramped chimney. The ladder passes the upper 2 levels of audience seating without any access to them, and onto the catwalks, which are 4 stories above the ground level seating. These are not flimsy wooden catwalks that you might see in movies or old theaters, but solid, wide catwalks with 3 large aisles going across the top of the theater. At the back of the theater on the catwalk level is another booth. It is similar to the main control booth, except this is where the massive shotgun spotlights are that production crew have to manually move across the stage. I locked myself into this box and finally dialed 911. The cops were on their way and the dispatcher wanted me to stay on the line with him until the officers got there. I was watching down from the catwalks as the guy walked back from the booth, looking around the theater like a hawk. He seemed to have no idea I'd gone up, but was expecting me to pop out from some ground level door. The police arrived in 7 minutes and I had to give them the code to the keypad to get in, since now all the doors were locked and only I and this creeper were in the building. Next came the problem. All the doors to the theater were locked and there were no keypad locks on any of them. It would take too long for them to break down a door, and so the dispatcher asked if I could do something. Now the catwalks have 3 entrances. The horrible ladder I had just come up, a narrow staircase on house left that led down into the orchestra pit, with a locked door at the bottom of it, and a narrow staircase on house right that led down onto the stage. From there, if I was quick enough, I could run across the stage to the center at the back wall and open the massive stage door to let the police into the theater. The danger with this was that there are ramps on either side of the stage, leading out into the audience that would make it really easy for the creep to run up and chase me. This was the only option, though. I left the booth and went down the stairs as quietly as I could. When I got to the bottom before opening the door onto the stage, the dispatcher told me to put the phone in my pocket and not look back. Then I would yell "now" just as I was opening the door to run. I did so, and I ran as fast as I could across the stage. The creep must have been either on the stage already or on the ramp on house right, because he was extremely close behind me. I could hear his heavy breathing nearly on my neck behind me, and I knew that if I tripped, I was so screwed. I made it to the big stage door, but just as I grabbed the handle, the creep rammed into the back of me and pushed me hard into the door. Thankfully for me, the door had to be pushed out, not pulled in, and so the cops were on him in an instant. They arrested him, and he was charged with assault on an officer, assault on me, and trespassing. He's waiting to go to trial as I write this in May of 2020. His trial's been postponed because of all this outbreak mess. The cops did tell me that it turned out that he was homeless and had a record that included vehicle theft, burglary, assault, and battery. I walked away from this incident with only a black eye and 2 cracked ribs from hitting the door so hard. I think I came out better than he did. The police had to pile on him to get him in handcuffs, and his right arm got broken in the process. This is how a shift that should have ended for me at around 11:30 p.m. kept me at work until 2 in the morning. It was the scariest night of my life. To the creep that invaded my workspace, trespassed, chased, screamed at me, and hurt me, let's never meet again. Creepy customer from Mr. Favorable. I'm 26 as of now, and this story happened in the summer of 2009. I was 14, growing up in a small town called Fife Lake. My mother would work at multiple jobs while I was growing up, to support my brother and I. One of the most common places I remember her working at were either gas stations or small party stores. She ended up working at this gas station in Fife Lake, called Beacon and Bridge. Often my brother and I would go to her work during the summer to visit and sometimes even help her back in the coolers, helping stock things like soda for her. I remember this day in particular because after my mother's shift, we were supposed to go on this huge family camping trip, and today we were all going to go tubing down the CCC bridges with a lot of cousins, aunts, and uncles. I was pretty excited to see my family and couldn't wait for my mom to get out of work. She had about 2 hours left in her shift, so myself and my brother were waiting around the gas station. I remember this shorter, heavier-set lady had come in. I didn't think much of her because that day seemed busy, and I was helping my mother stock the cooler. When I came out, the lady was standing near the section where you can make coffee or get a fountain drink. She was right next to the area I was coming out of. When I came out of the back cooler area, she was staring at me and smiling. My young, naive self back then was very friendly, and I spoke with anyone, so I smiled and said hello. She seemed overjoyed that I acknowledged her presence, and started talking to me about the weather and how nice it was. I agreed with her, and I said I was waiting for my mom to get out of work so our family could go down the river. She kind of ignored that, then asked if I could hold her purse for her. I didn't think much of it, so I said, "Sure, I can hold it for you." Then she began to open her purse while I was holding it. Now I need to mention she was holding some things she wanted to buy. I can't really remember what it all was, but it seemed like miscellaneous stuff like a car charger and AA batteries. She was looking through her purse, and I looked at her. Then I began to notice her arms were very chalky white, like to the point if I touched her arm, powdery stuff would come off of it. I thought it was odd, but quickly forgot about it when the woman asked me, "Can you help me find my money in my purse?" I was very taken back at the question and began to feel uneasy at her request. I was raised to never go into my mom or dad's wallets or purses unless I was directly asked to. It's a type of respect, I suppose, for our personal belongings. I asked her, "Are you sure you need me to?" Then she got this wicked smile, showing her darkened yellow teeth and her eyes becoming wild with excitement. "I really would appreciate if you could help me find my money so I can buy these things I need." Uncomfortable with her request and how she was looking at me, I agreed and started to look around her purse that was full of all these things. There were cell phones, tape, lighters, toothpicks, all sorts of stuff. I was looking around through it for money. Then towards the bottom of the purse, there were thick wads of $100 bills rolled up and rubber banded together. I'm talking like 5 or 6 of these wads. If you've ever watched a movie that has dealers or mafias in it, you know what that probably looks like. I pulled out one of these rolls of cash and handed it to the lady. Her smile got even larger and she thanked me for handing her her cash. The whole situation had me on edge, though. For multiple reasons, I'm in the middle of the store, and at any time she could shout that I'm going to rob her. The look she had been giving me the entire time creeped me out, and finally she asked me the question that absolutely floored me. She had asked with her wide, creepy smile, "I'm going to Chicago to see my friends. Would you like to come with me?" I tried to hide my fear and shakily laughed, saying, "I'm only 14. I can't go with you. My mother wouldn't let me even if I wanted to go." The lady had come back with, "You can go hide in my car and you can run away with me. I'll buy you whatever you want and you don't have to go to school." I was extremely uncomfortable at this point and I looked around for my mom. She was nowhere in sight, and there weren't many customers I could look to for help. I didn't really know how to get out of the situation I was in, so I told the woman, "I can't go with you, as cool and fun as it sounds. I have to go help my mom. Have a good trip." I walked towards the back of the store and slipped out the back door. I had the keys to my mom's van, and I quickly went in and sat in the driver's seat, trying to calm down. I texted some of my friends trying to forget what happened, and I waited for my mom to finish her late shift. As I sat there waiting, dismissing what had happened, I noticed there were a few more cars around my mother's car than had been there before. I saw a lot of vehicles towards the front of the gas station getting gas and whatever else they needed. I was hoping that the lady was parked away from my mother's vehicle, but as luck would have it, I saw her making her way around the corner of the store, walking towards her vehicle that was literally parked right next to my mother's van. I was trying to lie the seat down I was sitting in so she wouldn't see me, but she did, and that creepy smile came back when she saw me. She walked by, getting into her car. She rolled down her windows and started calling for me. Young man, excuse me." She kept calling to me. Finally, I sat up and looked at her and asked, "Oh, what's up?" She then began to ask me, "You sure you don't want to go to Chicago? I've got all types of fun things and we could keep you more than occupied. You like drugs? Do you want to try any?" She sat there smiling excitedly. My stomach sank in disgust and I looked at the clock in the van, seeing my mom should be out at any moment. I told the woman again, "No thank you, I'm not interested. I don't do that stuff. Please leave me alone." The creepy, smiling expression disappeared from her face and turned into a hurt, pouty look. "Are you sure?" "I'm more than sure." She turned in her car and backed out. I thought she was gone, so I felt relieved. Then I saw my mom walking up to the passenger side of the van and began to open it. I was even more relieved, but still a bit on edge. I asked my mom to hurry up and get going. She seemed annoyed and told me that I can wait while she changes her shoes, and that the river trip will wait. I was old enough to have my permit and drive, so I started the van anxiously, waiting for the okay from my mother to go. Then, to my horror, that same lady pulled back up on my side of the car, windows rolled down. She asked my mother, "Is he your son?" My mother saw my horrified look on my face and replied to the lady, "How is that any of your concern?" My mom replied. The lady's jaw dropped. She then backed out and sped away quickly. I told my mother then everything that had happened and she was astonished. She was angry and wanted to actually fight the lady. I'm glad she's a protective mother. Looking back on the situation makes me thankful it had happened to me and not my younger brother. It scares me to think how many times she may have pulled this scheme, and how many times she might have been successful. That whole don't talk to strangers thing, it's no joke. It could cost you your life. Third shift at a sketch hotel. From Drewby. For context, my decision-making involving friends is poor at best, and bare-knuckle boxing a grizzly bear at worst. In a mal-conceived set of decisions, I moved from Ohio down to Florida to help a now former friend. After about 2 weeks, we wound up moving to Alabama. An Asian guy and a lesbian in the Bible Belt. Now, once down there, it was impossible to find work that met the minimum income requirements for apartments, which led us to living in our cars for a while. We made it work, parked at a rest stop with a laundromat and showers, but it still is not my favorite memory. Eventually, I wound up begging a hotel to let us stay the night, and I'd pay in the morning with my mother's aid. Well, they wound up cutting me a deal. If I worked 32 hours a week for them, they let me stay in the employee wing. I jumped at the offer without a second thought. The only problem was there wasn't any income, at the start anyway. I eventually did wiggle my way into doubling as a front desk clerk on third shift, so I'd work a night shift, then go work with housekeeping 4 days a week. Now, the guy managing the hotel was a former police chief, but an all-around good guy nonetheless. Don't let him hear you say that, though. The hotel itself, however, left a lot to be desired. Constant flea problems, exposed wires, strong mold population, you get the idea. And now that the stage is set, I'll give you all some stories that could only occur at this questionable hotel in C, Alabama. The first one that comes to mind was a strange call complaint I got early into my third shift training. I was working with a lady. Let's call her Mama L. Mama L was running me through the Windham computer system, teaching me all the weird options in it. We get a call from a room in the back complaining of a guy screaming behind the hotel at 3 a.m. Not sketchy at all. Sarcasm. Well, we lock up the lobby and head back. There's a guy lying prone in the grass, roughly 20 yards from where we came out of the walkway. He's yelling and screaming, all that good stuff. When he finally glances up and sees us, he starts shouting for us to get on the ground, or the gunman will get us. What? Now that raised some questions. My first assumption, however, was that he was high off of something way worse than Mary Jane, so I started walking towards him. Mama L grabs my shoulder, asking me if I had any common sense to pair with that compassion. I held my position after that, and we radioed the manager. He comes down, an old buddy of his from the police force in tow. Through some strange conversation, the officer tells us he's got it handled. Chief gives both me and Mama L a lecture, reminding us to stay safer than that. Mama L was a kid. I've got a roommate who relies on me, etc. Well, the next morning he informs us that the police found a loaded hunting rifle in his room. That made me much more cautious. After that, things were more monotonous. The police would come by looking for people with warrants. There were a lot of domestic disputes that wound up also getting the police involved. Myself and the ladies in housekeeping would often have to force unruly customers off the premises. But the last one I'll mention for now is the thing I saw often on third shift. For context, our hotel lobby is directly attached to the breakfast nook, and it was third shift's duty to have the coffee and oatmeal prepared. We were also required to keep the lights off, as to not disturb the guests at night. So I was using my phone light to brew coffee at about 4 a.m. or so. I was already on edge. We'd always heard rumors of criminals hiding in the woods behind the place, as well as the rumor of a young child who was electrocuted to death directly next to the pool. And while I believe in the supernatural, I'm kind of a hard-to-impress guy about actual sightings. I'm of the strong stance that in order for people to accept the supernatural, there needs to be zero room for doubt. If it's not entirely outside normal explanation, I brush it off. Well, I guess something heard me say that there's nothing weird at this hotel other than people. I had my back turned to everything, filling the coffee pots. I began to hear footsteps. I didn't worry about it at first. I assumed it was the maintenance guy, who I considered a friend. He had all the keys and often stopped by to say hello. I turned around, ready to greet him. but it wasn't him. What I do see is a dark mass, even darker than the room. I blink a few times, assuming my glasses had a smear in them or something was in my eye. It stood about half a foot taller than me. I was about 5'6", so I guess that wasn't too much. But then it began to move. It walked right into the light, coming from the hallway, and stopped. Now I was concerned, because it was still a dark mass even though it was illuminated by light. It didn't make any sense. The light should have shown me what it was, but it didn't. It stood there for several seconds, and then vanished. I was stunned, my heart pounding and racing and my brain wandering. I never finished prepping breakfast so fast. I left Alabama a few months later, but I still have vivid memories from my time there. If I have anything to say, it would be to keep your eyes peeled. There's both human danger in this world and other kinds of danger. Closing shift at the gym / the runner, from Bus Driver Jim. In 2005, I was working as a gym attendant in a small hotel in Mullinsburn near Steps, just outside Glasgow. One night I was closing up at 10 p.m. I was making my way down to the main door to make my way out and lock it up, when I got a strong feeling of being watched. This was an activity I had done many times without incident, and I had never experienced anything out of the ordinary before. I began to feel extremely afraid, and I felt the urge to turn around. When I did, I saw a white shape or mass at the top of the hallway that started to rush towards me. I turned and very quickly closed and locked the main door before running to my dad's car. As soon as I sat down, he said to me, "You look like you've seen a ghost," to which I replied, I think I did." The next day, I went back to work, and that night when it got dark, I started to try and work out what I'd seen. I looked at the lights and shadows, and I watched for cars coming past the window, checking to see if they would recreate what happened. I watched to see if a car setting off the speed camera just outside would show anything. I switched the lights off and on. I even tried leaving the gym TV on with the lights off, but nothing seemed to recreate what I saw. At this point, I put it down to an overactive imagination, or even fatigue, seeing as I had been working 15 hours a day 6 days in a row at that point. But I still had a strong sense of unease that night when I left. 2 days later, when I was working, someone had an accident in the gym. Nothing serious, just tripped over their own water bottle. I was filling out the accident book, and when the gym was quiet, I decided to look through all the previous entries when I stopped and did a double take. Someone 2 years ago before had suffered a fatal heart attack on the treadmill and died after the ambulance had arrived. It was 2 years to the day of my experience. Did I see the tortured soul of that poor person? Trapped in the gym, unable to leave. I asked the night porter in the hotel about it, and he confirmed that yes, a man had indeed died in that gym. What was creepy, though, was that he had had the heart attack at 21:30, and the paramedics pronounced him dead at 2200, the same time I'd seen something. I left a couple of months later, and the hotel was pulled down a few years after that. I've had other paranormal experiences, even a few cryptid sightings, I believe, but this is one of the times when I can fully admit that I was genuinely terrified. Midnight Red Eyes, from Adraxa. This happened to me a couple of months ago and has terrified me ever since. My friend thought it would help if I shared the story. I was on my way home from work at around midnight, one of the quirks of working the late shift. The main roads are well lit, But to get to my place, you would have to take a quiet, deserted road, approximately 10 kilometers before it led to my complex. Normally, I drive this road during the day, but that night, I was covering a colleague's shift, which now I wish I never did. I had taken the exit and covered about a kilometer. I was making way pretty well, all thanks to the odometer rising with every passing minute, until something darted across the road in front of me. Immediately, I pressed on the brakes and managed to stop about 50 meters away from where this thing had decided to stop. It was hard to make out any definite features, so I turned on my high beams, and I was baffled at what I saw. A dog. There in the middle of the road was a canine of some sort. It looked like a husky, but as big as a bear. At first, I thought it was a wolf, but I live in Canada, BC, in a small town just nestled beside the city, so there's no way this could have been a wolf. I shook it off, and I removed my foot from the brake, slowly driving towards it. I was thinking it would run away, as most animals would, the closer I got. But this thing, it just stayed there. I was getting impatient at this point, so I honked, but I was the one that was freaked out, because as it turned its head and swiveled it in a jerky manner, I saw red, murderous-looking eyes zoning in at me. This creature was most definitely not your typical wolf or dog, because those don't have blood-red eyes glaring at you maliciously. I clenched the wheel hard as my eyes took in the rest of this monstrosity. It had a head shaped like a dog, but everything else was just so unnatural. It had a grotesque maw with long fangs and sharp teeth, matted fur patched across its bony body, but the most terrifying thing was its hands. Or a better description would be its mangled hands with talons. I like to believe I'm a strong woman. Being in the army exposed me to a lot of horrors, but this was on a different level. I was frozen to my seat, as if this thing had paralyzed me with its hateful eyes. I kept watching in horror as this monster got up on its hind legs. Standing at about 7 feet tall, it lumbered its way towards me, and just as it neared the hood of the car, I snapped out of my reverie and booked it. I didn't care if my car hit it or what, I just slammed my foot against the accelerator. I went from 0 to around 100 kilometers per hour in less than 10 seconds, and I didn't stop. After stabilizing the wheel, I glanced through the rearview mirror and sighed in relief because I could not see that thing anymore. That is, until something bumped into the rear of the driver's side. I looked in that direction, and I screamed as I saw this thing keeping pace with me. My Jeep was going what would have been around 60 miles per hour at least, and this monster was keeping up with ease. It reached its seemingly disjointed arm and grazed its claws against the glass. I started cursing and swerved my vehicle onto the other side of the road. I shoved my foot on the pedal, and I'm surprised I didn't lose traction and flip. Glancing through the side view mirror, I couldn't see much, but I had a feeling that that thing was still there. I did a shoulder check and held back a sob, and then I saw it. Its freakish Cheshire-like smile from the bottom corner of the window. Its jaw was unhinged, and it had crouched down. Then a blaring horn disrupted the frenzy. I brought my eyes to the front and saw a semi-truck approaching. I quickly swerved into my lane and winced as I felt a thud. I had hit the thing, and with a glance I saw it stumble. I for sure thought it would pursue me again, but it turned and ran into the trees. I held back a choked sob, and I did not remove my foot from the gas pedal until I made it home. There weren't many people out at the time, but I did see a few cars driving along, and this eased me a bit. Soon I pulled into my complex and parked my car before pulling out my phone and calling the security. requesting if I could be escorted to my condo. I was that scared, you have to understand that. The moment I entered my condo, I shivered and I made sure everything was locked and bolted before locking myself in my bedroom. I popped a caffeine pill and sat facing my room window. I didn't fall asleep until sunrise. The morning light brought with it some comfort, allowing my exhaustion to finally kick in, and I went into a fitful sleep. It's been a while since the incident, and the nightmares have died down now. Who knows what in the world it was? The only thing I'm sure of is that I'm not taking that damn road home again. The Ghost in the Storage Room, from Clad the Lad. When I was 17, I used to work at a gas station that was located quite far away from any town. Even with it being almost out in nowhere, there were quite a few people stopping by to fill up gas, shop in the small store connected to it, or to sleep outside. One Friday evening, my boss called me asking me to come to work due to the other night shift worker calling in sick, and there was no one else he could call. I sighed but agreed to it, and he thanked me. I lived about an hour away, so when I got there it was about 9 p.m. I would work until 8 in the morning when 2 others would take the shift over. When I arrived, my boss greeted me and headed out for the night, so I'd spend those hours alone. I really didn't mind this. I liked working alone, because I could decide what music I wanted to listen to pass the time. It was a nice small store, and I enjoyed working there. I loved talking to other people, and I had the best boss ever. Now, the store had 3 doors that connected into the main part. There's the main entrance that is mostly glass, and there's another door that leads to the break room and my boss's office. The third one leads to a storage room. Storage is the most important part. The only way to get into that room is with a special key that only my boss had access to, which means that I can't go in there during the night. Everything was normal that night, pretty empty and quiet. The only patrons so far were some people getting late night snacks after working late, plus some folks I already knew. Then at about 2 in the morning, I heard a faint click sound towards the storage room. I went and looked and saw nothing irregular with the door or anything around it, so I ignored it, thinking it was one of the lights above me that made the sound. But the clicking continued, happening again and again until it clicked once every second or so. I realized it wasn't a click, it was more of a tapping sound, as if someone was tapping at the door from the inside. And then the banging started. Multiple bangs coming from the door as if someone was knocking. That person sounded pissed. "Who's in there?" I yelled, but I was met with silence. No answer, no knock, no taps, no sounds at all. Plus, the music had stopped playing. It was complete silence. I called my boss over and over on the phone, but he never answered. I then tried to call one of the other workers that used to work the night shift that I knew rather well. Surprisingly, he was still awake at this hour. I immediately asked him about the sounds. He said he didn't know what I was talking about and didn't believe what I was hearing. He thought I was just pranking him, but I swore that I wasn't. He asked if I wanted him to come over and work the rest of the time with me, which I gladly said yes to. He lived pretty close and was there in about 20 minutes. We started chatting for a while and then tap, tap, tap. The tapping began again, and I asked him right away if he'd heard that. I never got an answer. I looked at him and his eyes were locked on the storage room door. He wasn't taking his eyes off of it. I told him that was the noise I was talking about. He finally replied, "I've never heard it do that in my life." We were both creeped out. Someone was in the storage room. He ran to the main entrance. The store had this old-style closed and open sign. He turned it to closed, locked the door, and we ran into the break room and locked ourselves inside. We waited for 8 a.m. where our boss and other coworkers came to work. When we heard the pling noise from the main entrance, both of us nearly had a heart attack. The break room door then unlocked, and in came our boss, absolutely furious that we had closed and locked the store down. We explained to him what was happening, and of course he didn't believe us. He then went to unlock the storage room door, even though we insisted that he didn't. But he did it anyway and flung the door open. Inside, it was empty. Impossible, I thought. We had heard banging and tapping coming from that room only hours ago. There was no way whoever or whatever was in there could have gotten out. This made me believe that the gas station was haunted. I never worked at night again, and shortly after I quit. To be honest, I'm quite terrified at the thought of going back there. Working at a care home, from Melissa Bavington. I'm a 22-year-old carer from the United Kingdom. I work different shifts each week. I work with my mother, who's the manager. She asked me when doing the ROTA if I would like to cover the cook shift. I agreed, as it's something new and different for me. The day of my cooking shift, I was in for 7:30 a.m. I began cooking bacon for the residents and pouring the porridge. After an hour or so, I walked over to the sink to wash the bowls and plates. That's when, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a figure. A figure that looked to be taller than 6 feet, but all I could see of it was blackness. It had no face and no clothing, but somehow I knew it was staring at me. I didn't look directly at it, so I could explain it away as someone standing there. So I shrugged it off and carried on, moving to dinner. I cooked up some curry and jacket potatoes. When I walked to the sink and started washing up, I felt a cold feeling on my shoulder, and it brushed down my arm. I thought someone was there, so I told them to leave, and that I wasn't interested in talking at the moment. Immediately, the feeling disappeared. I asked my mother about it, and she told me a few residents asked about a man walking into their room, room 13, a man who came in and just stood there. I figured the same person who had been bothering me while cooking was the same person who was standing in people's rooms all awkwardly. But this wasn't the last occurrence. I began to see a feminine figure in the room of a woman who passed away. The room was vacant, yet there was always a lady standing there, just watching me walk past the doorway. One night I was working the night shift to help out. I was taking a yellow bag out back. When I made my way back, I looked into the conservatory, and I saw a black figure standing in front of a chair, and they were pointing at me. I paused and looked back at the figure. There should have been no one up there. I ran back inside, and I locked the door. On another night, I was cleaning the rooms upstairs. I was at the far back room, deep cleaning it. I looked up to see a figure walking up from the stairs and look right at me for a few seconds. And then it shot right through me, like phased through me in an instant. It took all the air out of my lungs and I had to gasp for air, like I'd just been pulled from the water. I was fine after, but absolutely stunned and horrified. Finally, both me and my mother heard something once that we'll never forget. She was teaching me how to cook different things in the kitchen, when all at once, both of us heard the loudest scream, piercing our ears. It wasn't just us either, as one of the other carers ran towards us, covering their ears. They asked if everything was okay, possibly assuming that we had done the screaming. But when the screaming continued and they arrived, and we weren't the ones doing it, I think we all realized just how creepy that place was. After checking on the residents, they were all fine, and no one knew who had done the screaming. So yeah, if you want a difficult job, and you want to hear disembodied voices and possibly be attacked by ghosts, a care home is perfect for you. Overnight shift from D. I worked as an overnight manager at a popular chain restaurant serving burgers. The first store in my city to flagship the whole open 24 hours bit. The restaurant was situated inland a bit, in a town famous for its nightlife at the beach, in between two college campuses and near one particularly nasty neighborhood, known for regular drug busts. One side of the store faced a main road. The opposite was lined with a thin screen of trees. Behind the store and to the left was mostly woods, and to the right behind the trees was the neighborhood. Despite being in a part of town that was pretty well developed, and honestly fairly decent with the exception of that one neighborhood, nights there were often unsettling. The wooded area had a reputation among the other employees for just feeling kind of creepy. Probably the fact of it being nearly pitch black from lack of streetlights nearby. And its proximity to the place where illegal things happened a lot didn't help any. One night, my Puerto Rican friend Nino and I had just sent the last of the evening shift crew home, and were starting to go through the overnight cleaning and maintenance list. After 10 p.m., the front door was locked, and the store became drive-through only, no exceptions. This is somewhat important, as this rule is strictly enforced to protect us and the store from the very real risk of nighttime robbery. My first task as soon as I had a chance was to filter the fryer oil. If you've ever done this before, it sucks. It's hot, dangerous, dirty work. And unfortunately, for about an hour after this, the fryer and thus about half the menu was essentially unavailable, while the oil reheated. Before I started, I gave about a 20-minute window doing other basic cleaning tasks to be sure we didn't get any late evening stragglers looking for food. During that time, I glanced out across the parking lot from my spot at the window. I saw a police cruiser park in its usual spot and watched the officer walk across the parking lot and down the street that led into the neighborhood. The officer, a guy named Jim, did this every night when he got off work, at our manager's request, as the simple presence of a police car in the parking lot made for a very good crime deterrent. In exchange, Jim got a free lunch. As usual, the drive-thru slowed to nothing. I got to work on the fryer, keeping my headset on, while Nino worked in the back, preparing food for the following day. I was about 10 minutes into my task when my headset pinged, set off by a pressure sensor under the drive-thru where the speaker and the menu box were. I pressed the button and chimed in. "Hello, my name is Dee. How can I help you this evening?" The other end of the speaker remained silent. After 5 seconds, I asked again, just to be sure. After another 30 seconds of silence, I pressed the button once more, turning the speaker off. I assumed it was a glitch, which can happen from time to time. About 3 minutes later, the sensor went off again. I sighed, then pressed the button. "Hello, my name is Dee. How can I help you this evening?" I chirped. Again, no response. This time, before I asked again, I stood from my spot by the fryers and looked out over the counter towards the drive-thru. Sure enough, there was a large red pickup sitting there, its windows rolled up. At this point, I assumed maybe my headset was malfunctioning, so I couldn't hear the truck's engine through it. I got up and went around the corner to the drive-thru station. I changed out my headset and pushed the button on the new one. I said my line and was greeted with the telltale rattle of the truck's engine, but still no response from the driver. I waited for a moment, then heard the engine growl as the truck sped off, but something felt off. It took me a second to figure it out. The drive-thru was a single lane with no exit except for past the window next to me, and the entrance was visible from my station, just not the area in front of the speaker box. Their truck didn't exit either way, at least not as far as I could see, and the only other way it potentially could have gone was over a 3-foot-tall knee wall and some bushes on the other side. Unable to give a rational explanation for what I'd seen, I sat there puzzled for a few minutes. Suddenly, there was a sharp tap on the glass of the drive-thru window. I jumped nearly out of my skin, already a little on edge. There, standing next to the window, was a man wearing a long, tattered dirt brown duster and a camping backpack, desperately in need of a shave. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm not allowed to serve you if you aren't in a car, for safety reasons," I said, without opening the window. I wasn't about to open that window, for risk that the guy might try and jump through, and in case someone came driving into the drive-thru with him standing there and ran him over. He pleaded with me a few minutes, ignoring my requests to leave, until my politeness wore thin, as he begged me to open the window with various excuses. He seemed frightened. Finally, I warned him that I was about to call the cops and pointed to the empty cop car in the lot, at which point he ran away hastily. By then, I was even more on edge, so I went and told Nino about what was going on. He listened and started to look a bit worried himself. The back of house in this restaurant was shaped roughly like a capital H, with one side being the drive-thru and the other side being the prep line. The drive-thru reached from my station to the front to a second in the rear of the building, at the end of a long hallway specifically for passing out food when the restaurant was fully staffed. Nino was working exactly opposite of me in the other corner, so there was a walk-in cooler between him and the second drive-thru station. While I was back there explaining to him what happened, we suddenly heard a loud crash from over by that window. We ran over, Nino grabbing a knife from the rack on the way. What we found was a stack of buckets full of pickles 3 tall, not fallen off the shelf but seemingly lifted over the lip of the shelf and slammed down hard on the floor, hard enough for the bottommost bucket to have completely shattered. There was pickle juice everywhere, but absolutely no indication as to what had actually happened. The doors and windows were all locked and secured still, and only myself and Nino were in the building. We looked over the mess, baffled, when the drive-thru sensor began to beep again. I took a deep breath and steadied myself before responding. "Hello, my name is Dee. How can I help you this evening?" There was a shriek immediately, like static or interference in the headset for a couple of moments. Then silence. I repeated my line but got no response. I walked back up to the counter and looked again to see if there was someone actually there, but the drive-thru was empty. It was at this point that I realized that we'd had a gap in actual customers of almost 2 hours. This wasn't unusual in the early morning, but it was still midnight. We hadn't even reached the time when the bar crowd would have slowed, and we hadn't had a customer since the guy who tried to get me to open the window. I glanced out the front window and my blood ran cold. There were no lights at all, visible from past our parking lot. No streetlights on the other side of the main road. None of the businesses on the other side, no cars passing, and again, this is a major road. I couldn't even see the lights of the college campus through the trespass that lines it. All we could see beyond our parking lot was black. We had had power outages before, but they didn't follow a perfect line at the edge of the parking lot. And even if this is what it was less like there was no lighting, and more like everything beyond the building and parking lot was just swallowed up by total darkness. My attention was suddenly shattered by an intensely loud bang, like someone had punched the glass of the drive-thru window. I looked over, startled, to see the guy in the long jacket from before standing there facing towards the darkened road. His hood was up, and I could not see his face. He just stood there in the drive-thru staring unmovingly towards the darkened street. Suddenly, there was another bang, this one from the front door, and then another from the back drive-thru window. Nino came running out of the back and into the small office to check the security cameras. He'd heard another bang at the back door. At each entrance, there was a person, all of them 6 in total, were staring unmoving towards the dark street. Nino swore and yelled for me to check the door locks, becoming more than a little afraid himself now. I did, and they were all secure. He shouted out again as the people began to move in unison, walking slowly towards the darkness, paced perfectly, so that as they reached the edge of the light, they were walking shoulder to shoulder. All 6 of them stepped out of sight into the darkness in perfect unison, and suddenly the shadows were parted by the headlights of a passing car, but the 6 people that were there were gone. The lights on the far side of the street flickered back into existence. The figures of the 6 people were nowhere to be seen. They'd simply vanished. Everything went back to normal now. We returned to our tasks after a few minutes of just being in awe. Obviously, a sense of fear and unease lingered over us, but soon the bar crowd showed, then slowed, and the early breakfast customers started staggering in. Our relief and another manager I'll call Lisa showed up, and as was policy, they asked us about the previous night. I didn't want to sound insane or freak her out, so I trimmed the story a bit, just telling her there were some odd people hanging around during the night, and to be careful. I know she could sense that something wasn't right in my tone, and she began to ask more questions. I explained further and she went pale, and she recounted her own story about more or less feeling she was being watched in the store at night. She asked if I believed in ghosts, and before I could answer, suddenly the smoothie station just sort of exploded. Cups, lids, and utensils on the station scattered like someone had swept a hand across it, knocking them all violently away. We both stared at the station in genuine terror and decided not to talk any more on the subject, because something clearly didn't want us to. I left that store less than a week later. There were a couple of other odd incidents, one of which was when I saw a taller-than-life shadowy figure standing at the edge of the parking lot all night. And on occasion, things would move on their own. Nino even left a couple of weeks after that, and the last time I visited that store, none of the original staff I'd worked with was still there. Police Officer's Experience from Anonymous. I'm a police officer in New Mexico, and I've been on the job for 10 years. Back in 2013, I worked the graveyard shift and would visit with my uncle who ran a security business and worked at a lot of new construction sites. One night around 1 a.m., my uncle asked me to swing by his construction site so that he'd have some police presence due to some strange activity. I got to his site around 1:30. I was parked next to his vehicle while I sat in my unit. We talked for about an hour when we started hearing noises coming from one of the apartments that had barely been started being built. I exited my unit and investigated, but found nothing. We sat and talked for another few minutes or so, and not more than 10 feet in front of my unit, a small mist began to take form. I told my uncle about it, and all of a sudden the mist grew larger, and then it took human shape and walked across the street in front of my unit, disappearing next to the apartment I had just searched. We sat there for a bit in silence, then the weird noises started back up. I exited my unit to check the apartment again, but once more found nothing. For the next hour or so, we kept hearing voices from the building, but every time we checked, nothing was found. It was a quick experience, but certainly terrifying and bewildering. Woman at the Door from Phantom 87. Location unknown. Years ago, I worked for a Marriott hotel as a night auditor. To give you some background on the layout, this hotel was near a major highway with the front entrance near the front desk, from which you could exit the back door in not even 20 feet. In contrast, the sides of the hotel stretched over 100 feet to long, narrow hallways leading to exits and automatically locking doors. At this job, the pay was fine, and at times it was somewhat peaceful there, despite random irate guest phone calls. One particularly slow night during the winter, when we had 10 rooms filled out of 150, I had to perform my walk of the property internally. We do this to deliver receipts and to make sure people are in bed. I'm not saying that guests aren't allowed to stay up, but normally after 3 in the morning, no guests really are. As per my normal routine, I lock the automatic doors with a hidden switch on our desk. Then I manually lock the front doors near the desk as a 2-tier safety system. I do not unlock them until 6:30, which is before breakfast starts. To lose some time, I normally sat in the back office room, watching videos from 2 to 6:30. On this night, I was watching a video on my phone when I heard the automatic doors open, which was immediately cause for concern because I had already locked them. I thought I was hearing things, to be honest. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw what appeared to be a person's head literally leaning through the manually locked door, which is thick and heavy. Thinking to myself that I must be seeing things, I ignored it and continued to watch my phone, thinking it was the lack of sleep or my mind playing tricks on me. Not even 3 minutes later, out of the corner of my eye again, I see a woman, but she appears to be floating in the air. She completely passes through the doors, wearing this long crimson dress, red heels, and she has blonde hair up in swirls in a very old fashion. In utter disbelief, I jumped up and ran to the front desk, calling out to see who was there. I was standing in the lobby now, but getting no answers. I called out, "Hello?" I was hoping that it was a guest and I would hear a response, but there was no such luck. I walked the entire property again just to make sure I was not crazy. Maybe I had missed someone who was awake, but again there was nothing. Needless to say, I ended my shift and was creeped out to continue working there. Sometime later, I got a different job, and I never returned to working in the hotel industry. Thinking back on this event, I believe that I saw something unnatural, something that was intelligent enough to want to be seen, but only just barely. Strange happening at work. From Gold Star Tank Expert. Location: unknown. I work as a night supervisor at a busy gas station in a large city. The city has a low crime rate, thankfully, and most of our customers are quite friendly. But as any retail employee can tell you, that doesn't mean it's the safest place to work. I'm 5'9" and on the stocky side. I know my fair share of self-defense and always carry a pocket knife. I live in a centuries-old church. That's another story in and of itself. I'd like to believe that, thanks to its ominous atmosphere, I don't scare easily. But what happened that night at work still haunts me, as I can't find any logical explanations for it. It was a normal closing shift the majority of the night. My station closes at 11 p.m. and due to the store policy, another coworker and I had just locked up for the night and were busy doing the final cleaning jobs. My coworker had finished his half of the job and soon moved over to our kitchen. I stayed by the coolers and continued to organize the cans of energy drinks, and that's when I heard it. A very loud sneeze. I called out without looking, "Bless you." My coworker immediately responded, "Wait, that wasn't you?" "No," I replied. I soon saw his 6-foot frame fill the entrance of the kitchen with a worried look on his face. He continued, "Are you sure there wasn't someone outside?" I hadn't been watching the door too closely. It was unlikely that someone would be walking by the door that late at night. I quickly suggested we search the store and we checked every possible hiding place, but found no one. We were both a bit creeped out at that point and decided to leave a little early. The following day, I checked with the security officer, who said he hadn't seen anyone but us on the cameras that night, and around the same time there was no one standing outside. I figured as much, as the noise I'd heard was too clear to have come from outside. It was almost like the person who sneezed was right next to the both of us at the same time, even though we were both on different sides of the store. I know this seems silly, but the sheer fact that we both heard it loud and clear, and neither of us could find a rational explanation for it, it leaves me with an ominous feeling. Since then, we haven't heard anything like it. However, we recently had a new hire join the team, and she claimed to have heard voices when she was alone several times. I'm hoping this does not become a common occurrence. If it does, I'll probably have more stories to share. The Sobbing Child, from JC. Location unknown. It was a dark, rainy night. I had just gotten off work and was relieved to be able to go home finally. I worked the night shift, so I would finish work at about 3 a.m. I was on my way home in my car when my car suddenly made this loud sound and came to a screeching halt. I cursed and got out of the car to inspect what was wrong. It was then that I saw from the corner of my eye what appeared to be a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old. She looked to be dressed in an old-fashioned gown, which was very strange, especially in the middle of the night on the road. I assumed the worst. I felt bad and went up to her quickly, asking her where her parents were. She just continued to cry and sob. I'm a compassionate person, and this broke my heart seeing it. So I knelt down to ask her some questions, when she suddenly vanished like a mist in the air, here 1 second and gone the next. Chills flooded my body all over. I ran back to the car and prayed as I turned the key in the ignition. It started without a problem, and I raced home. My drives home have not been the same ever since. The Nurse Who Never Went Home, from I'm Not the Ghost. Location, Virginia. I worked at a nursing home about 6 months ago. At the time, I'd only had my nurse aide certification for about 4 months, so I was fairly new. On that particular day, I was assigned to my normal 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift. I finished my work as I normally would, and when 11 p.m. came around, I patiently waited for the night shift aide to show up. But she never did. And that meant I had to stay and work for the night, which would be my first time doing it. The hallways were only illuminated by the light of the nursing station. I quickly made a round to make sure my residents were in bed as they should have been. Once I finished my round, I sat behind the nurse's station and began to chart. The charge nurse had stepped away from my unit for her break, so I was back there all by myself. The place seemed much more intense after dark, but considering I would often stay until 11 anyways, I should have noticed that before. Maybe that night was different. I had been focusing on my charting when suddenly I heard a door slam from down the hallway. I jumped to my feet, rushing down the hallway. I thought that one of my residents had shut their door, and in this facility all doors had to remain open so that we could monitor fall risk residents. However, when I went into the hallway, I didn't find any doors shut, but I did find a door open that was not supposed to be open, specifically room 204A. The door to this room had been shut days ago so that our maintenance crew could fix the busted toilet. I stepped into the room to notice that both windows were open as well, and for some reason, the sink in the bathroom was on. I quickly shut off the water, shut the windows, turned off the light, and locked the door. I was pretty shaken at this point. I did another quick round and returned back to the nursing station. At this point, it was only a little past 1 a.m., I had started my charting again. I had been sitting there for 5 minutes when I heard the clicking of shoes down the hallway. I got up and looked down the hall, expecting to see one of the dementia residents. But that's not what I saw. In the middle of the hallway stood a tall, blonde young woman with bright red lipstick on. She wore a set of the blue nurse aide scrubs that all the employees wore. But then I noticed something odd. There seemed to be a soft glow around her body, and she was slightly transparent. I looked closer at her face and saw that her cheeks were tear-stained. I began to step closer toward this apparition. When I did, I could see crimson stains on her uniform. I remember standing frozen in fear then. I decided the best thing to do was to run back to the nurse's station, then call my charge nurse back to the unit. But before I could turn around and run down the hallway, this thing ran at me, making an awful screaming noise. I screamed too, running back to the nurse's station, and quickly calling the other unit, asking for the charge nurse to come back. I looked down the hallway and that thing had slowly begun to fade away, as if it was being erased from existence. When the charge nurse came back, she looked slightly annoyed with me, asking why I was acting so frantic. I told her about what I'd seen, and suddenly her face held a look of realization, but then she went back to normal, telling me that I was just acting ridiculous and that I needed to get back to work. I finished out my shift without any more disturbances from whatever that was, thank God. Later that week, I had been talking to the other aides. I had told them about my experience that night. Apparently, many years ago, this was a standard hospital, and one night a nurse assistant was working the night shift. She had gone to check in on one of the violent patients. He had saved the fork from his dinner that evening and stashed it under his pillow. When she entered the room to check on him, he ended her life violently using that very fork. He had been there from the local jail, and this was his attempt to escape. The aide told me that the nurse assistant was admitted to that very hall, where she died days later. I never again saw that apparition, and I quit a few months after that. I do not know if I believe this story, but I do know that I've seen something. I work at a different nursing home now, but I absolutely refuse to work the night shift, for obvious reasons. Video rental store horror story from Austin K. Location unknown. I'm a 23-year-old guy who just recently started his first job. You might be wondering why I got my first job at 23. That's because since I was 16, I had to take care of my grandmother, who had COPD, so I had no time to really commit to a job. If I ever left her alone, she'd be forced into a nursing home, and I never wanted to let that happen. I made the choice to put my life on hold until the time came where I'd be able to commit to a job. And as my grandmother recently passed on, I was now able to get a steady job myself, to get some money in to pay bills and such. I applied for a job at my local video rental store, and I got the job pretty quick, as the manager really took to me. I was trained within a week, and I was placed onto the night shift. Now, our night shifts aren't anything crazy. They're pretty dead, as a matter of fact. You'll get the occasional customer who walks in, grabs a movie, and is on their way real quick. But you'll sometimes get those creeps who come in for the adult movies at 9 p.m. and such, but nothing too crazy. That was until 2 weeks into the job. The most horrifying thing happened to me. I came into work that night at 7 p.m., which was my usual time. I would work until 10 p.m. or 11, given which day it would be on. Once I got there, I did my usual routine with my coworker of counting the drawers. After getting any info I may have needed from him to start my shift, he left, finishing his out. I had gotten probably an hour into my shift, so it would be about 8 p.m. by then, when a man walked through the door with a hood over his head. Anytime someone came in, I'd always say hello. Most people would reply the same back, or at least do some kind of gesture. But this guy didn't. In fact, it was as if he completely ignored me. He then just walked off into the store into a corner where I could barely see him. Now, a little backstory for the setting of when this happened. It was January, so it was cold out. The man had a heavy jacket on which covered him up pretty well. His hood covered his face enough to where I could barely make it out at first. Eventually, he would make his way to where I could see him fully, as he had taken his hood down from his head. Now, I'm not a guy who gets creeped out often, but when I seen this man, I immediately felt uneasy. He had a big scar on his cheek along with tattoos all over his neck. He appeared to be in his mid-30s with short, cropped hair. He suddenly glanced at me as I was looking at him, and his eyes met mine. I can't explain how creeped out I was by this. It was as if this man was looking deep into my soul, and it sent shivers down my spine. I immediately looked down at my computer and pretended that nothing had just happened. Eventually, I glanced back up to see the man was now approaching me at the front counter. In my head, I just wanted to check this guy out and get him out of here. I was getting more uncomfortable by the second, the longer he was there. It was only me and him in that store. I had never been so creeped out by someone in my life. As he approached, I could see his face much more clearly. He had no expression on his face, but his eyes looked at me as if he had hate towards me. He slammed his movie on the counter with a gesture of intimidation. I was thrown off at this, as I did not know this guy, and had no idea why he would be acting this way towards me. I slowly leaned up from my computer and mumbled out the words, "Is there something wrong, sir?" I was so creeped out I didn't even realize how shaky and uneasy my voice was. It sounded as if I was so scared by him, I could barely utter a word. The man looked at me for what felt like forever, before finally replying, "I want this movie, but I need you to do something for me." At this point, I just wanted the guy out, so I answered with, "What would that be, sir?" Now, my store has very specific rules about what to do when a person seems hostile towards you, so I was already putting the plan together of what I would do if it came down to it. The man looked at me a couple of times, making me feel very uneasy, before he leaned forward slowly, and he spoke with his breath hitting my face. It smelled of weed, alcohol, and like he hadn't brushed in ages. "I want you to give me everything you have in that register." I immediately froze. The man then slammed a gun down onto the counter to reveal it in a dramatic and intimidating way, before picking it up and pointing it at my face. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest and ears. I began to shake and I could feel sweat rolling down my forehead. I didn't dare move, not even to raise my hands, because I did not want him to think I was trying something. I felt myself struggle to get any words out before I finally did. Take what you want. It's in the drawer in front of me. You can get it so you know I won't do anything." He grinned a yellow smile at me before slowly making his way around the counter to the register. I stepped back as he pulled it open and began filling his pockets with cash. I'm not stupid. I know working the night shift always leaves the chance of something like this happening, and I had heard plenty of horror stories about this type of stuff, which is why I carried my pocket knife with me. I slowly slid my hand down into my left pocket, grasping the knife tightly in my hand, so tight that my hand went numb. As the man turned around, he looked at me before pointing the gun back at me. I knew he wasn't going to let me go. I'd seen his face, and this seemed like the type of guy who did not want anything left behind. My paranoid mind kept telling me that this would be where I die. Right here, on the floor of my first job. He inched closer to me, digging the gun's barrel into my temple. He whispered threats in my face, all of which convinced me that he was going to end it here and now, unless I did something. I screamed and I pounced. I swung my hand with the knife. I stuck it somewhere. The man yelled out in pain, and I believe he dropped the gun. I ran out the doors. I jumped in my car, and I floored it out of there, glancing back in the rearview mirror, only to see the man picking himself up off the floor. Once I was far enough away, I called the police. Of course, once they got there, the man was gone, though he left a red trail on the floor behind the counter. My knife was there still, lying on the floor where he had been. The police asked me questions, took what they needed, and then had me go to their station to do a sketch of the man. I gave the best description I could, and they thanked me, sending me home. About a week later, I got a call from the police, who told me they found the man after a person who lived near our store said that they'd seen him a few nights later creeping around the back section outside the store. They had him in custody, and that I no longer needed to worry about him. I still work there to this day. My coworkers hail me as a hero and brave, but I don't feel that way. That event had me scared, shaky, sweaty, and having nightmares for a while. I always kept thinking to myself what reasons he would have to come back. Why would he be sneaking around the outside of the store when he knew he could get caught? But I think I know why. He was coming back for me. Police Ghost from Bowhunter 39. Location, New Mexico. I'm a police officer in New Mexico and have been on the job for 10 years. Back in 2013, I worked the graveyard shift, and I would visit my uncle who ran a security business and worked at a lot of new construction sites. One night around 1 a.m., my uncle asked me to swing by his construction site, which was where he was working, so that there was some sort of police presence there to make him feel safer. He said that there had been some strange activity. I got to his site around 1:30 a.m. I was parked next to his vehicle while I sat in my unit. We talked for about an hour when we started hearing noises coming from one of the apartments that had just started being built. I exited my patrol car and investigated, but found nothing out of the ordinary. We sat and talked for 10 minutes or so, when not more than 10 feet in front of us, a small mist began to form and take shape. I quickly pointed it out to my uncle, who grew silent and pale. The mist became larger, and soon it formed the silhouette of a person. I watched it as it walked across the street and right in front of my car, then disappeared next to the apartment that I had just searched. We sat there dumbfounded, in silence, until these strange noises started back up again. I went back to check the apartment again and again, but never found anything. For the next half hour or so, we kept hearing talking from the building when no one was there. None of it made sense. Outside the bar, from Lil Hall. Location, unknown. I work the night shift at the local 24-hour store down the street from my house. It was a long night, and I had about an hour left until my shift was over. I was busy sweeping the floors when the sound of the bell rang. I looked up from my sweeping to see a middle-aged woman dressed in a torn skirt and top. She appeared to be in a rush as she practically ran to the back of the store. I thought to myself and wondered if this was strange or if I should ask her if she needed help. I decided to just keep an eye on her and go back to my cleaning. The woman then ran to the front desk carrying a water bottle and a bag of chips. I speed-walked to the counter and began scanning the items. The woman began to make odd noises like grunting or even little screams. I would look up at her every few seconds just to make sure she wasn't going to pull a knife or something. I know it's bad to assume things like that, but I couldn't help myself. When I finally finished checking out the woman, she threw about $100 on the counter and just ran away. I was in shock as I watched her run as fast as she possibly could down the road. I picked up the cash and began following after her, but I was stopped by a man dressed in all black beginning to walk into the store. How could this night get any worse? As I began running back into the store to take care of what I thought would be my next customer, I couldn't stop myself from thinking what could make this night any worse. And then I realized I had fallen right into their trap because the woman and the man knew each other. The woman had been faking it, had thrown the money down to get me out of the store, and now I could see the man, armed with something shiny in his hand, grabbing everything from the register. I stayed outside, terrified that if I went in, he would do something to me. I called the cops, but when they showed up and searched the area, there was no sign of either of them. To this day, I still don't know what happened to the man, or if they ever found him. All I know is that I'll never work the night shift again. Ghosts in the CCTV Blind Spots. Submitted by Rorschach. I am a concierge for a residential building, and it's basically fancy flats for high-earning people. The concierges do a mixture of work on a rota-time basis from morning, evenings, and nights. We mainly just sit in the reception room, and being the first main form of contact, we write down and log any problems the tenants may have and send it to the right department. We also have to monitor the car park, as well as keys, fobs, and cards, and check who goes in or out of the building. Looking at the CCTV footage is also part of the job, and those of you who have worked alongside CCTV cameras, you know there are always blind spots. I mean, the camera can only capture a part of the room, and there will always be some angle where the camera cannot quite catch or reach. Some of the concierges who work on the night rota joke that they will sleep anywhere in the building where there is a blind spot for the CCTV camera. On the weekend night shifts, you get another concierge to help work alongside you, and on the weekdays you're alone in the nights. On the morning and evening shifts, you're mainly alone, but there is an hour crossover when one concierge has an hour left on his or her shift, and when another concierge has just started. These crossovers have been purposely put in at certain points of the day when the building is most busy. I'm the newest one out of all the concierges, and I am on my second month. The managers are actually nice, and I don't feel scared asking for help when I need it. On my first night alone, it did give me the creeps at first, because the place is a large building. It's actually 3 buildings which are all interlinked. It does get cold and we have heaters, but even though it's on full blast, the temperature seems to always drop. I often heard things moving around the building, but I kept logically trying to pinpoint what it was. And I don't know, but I felt this great uneasiness all around me. I had never done night shifts before, and I was struggling at first. Eventually, I fell asleep for about an hour, but there was no one around to catch me. It was around that time that I heard this faint voice telling me to wake up. I shot up so fast. I began looking around, and I spotted right in the corner of my reception area what appeared to be a floating apparition that was just barely visible. What I did see was that it was smiling at me, like it didn't care about its existence being so terrifying to me. Heck, maybe that even made it happy. I instantly sobered up. That was replaced with fear and shock. And then I saw the apparition had a child in its arms. I tried looking at the CCTV camera, and it was in the blind spot where I couldn't see it, so if it was visible on camera, I wouldn't have been able to record it either. Meaning when I told anyone about this, they would think I was crazy. The temperature began to drop, and the entity continued to smile that sinister smile. Just before the thing disappeared, just fading away from existence, I thought I could see ice forming on the small baby in its arms. After that, I didn't even try to go to sleep again. When I went home that night, I jumped straight into bed, feeling safe enough to finish my sleep, but I was awoken by my phone ringing. It was my manager. She told me that one of the tenants' babies had passed away from hypothermia that night, and she asked me if I saw anything unusual or know anything about this. I told her no, and there was obviously nothing they could find on CCTV. A baby passing away in an apartment building from hypothermia, that's bizarre, I think. Then, on a different night shift, I found something else in the club room. That room was made so tenants can go somewhere to socialize and even have parties. I first heard lots of noises coming from the club room, but it just ended up being a homeless man. But as I was walking away, I saw it, another apparition standing in one of the blind spots in the cameras, this time directly below a camera, in the corner of the room. It seemed frozen and still, not staring at me, but watching the homeless man intently. Later on that week, when I read this in a newspaper, it gave me pause, and I wondered if it was the same homeless man. Because near our complex, they found a homeless man who had passed away in the night. It appeared to be from a mugging. These spirits seem to know what they're doing, and they purposely appear in areas where the CCTV cameras don't catch them. And when you consider that the cameras see the main parts of each room, it's a creepy realization, thinking that in every dark spot in a room you walk into, something might be watching. And better yet, you can't prove it to anyone, because the CCTV cameras don't see anything. Because of this, I'm still very much struggling to get used to the night shifts I work on, and every time I fall asleep or go to the office room to have some shut-eye, I always strangely end up in another part of the building. And creepy enough, I later noticed that the parts of the building I wake up in, they're blind spots from the CCTV cameras. I still work here, and I'm still part of the night shift, but now I'm determined to stay awake no matter what, and to look for a better, safer job. The Field Stalker, submitted by James. These events took place almost 20 years ago in Indiana, where I grew up. My father lived about an hour outside of Indianapolis in the middle of nowhere, and I would visit him over the weekends as a child. It was a nice, quiet town, and he lived on a large piece of land. Vast rolling fields stretched as far as my vision carried, with deep, lively forests encompassing them on nearly every side. Some of my best memories were spent hunting and working outside with my old man, breathing in the crisp country air that sat undisturbed by the hustle and bustle of the city. It would have been a perfect place if it had not been for the thing that inhabited the land. I still remember the first time I saw it. I was sick as a dog, and my father yelled out to me, "Put those chickens up, boy," before shutting the door and making his way to his job. Every night he had me work around the house and land, making sure everything was kept tidy and in place. It took me a couple of hours, but I usually enjoyed it, considered it my night shift, even though I was a kid. He had a few dozen chickens that he would use for his eggs and the occasional family dinner. They were always a lot of fun to chase around and play with as a child. Well, about an hour after he left, I was able to force myself out of bed, my sinuses congested and head throbbing. I made my way out the back door. Night was beginning to fall as I rounded up all my little feathery friends into the coop, before closing and barring the door, checking their water and food. I glanced to my right at the enormous fields that stretched out of my sight, and I saw a storm roaring way off in the distance. With such a huge area providing an open sky, any storm within dozens of miles could be seen as flashes of lightning rang silent and illuminated the entire property with each flicker. I sat there, mesmerized by the beauty of the storm, before something caught my eye. It first appeared in a flash of lightning, a good distance away, but a few seconds later, it was much, much closer, and I made out a grotesque shape tearing through the fields parallel to me. It wore skin so pale that it glowed a faint blue in the moonlight, and its limbs were jagged, disproportionate to its body. One leg seemed longer than the other, and its arms were clenched against its body like a praying mantis. Long, wispy fingers hung down as it strode on through the blackness. I sat there in place as fear gripped me tightly. This thing was gaining distance so fast. With each sporadic interval of lightning, it seemed to gain hundreds of feet. It wasn't until a particularly long stretch of lightning strikes that I got a better look at it. It ran in a way that still pops up in my nightmares. Its body trembled and convulsed as it glided across the grass. Its longer leg made apparent as its sprint resembled more of a limp. But a limp that had to be speeding by at over 30, maybe 40 miles per hour. The one thing that stuck out more than any of this was the absolute silence. It was running by at an inhuman speed as its joints bent and twisted begrudgingly, but it never made one sound. Each step was completely devoid of any noise, and though it looked like its body hurt to move, it was as if it wasn't even there. With each flash of lightning, it gained an impossible amount of ground, and before I knew it, it was gone. It dissolved into the faraway tree line without any disturbance. I ran back inside, crying to my dad's girlfriend, and was probably babbling incoherently as she tried to calm me down. I spent the rest of my night on the couch in fear, watching sitcoms with my future stepmother. For the next several months, what was normally a trip that I looked forward to was one that stewed anxiety in my gut, as I dreaded possibly seeing that thing again in the night. But as I came and went dozens of times more, I hadn't encountered it, and I was beginning to wonder if it was just a strange trick of light, as I was extremely sick at the time of seeing it. Fast forward a few years, and I was just entering high school. My father's house was a great place to have gatherings with friends as we had bonfires, cookouts, football games, you name it. I had all but forgotten my experience, and my dad's home was once again a destination that I spent the entire week thinking about. Me and several friends, Wayne, Tim, Steve, and Matt, had planned a time to go out there. After waiting impatiently for a few weeks, the day finally came to go out, and I was excited to spend time with my friends and dad. We packed up all the essentials and made the trip without a hiccup. Once we arrived, we proceeded to do all the reckless things a bunch of partially supervised 14-year-olds would do. And after wearing ourselves out a bit, we started up a campfire and chatted for a little while as the remainder of the day quickly passed. We talked about the typical things, sports, girls, etc. As the sun was beginning to set, we were putting out the fire. Tim and Matt were feeding grass and fruits to an old horse that someone was paying my father to have set up in an enclosed area on his property. It was a very old horse named Jack, and it pretty much just stood around all day as it was old and broken down. It would barely be able to shuffle up to us to accept our offerings of food. "Finish up playing with the horse, ladies. Wayne shouted at them as he shoveled dirt and ash under the fire with his boot. It's time to get started. Wayne was talking about playing flashlight tag. He enjoyed it a lot more than all of us, and sometimes took it a little bit too seriously, but regardless, it was a good time. As we gathered up in the center of the yard, playing rock, paper, scissors to determine who would go first, I couldn't help but remember my time here, working each and every night to tend to the animals and land. And as my mind drifted back to that, it began to drift back to the thing I saw that night. But I quickly shook my head, shaking off the thought. Anyway, back to our game. The rules go, the first person who got caught would be the next one to be it. Pretty basic stuff. Tim ended up being the first person it. We watched him turn around and place his head in his arms as he leaned against a tree. Then he began to count to 60. Once his back was facing us, we all scattered aimlessly into the dark. Racing around the huge yard, I found a large pile of old logs and firewood that I thought was a great hiding place. I was always the guy who tried to find the best hiding spot and stay put, rather than periodically moving spots as the seeker made their patrols. I knew this area like the back of my hand, after living here for years and working here outside at night for years. So if anything, I figured I had a huge advantage. 58, 59, 60. I heard Tim yell out as I saw the bright glow of the flashlight pierce into the night. I sat there smiling, still as a statue, as Tim slowly paced around the yard, waving his flashlight in every direction. Peeking through the logs, I had to stop myself from chuckling as I thought there was no way I'd ever be found. I huddled up as tightly as I could and covered up any skin with all the loose shreds of clothing that hung off of me. Just as I was settled in, I nearly had a heart attack as the horse abruptly cried out and began stomping around only 10 feet behind me. The horse was normally so slow and quiet that I hadn't even noticed it standing in my vicinity before it lashed out. It surprised me so bad that I jumped and caused a few of the logs surrounding me to go tumbling down. I saw the beam of light from Tim's hand swing over to me quickly as he briskly walked towards my spot. I was crouched down under a bunch of wood, so I wasn't really in any place to make a run for it, so I just waited to be caught. "Gotcha, man," I heard Tim yell out, triumphantly. "Yeah, I didn't think anyone would get me here," I said back. He retorted with some juvenile trash talk, and I made my way to the back porch, glancing back at the horse who was trotting around the electric fence nervously. I sat on the porch and sarcastically shouted, "You guys got this," as well as, "Woo! Go guys, keep it up," as I waited, hoping I might get them to laugh and get caught, so I could get on with the next round. I heard the excited screams of those guys as they were caught, and the sounds of some attempting to move through the dark as subtly as possible, while giggling to themselves. They were the worst at this, yet I had got caught first, thanks to the horse. All this time, though, I couldn't help but look out at the horse, frequently, to see that it was moving around erratically still, whinnying and snorting, something I'd never seen it do before. My round being it went relatively quickly, as I knew the area well, and my friends even better. Matt was the first person I found, and he was lying face down on top of a red car while wearing all black. He thought he could blend in. "Hey dummy," I said as I shined the light over his body. His face slowly turned towards me as if to make sure I was actually talking to him. We laughed as he made his way to the porch. The rest of my round went quickly, and we sat around talking for a little bit before starting up again. Matt kind of started to complain that he didn't want to be it, and he started to pout. He could be a bit of a wimp sometimes, after the rest of us pressured him into it. A few minutes into the next round, I again nearly jumped out of my skin as the horse let out another outburst. Shortly after I heard Matt's voice ringing out, "Guys, can we stop, please? Seriously, I'm not kidding, please get out here." I heard Steve yell back, "Yeah, right." And Wayne yelled back, "Don't be such a wuss, Matt." But Matt replied, Guys, I'm serious. Please, I'm not kidding. Please just come out. After a few moments, I decided to come out, seeing that maybe he was a little spooked, being so far out from his comfort zone in the middle of the night. "What's up, dude?" I asked as I approached him. "I saw something. I don't know what, but I don't know. I just saw something weird," he explained to me as Wayne and Steve emerged as well. "What's up, man? Are you just trying to get out of being it?" Steve said. "Screw you." Matt spat back at him. All right, Wayne mediated and calmed the two down. "Guys, I saw something. It looked kind of like a person, but it was pale, and it didn't have any hair or clothes," Matt said as he started to gain his composure again. I felt my heart sink as I remembered that thing I saw running through the fields years before. "What are you talking about, dude?" Wayne asked, seeming to get a little bit nervous. It was right then that Steve spoke out. "Wait a minute, where's Tim?" We all looked in each direction to make a quick head count, and we all went into a small panic. "Tim!" I called out of instinct and began quickly walking around the yard as the rest followed suit. That old horse was all but sprinting around the perimeter of its enclosure as we frantically called out to our friend. "Come on, Tim!" We had split up and were running around at this point, trying to find Tim. "Where the heck is he?" I heard Wayne yell out in frustration as the minutes piled on. "What's happening?" I said to myself as I made my way around an old, worn-down shed towards the back of the property. Just then I heard the familiar voice of Tim. "Guys, I'm over here!" A huge wave of relief swept over me when I heard him. Yet, when I looked up, I didn't see Tim. I didn't see him anywhere. "Tim, where are you?" There was silence for about 10 seconds before the same phrase repeated itself. "Guys, I'm over here!" The voice seemed to come from every direction at once as I turned around over and over again in desperation. "Tim!" I yelled out one more time before I looked towards the tree line and something caught my eye maybe 50 feet away. My heart seemed to stop. A pale, disgusting figure stood out in the open just in front of the tree line. Its arms clenched tightly against its chest as its twisted body appeared to be barely able to keep standing. As I sat there frozen, I got a look at its face, and I saw that it had no eyes, no ears or nose, no hair anywhere, as it glowed that same faint shade of pale white blue in the moonlight. All that it showed was a huge mouth, bearing razor-sharp teeth that seemed to bend in a distorted smile. It opened its mouth. "Guys, I'm over here!" slithered out in Tim's voice. I fell down to the ground, horrified. It stood there facing me for what felt like hours before it turned and sprinted into the woods in a flash, like before, making absolutely no sound. Moments after breaking through the tree line, an ear-splitting shriek erupted into the night that sounded as if it had blood and tar sloshing around in its lungs. This snapped me out of my state, and I sprinted back to the house. The horse had all but lost its mind at that point. I soon found the others waiting by the porch, some on their phones while Wayne was talking to my dad about what happened. A search party was formed and persisted for over a week. These stories usually end with no one being harmed. But they never found Tim. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but I'm certain that that thing took him away from us. I often stay up at night, guiltily wondering about his final thoughts and going over all the ways we could have saved him or prevented this. I've never returned there as my father sold the property and moved on after the incident. To this day, I wonder if it was that thing that made that horrible shriek, or if it was my friend Tim living his last moments. The Drone Keeps Following Me, submitted by Ulashai. I work in a residential building as one of the clerks, which basically means I'm mainly behind the reception desk, where I log down problems the tenants may have with their flats, along with handing out and looking after the keys. We also do some maintenance tasks from time to time, like reading electric and water meters and bypassing the water meters if need be. We also have to keep an eye out on security cameras and react appropriately to anything that's out of the ordinary. For a couple of weeks now, a lot of the tenants have been complaining about a drone flying over their flat, and obviously this was really bad, because some stranger was spying and following people around from his drone. And that just sounds creepy, stalking from a distance. Last week I got a call by one of the tenants about a drone flying over his flat, and I managed to go outside and spotted it for myself. I saw it flying to where its owner had lived. There were some houses next to the residential flat, and I followed the drone to its owner's place and knocked on the door and told him not to do it again. But just as I was walking away, threatening legal repercussions, he said something in passing that disturbed me. "Fine, I'm going to end myself anyway." Confused and a bit creeped out even more, I replied, "Just don't do it again," and walked away. I mean, how do you reply or react to something like that? I was walking back to the residential building when I saw the drone following me. Annoyed and not wanting to return to his building, I got back to work, even though the drone was just outside the building and would often come to the windows to peep inside. After I put down the reception phone, I could hear the drone inside the reception room floating around. It must have gotten in when someone opened the door. I called the police and told the police everything. They arrived and they were quite quick. They saw the drone almost immediately when I let them into the building. The drone flew over to the door and the police opened it, letting it out. Then they followed it down to the house where the drone eventually just decided to rest on the roof of the place. Once there, none of us could see it anymore. The police then broke down the drone owner's door. I was behind them, out of the way and continuing to watch the scene unfold. Once they got inside, I saw a shocked look on their expressions. The drone owner was lying there and had apparently put a hole in his head. When the police went on top of the roof, they were surprised to find that the drone was not there, even though we had just seen it. This was really strange. When did he decide to end it all? And how did we not hear it? I mean, we were just outside his house when the drone landed, so if he was still flying it and ended it just now, we would have heard it. The house was cleared, and the man's passing made it to the papers, but no one said anything about the drone part of the story. What's stranger is, maybe a week or two later, I began to get more reports of the drone following and watching people. I remember thinking after hearing that, there's no way, this must be a different person. But upon seeing the drone, it was the same drone as before. This was bizarre and creepy. Is it possible that the spirit of a stalker has possessed his drone? Or is this something else entirely? The story is easily one of the weirdest I've ever experienced. Walmart McDonald's Haunting, submitted by DHB. I've been working at a built-in McDonald's in a Walmart since July of 2008. I started on the bottom rung and eventually worked my way into management. Over the years, there have been stories floating around since the place opened in the spring of 2005 that this particular location was built on top of a graveyard, or what was once a graveyard. But to me, that sounded ridiculous, and I never believed it. The first 6 or so years I worked there, we were owned and operated by McDonald's Operations Division, McOpco, which we called it. As such, we were required to have a third shift during the Christmas season from Thanksgiving until after New Year's. Most of these overnight shifts were very slow with few orders, so all that was required for the majority of the shifts was just a manager and a crew person. I was asked to do an overnight shift, and it was just the manager and myself for the night. It was about 1:30 a.m. when I was at the grill and the manager was wiping down the pile of trays that had been left from the previous shift, when we both heard a commotion in the stockroom. I remember it pretty clearly. It sounded like yelling in a different language that none of us could understand. It certainly wasn't any languages that we were familiar with. Over time, after many of these experiences, we simply referred to it as the ghost. Over the years, there have been other incidents, and each one seems to creep us out even further, making our joke about the ghost something sinister. It isn't uncommon for our employees to see a dark shadow cross along the back of the store, moving towards the stockroom at night, as you're facing the grill from the front counter. Adding to the mystery are random and unexplained noises that people hear during the night shift while doing inventory. Some of it even sounds like music, while other people report ghostly screams and cries. There are also other events that we can't explain. For example, it isn't unusual for one of the registers to ring up an order and immediately serve it off on both the monitor in the back and to the front counter. To make things even creepier is that when the drawers are counted at the end of the shift, the drawer balance is exact, even though it should be short whatever the amount is for the particular item that was rung up. We have objects that have seemingly fallen from the racks we use for our holding trays and other small wares without reason. Reviewing the security footage shows these strange orbs of light that happen to be moving by when the items fell off the shelves. And then there have been times when I've been in the store by myself at 2 or 3 in the morning, doing the end-of-month inventory, when I'll get a cold shiver up my spine out of nowhere. Of course, the Walmart associates also have their own stories. One of our former employees who went to work for Walmart doing overnight maintenance, shortly after quitting in April 2015 when we were sold to an owner-operator, would report weird ghostly chants deep in the stockroom where the cleaning supplies are kept, as well as dark shadows. Other associates have confided in me weird encounters they have had with cold breath on their necks, or cold hands and fingers touching them. Sometimes inappropriately. Occasionally, an associate will not heed the stories of what happens here and will occasionally taunt these entities, and oftentimes have things happen to them that can't be explained. One such associate was found passed out in an aisle in a far corner of the stockroom. Upon reviewing the security footage, it showed the associate appearing to struggle with an invisible object before falling straight to the floor, where they laid 20 minutes before being found. It really goes to show you that no matter how safe and secure a place can be, or how brightly lit it is, there are things lurking around the next corner that cannot be explained in ways that satisfy a sane individual. Scary Hospital Story, submitted by Vincent. My mom has been a nurse in a hospital for more than 40 years now. Back in the day when she just started working in the 70s, something creepy happened at work. Well, a colleague of hers had an old lady pass away on her late night shift. Back then, that was normal, and in that situation, they would bring the passed person to the hospital mortuary, and then wait for a doctor to confirm it later on. But back then, nurses could also confirm that. In fact, on an off night, multiple patients could pass away in a single shift, so most nurses weren't shocked about it anymore. So they did what they had to do, and they brought the lady to the mortuary, sliding her into one of the drawers they put people in. But as the nurse walked away, she swore she heard slight humming coming from one of the drawers. Not expecting it to be anything, she opened the drawer, and the nurse was shocked to find the lady was still alive in there. Instead of a shocked reaction, the old lady in the drawer calmly asked if she was there to get her out of there. She hadn't passed away, but had been mistaken to have been, and she was severely demented, so she wasn't at all panicked or even slightly worried about being put in the mortuary. But maybe that was for the best, so that she never had to fully realize what almost happened. Because if she hadn't made a sound, she would have been locked in that drawer, and she definitely would have passed away during the night.
A Night Shift Cop Story, submitted by Tiana. To begin, this is my Uncle David's story. David is 40, served in the military until he married, then took a civilian job as a cop. When David started working as a cop in Montana, he was given the graveyard shifts. A lot of his job is driving along long roads surrounded by open land. He admits to it being extremely boring at times. One night, David and a partner of his were on the night shift together when they received a call from someone complaining about a creepy man standing on a hill. It was the middle of winter, and with such a low crime rate, my uncle figured it was just a homeless man trying to find shelter from the snow. So in the middle of the night in the freezing cold, my uncle and his partner went out to find the homeless man and offer him some help. The location was on a back road. As such, there were no streetlights, but the moonlight reflecting on the white snow made it easier to see. After several minutes of driving, they both finally spot the man. He was tall, standing on a small hill. They couldn't see any details of him. All they could really see from the car was a dark outline of the man. David decided to walk up to the man on the hill, but his partner decided to stay in the car. David yelled to the man, but the man on the hill did not move. The man never even turned around, never acknowledging David's presence. David called for his partner to come up and help. Then the mood changed, because the man was now moving towards them. David had never even seen him turn. David called out to the man, asking for his name, mostly to lighten the mood, but there was no answer, and the man was still walking towards him, getting closer by the second. There was no real reason to be afraid, but for some reason, David felt this tension. They still couldn't see the man's face. He was just a black figure before them. Things steadily felt worse to David. This strange man was now only a couple of feet away, and he was completely blacked out, which was almost impossible, because at this distance, they should have been able to see the man's clothes and his face, but he was completely shadowed. My uncle, knowing that this is his job, he couldn't just leave. He closed the gap between them, with his partner following behind. They approached the man, trying to end this weird situation, when suddenly, the black mass of a man before them faded away, like dust in a breeze. David noticed that there were no footprints in the snow in front of him. The snow was smooth and unscathed. Even weirder yet, there were no footprints behind him, as if David had never walked up here, but instead just appeared. None of this made any sense, so both the cops ran back to the car for safety. To this day, my uncle does not know what happened. He doesn't know what they saw that night. He says if it was an illusion, it was the most convincing and vivid one he's ever seen. After the experience, David began to ask questions. He needed to know. He needed answers about this event. And soon David found out some disturbing information. Apparently, most of his coworkers have spotted this blacked out man. They say that he's always there on the hill, but no one knows why. No one knows who or what he is. But one thing is certain. David wasn't the first to see this blacked out man, and he won't be the last. Number 2. Night Shift Creature. Submitted by M. This experience happened to my boyfriend. His name is Adrian. Adrian works night shift at a gas station down the road from where we live. He goes in at around 11 p.m. and he won't get home until 6 in the morning. But one night something happened. The night started out as any normal night. I was laid up on the couch watching TV while our daughter slept on my chest. He kissed us goodnight and then left for work. I usually wake up around 3 or 4 in the morning to pee and check my phone, so I did just that. But when I woke up, I saw that I had a long text from him. Immediately, I got worried. I was assuming the worst. Maybe he had gotten fired or robbed or was in serious trouble. Of all the thoughts that raced through my head, I was not expecting to read what I read. Adrian wrote this text as it follows. I don't want to be here. I don't think I can work here much longer. I was outside smoking a cigarette and I heard something coming from behind me. Well, you know that little river behind the gas station? That's where the noise was coming from. So I walked down to the little gully and seen what I thought was a child sitting at the edge of the creek. I asked him if he was okay, seeing it was so late and he was by himself. The moment he heard my voice, this thing turned around and looked at me. The thing I thought was a child. I wasn't expecting to see yellow eyes. It let out a disturbing sound, like a scream and cry, but it sounded like two rusted metal pieces were being rubbed together. This thing began to climb the river bank, coming up at me. I didn't know what to do, and I did not react fast enough. But luckily, the thing just passed me. It ran out onto the parking lot, and was soon lit up by the parking lot light. And then I was sure that this was not a child. Whatever it was about 3 or 4 feet tall, and its gray skin glistened, like plastic or something wet. I'm in the manager's office, and I've had the door locked for a while. Feel free to pick me up when you wake up, because there's no way I want to stay here any longer than I have to. When I read this text, the story gave me chills. It was dark in the room, and I soon found myself turning on all the lights in the house. I've never seen or known Adrian to be that scared, so of course, as soon as I could, I grabbed the baby and I left to pick up Adrian. The whole ride there, though, I was so creeped out. The shadows along the sides of the road seemed to dance around me, and the chills I got from reading his story never left. What scares me the most about this is that his job is really close to where we live, and I'm just hoping that whatever it was that he saw doesn't come back. Number 3. Midnight Spirits. Submitted by Carol B. I never would have expected witnessing this. But I did, and I wish I hadn't. When I lived in Minnesota, I would pick up my boyfriend Jacob from his job. I never really liked his job because he would be out extremely late and would end up sleeping all the time. He was a night shift worker at a local grocery store. So one night, I came to pick Jacob up from work. I sat and waited in my car for about an hour before Jacob finally called me. He said he had an extra shift tonight and he would be another hour. I was frustrated and tired, but I decided to wait because altogether the drive home and back is about a half hour, so doing so would just be a waste of time. So I sat in the coldness of my car for about 20 minutes before I really had to use the bathroom. The nighttime was too much of a mystery to me, so I like to stay indoors. I was trying to fight the urge, hoping that he'd be out soon, but after quite some time and no one was showing, I decided to get out of the car and head towards the market. But I stopped almost immediately, because in the distance, I heard whistling. Immediately, I assumed that it was another worker whose shift had just ended, so I continued toward the doors. As I did so, the whistling only drew closer and louder. The tune sounded very creepy and odd, like a twisted nursery rhyme. I didn't recognize it, but I continued to walk forward. As I crossed the street, I almost jumped out of my skin as I saw what looked like headlights coming towards me. But then they disappeared. Soon I made it to the front doors of the market, and I headed inside. After using the bathroom, I looked around in the market for arts and crafts and utensils. I wanted to see what I could find for my pottery class. I checked the time soon after. It had been 1 hour and 5 minutes since Jacob said he would be another hour. So it was about time to go find Jacob. Once I found him, we hurried out the door. As soon as we got in my car, I heard the whistling again. Now it was starting to chill me. "Do you hear that?" I asked Jacob. "Hear what?" he replied. "The whistling," I said. He waited motionless for a moment, listening, then smiled, rolling his eyes. "No, you're probably just tired." But I knew it wasn't that. I knew that those sounds were real. Curious, creeped out, and thirsty, I wanted to go get a drink at the water fountain before we left. I also wanted to see if I could hear the whistling outside and at least find what it was coming from. So I told Jacob I was going to get a drink real quick. When I went inside the building, though, I felt a cold breeze come over me, as if someone was blowing on me. I looked at my watch to get the time, when suddenly, the whistling came again, but it was so much louder. It was ear-piercing, and it was coming from every direction. Instantly, I threw my arms up, covering my ears from the noise. Then, in front of me, one of the shelves fell over. Now, from where I was standing, you could see me through the glass in the front doors. Jacob must have seen me panicking, because he quickly burst through the doors. As soon as he did, the whistling sound died down, and that's when I realized I had been screaming. Jacob rushed over to me, asking what was going on, and I told him everything. He took me by the hand and we ran out of the store. I think he believed me, considering how fast he ran away from the place. This was a very creepy experience, and something I just can't explain. But I still have that watch, and ever since that night, the watch has been stuck on the moment that the shelf fell over and the whistling pierced my ears. If I had any advice to give, it would be this. If you hear something strange coming from seemingly all directions, the best thing to do would probably be to get out of there. Number 4. I worked at Costco for 3 hours and quit. Submitted by Jason. I had just turned 17, and I was looking for a job after being fired from my previous one at a local Wendy's. It had been a week, and only one place, I'd applied to 4 altogether, had accepted me. It was a graveyard shift at Costco. With the knowledge that they paid good money, I took the job and started my first night. I remember getting there at 11:48 p.m. The head of the night shift explained my duties, and that one of the duties would be to walk around the store every hour to check the entrances and make sure that no one is there. As there were no security guards, I had to be the eyes and ears of the place. He said to make sure no one was trying to break in, that there was no one staying after hours, or no homeless people trying to stay the night. Then I'd go back to stalking. We did have a security room, and I was allowed entrance into it to check the cameras, which was kind of interesting. About 45 minutes into the shift, as my first look around got closer, I decided to check the cameras. Sipping on a Coca-Cola, I looked at the cameras in the security room. The clocks on them said 12:47. It was only a few minutes until I had to go and check around. When the time came, I got up and walked around to the frozen food section. The freezers gave off this eerie buzzing sound, and honestly, I didn't want to be around those freezers for too long. As I walked around the place, I noticed that a lot of the hanging lights were dim, and some were going on and off. I couldn't help but think that the people that owned this place and ran it were cheap. All that bad lighting did was creep me out even more. This was going to be a long night, I thought. At around 1:30 in the morning, while playing on my phone, I noticed some movement near the restrooms, which was just outside the little security room that I was currently in. It looked like the door was closing. I stepped out of the office, and I called out into the dark hall with my flashlight. "Hello?" There was no response. I called out again, certain that someone was still there. I very obviously just watched the door close on its own, so someone had to be there, right? I finally walked over to the door and tried pushing it open myself, but the thing wouldn't budge. I kicked at it even, and still nothing. I stood there looking at the door, and finally walked back nervously to the security office. If someone was there locking themselves in, I would just wait for them while watching the cameras. I don't remember much of the next hour because I ended up falling asleep in the security office. Stalking was done and I was just checking the cameras. Honestly, it was kind of boring. I forced myself to stay awake the hour after that. I'd watch the cameras more and more this time because I noticed more movement near the frozen food. I shot up from my seat and walked over to the frozen food aisle. But this time, I heard something more than the faint buzzing of the freezers. I heard the sound of things hitting the floor in the aisle next to me. Instantly, I turned towards it, and under the dim light, I saw a tall figure. But the sight of it scared me so much that I couldn't utter a word. You see, the figure was 7 feet tall, and I'd never seen someone that tall in real life. I stood there quiet, watching its long arms grasp onto the frozen foods, pulling and dragging some of it onto the floor. And then suddenly, it turned in my direction, facing me. I didn't need any more convincing to run, because I turned tail, trying to find my way to the exit. There was no way I was going to stay here. But as I ran away, I began to go over things in my head. This could have just been some tall guy. Maybe he was homeless, maybe he was harmless. I was letting everything get to me, so I began to slow down my run. But as I did, I heard it. The most awful screaming sound filled my eardrums, and then I heard running all around me. One moment it'd be to my left, and the next it'd be 2 aisles to my right. I began to think, who was this? What did they want? I stood still, not knowing where to go, as the loud screaming slowly turned into laughter. At this point, I felt like my only option was to make it to the exit. I didn't know if this guy was crazy, or if he was dangerous, or both. So I ran to the front of the store, hearing those footsteps behind me the whole way, and that cackling filled the air. As soon as I made it to the entrance, I ran through the doors, and only after I reached my car did I look behind me. Out of breath, I saw that the store still stood silent, as if nothing had happened, but it took me a moment to see the silhouette just beyond the glass of the front doors. That tall figure was now leaning against the front door, pushing himself against the glass, and then I saw the sharp object in his left hand. I locked myself inside my car and began to drive home. I called the police to at least inform them that someone was in the store, someone armed and possibly dangerous, but I never went back to Costco. I never even talked to the police, even though I probably should have. I was 17, I was creeped out, all alone in a big dark store, only to be trapped in there with some psycho. I think I'd have to be crazy to keep working there. So be it Wendy's or McDonald's or anything like that, it all sounds better than working at Costco at this point. Number 5. The Hanging Woman. Submitted by Jack. I would say that I'm a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Generally, I tend to have a well-grounded sense of reality, and I can find a logical explanation for most odd situations. I work as a paramedic in a relatively large and densely populated county, and I've seen a few strange things, but this story takes the cake. It was late one night into a 24-hour shift, working in the southern and most rural part of my county, when suddenly our tones sounded for a possible suicide. Immediately we hit the door, jumped in our rig, and pulled out of the station like a bat out of hell. The comments updated en route, stating that we were responding to a victim that hung themselves. Now hangings always give me the creeps. It's the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. I mean, you'd be dealing with grieving family members, as well as the unnatural manner of death, a death that was supposed to be the end of unbearable pain and torment that some people experience. So all in all, I wasn't looking forward to this. The boyfriend of the victim had received a call from her approximately 10 minutes before we arrived, stating that she couldn't do it anymore, and then she hung up. Immediately, he called 911, and he arrived minutes before we did. He found her hanging, and he cut her down the moment he could. I remember feeling how something just wasn't right, how something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The subject had no pulse or respiratory effort. We began CPR as fire and police arrived. We soon got a return of pulses on scene, and we transported her to the hospital. Afterwards, we made it back to the station, where I restocked the rig, completed my report, and I tried to get some sleep. It was about 2:30 in the morning when I was woke up to a general unnerving feeling, almost like when you wake up from a nightmare, but I couldn't remember any nightmare that I'd had. My partner was fast asleep, so I went outside to get some well-needed air. Now, this particular EMS station neighbors the volunteer fire station. We basically share the same parking lot, and around the stations is a field and forest. I remember that night how radiant the moonlight was, shining through the clouds above, and the gentle blow of the cool autumn wind, and the rustling of the trees and leaves. I was pacing the parking lot and praying with my rosary in my hands, saying a prayer for that young girl. It was exactly what I needed. It was peaceful and soothing out, and the prayer made me feel relaxed. But it was that very peace that had made me off my guard. I remember hearing the loud slam of the heavy metal back door hitting the brick wall of the fire station, not 10 yards from me. This fire station is strictly volunteer, and all the firefighters had gone home. So there were no cars in the lot other than mine and my partner's, and even if someone were in the parking lot with me, they would have had to have a key to get into the station. And it would be impossible to not see them, since the lot was well illuminated, but there was no one there, no trace of anyone being around. I stood frozen and scared to my spot, for what seemed like hours looking at this door that had just magically swung open. When I finally snapped out of my stupor, I drew my flashlight and I went to investigate. I went inside and searched the small station top to bottom, with no sign that anyone was home. Despite this, the air felt electrified, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. This sensation made me nauseous, and I immediately got out of there and went back to my station. I locked the doors and I sat on the couch trying to shake it off. I tried to settle down, watching Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Squidbillies, while I finished my calls from earlier in the shift. Our cardiac monitor not only takes readings on ECGs and vital signs, but it stores them so you can integrate them into your report later. I got up and went to the truck to integrate my vital signs from my patients earlier in the shift, and I noticed in the archives that there was a new data set timed at about 0300, the exact time that I was outside when I heard that slamming door. Out of curiosity, I opened it and I printed off the data. There were no blood pressures or ECGs, just a single pulse and pulse oximetry reading. What the hell? I thought to myself. I finished my reports quickly, and eventually I crashed on the couch. I awoke at dawn before shift change and carried on with my business. I found out a few days later that the hanging girl had died at the hospital at about 0200. I don't know what to make of the whole situation. All I know is that my skin crawls when I think of her.
Creature Beneath the Pharmacy. From Claire. I used to work overnight shifts at a pharmacy. It was a large building, located on the outskirts of a city. It operated 24/7. I worked as an assistant to the pharmacist, a lovely woman named Catherine. Aside from her, there were 2 or sometimes 3 people on duty, security officers and a guy who stocked the shelves in the rest of the store. He was only there once or twice a week, though. For the most part, it was very quiet. The only time there was any problem was when a customer would get aggressive if Catherine or I was taking a while to fetch a prescription. This would be handled easily. Security usually hung near the front of the store, as during the night, the pharmacy counter was the only place someone could check out other products, so it would be all too easy to steal something. My encounter takes place on Monday night. The guy who restocked missing products wasn't there, and so I had to take over. Groceries were fine, but the on-the-shelf medicine like ibuprofen and vitamin supplements were in need of refreshing. I remember being down an aisle with a few big boxes, putting products onto shelves, when I heard something weird. There were opaque dividers between every aisle that were very tall, so you couldn't see through to the next. But I heard someone's shoes dragging on the aisle next over. They were moving very slowly. It made me kind of concerned. Listening to them inch across the floor, I stood up. I'm a very short woman, so again, I couldn't see over to the next aisle. Instead, I just walked around, planning to ask the customer if they needed help. As I entered the next aisle, though, I didn't see anyone. I knew for a fact I had heard someone walking around. Somehow they had disappeared in the few seconds it took me to reach the next aisle. If they had started running, I certainly would have heard it. Instead, it was like they just vanished. So I went back to stocking shelves, telling myself that I had imagined it, though I knew for a fact I hadn't. It was a little while later when I heard the same sound again, only this time on the other side of the store. I listened. It was clear as day, someone dragging their feet across the aisle. This time it was accompanied with something else. I could hear whoever it was grabbing bottles and jars off the shelf, slamming them onto the floor. Pills were rattling as the person cleared shelves of their products. I remember shouting at them before running to the end of the aisle and crossing over to theirs. Of course, no one was there. Containers were everywhere, with lots of items spilled onto the ground. But whoever had done it was gone. Somehow, like last time, they had cleared the aisle before I'd gotten there, without making a sound on their exit. This incident attracted the attention of one of the security guards who came running. He asked me what had happened. I didn't really know what to say. I wanted to tell them someone had knocked stuff off the shelves, but at that point I wasn't even sure. I just sort of shrugged, and kindly he helped me pick stuff back up. After that, I was very freaked out. I quit stocking shelves, instead opting to only get a product for a customer if they asked for it. I went back behind the pharmacy counter with Catherine. She could tell I was freaked out, I think, but didn't pry. The shift was soon a little over halfway finished when she left to use the washroom. So I was sitting behind the pharmacy counter, just sort of watching the store. In front of me and to the right, I could see a shelf full of sparkling water, like Perrier and San Pellegrino. I'm not looking at it, but out of the corner of my eye, I see a bottle fall off the shelf. Immediately, I glance over and watch as it hits the ground. It rolls a little before suddenly it gets yanked by an arm from under the shelf. That's right, an arm, a terrible arm. It was humanoid, long, with an elbow, a hand, and 5 fingers, but also really off. It was a pale white and looked sort of dirty, maybe rotted, and it was far too long and skinny, totally disproportionate to that of a normal person. I stood up straight, not sure what to make of it. There's a good few inches of space under each shelf. It wasn't abnormal to lose products beneath them sometimes, but the arm, that was an entirely different story. Even more terrifying was the thought of the creature it belonged to. I immediately called the security guard using the phone on the desk. The same guy from before came up, asking me what was wrong. I knew I had to choose my words carefully so I didn't come off as crazy. So I told him there was some kind of animal underneath the shelf. I watched, holding my breath, as he removed a flashlight from his belt and got on the ground. He shined the light underneath it, scanning back and forth for a few seconds. Then he stood up, informing me there wasn't anything there. He left, letting me know that it might have run off to somewhere else in the store, and telling me to call again if I see it. I was really dumbfounded as he walked away. Whatever thing had produced that arm must have been massive. There should have been no way for it to exist underneath the shelves at all, let alone crawl away. Now rather terrified, I go back to my desk and begin to wait the shift out. I just wanted to get the heck out of there. Sure enough, Catherine came back. She wore a troubled look that was much different to her usual self. I remember asking her what was wrong. She paused, taking a breath, before telling me she had heard something really strange. She was sitting on the toilet when she began to hear thumping from beneath her. It sounded like there was a large animal below the floor, violently crashing about as she was in the bathroom. She even said she would hear it shriek from time to time, as if in great pain. I held my breath, only reacting to her story mildly. I didn't say anything to her about the thing I'd seen. I didn't want to freak her out. Instead, I just waited. The rest of the night was fine, save for a few items falling off of shelves here and there. After I left the shift without incident, I began to do some digging. First, I checked out the publicly available floor plans. It didn't help out much. Then I sent an email to the owner of the pharmacy, who gave me contact information for the building manager. It took a while for him to respond, but eventually he did. He informed me that the building did have a basement, just like I'd thought. I asked him how deep it was, and he wasn't entirely sure, but suggested it was 8 to 10 feet in the shallowest parts. You're probably wondering where I'm going with this. Well, the floor of the pharmacy is tile, large and heavy slabs of marble. I don't think they were ever secured in place because their weight alone should have been enough. That arm I saw must have belonged to a creature in the basement, and somehow with an absolutely inhuman strength, it must have pushed tiles off the floor from the bottom, shaking various shelves throughout the night. Even worse, I heard footsteps too, which implies that at a few points it had removed itself from the basement entirely, coming up to the surface and into the store. I soon quit after that. I couldn't bear to work in a place where I knew something like that could be lurking. I still think about it from time to time, despite it being almost 5 years ago. But the concept that scares me the most isn't the creature itself, but rather its height. If what the building manager had told me is correct, the basement is 8 feet deep at its shallowest point. Considering how far I'd seen that thing's arm extend out from under the shelf, it must have been at least 9 feet tall, if not more, in order to reach that far from within the basement. A Dire Confession from C-Note 78. I work as a transit security officer in Vancouver, British Columbia. My job entails dealing with problems on the bus. If someone is drunk and causing a problem, or if someone is passed out and not waking up. We also rode the buses to check to make sure people pay their fares and are not cheating the system. Anyway, on this particular night, which was a graveyard shift, as we work from 7:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m., I had ridden in one of our late-night buses from downtown to the suburbs of Surrey, which was about a 90-minute bus ride. We got through the night without any hitches. My partner and I were in the patrol car, heading back to the office to finish off our paperwork for the night, then clock out. My partner was driving, and I was the passenger. It was about 4:45 a.m. then, and it was in the fall, so it was still dark out. That's when I see this guy standing on the side of the road, just staring at the cars passing by. As our car is about to pass by, I make eye contact with him. I still remember those beady little eyes of his. His eyes looked left and right and back and forth when all of a sudden he runs out into traffic. Luckily, my partner sees him and swerves to avoid running him over. I tell him to pull over the car. Then we run over to where the guy was standing as he's walking back to the curb. I'm upset at this guy, obviously, as we almost hit him with the car. I began to yell at him, asking him what the heck his problem is. I wanted to know if he knew how close he was to getting killed. It was at this point I got a good look of his eyes, and I can see that the guy's not all there. I changed my approach and asked him what was going on. Maybe we could help him if he tells us what's happening. I'm thinking this guy is on some heavy drugs or has a mental illness of some kind, or both. The man then looks at me and my partner and says, "I need to talk to a justice of the peace. I need to confess." My partner and I look at each other, both with confirming looks that this guy is crazy, and maybe we should call the cops. I ask him, "What's going on, buddy? What do you want to confess?" The guy refuses to talk to anyone except for a justice of the peace or judge, and again says he needs to confess. My partner starts to call it in to dispatch, as I try to get some more details and a name, a date of birth, address, etc. As I'm trying to get more information from him, another wave of cars begins to approach. They would be passing by momentarily. The guy just keeps repeating, "I need to confess. I need to confess." Then he takes another shot at running in front of the passing cars. The fight was on, and lucky for us, the guy wasn't very large in stature. Maybe 5'5" and 140 to 150 pounds. I was well over his size, and I had a partner for backup, who was fit and an active athlete. So the guy was easily subdued, and since we felt he was at risk of harming himself or someone else, we decided to handcuff and arrest him for safety until the police arrived. Try as I might, I wanted to get him to tell me what he wanted to confess, but he kept wanting to talk only to the justice of the peace. The police showed up shortly afterward and took the male into custody. This happened in 2016, and it still bothers me to this day. What did he want to confess? Maybe there was a house with a dead body somewhere, or maybe he was just out of his mind. We'll never know, I guess. The Shadow Man, from Jack Mustard. In the spring of 2011, when I began working as a security guard at a major tech company, one of the other officers made a remark to me before he left the building. "Don't let any odd sounds get to you," he said. I told him most sites have unusual noises and they don't really bother me. I'm unlikely to encounter anything of a supernatural nature here, I said. "Oh, I don't know about that," he replied. Being constructed in 2001 with its data center and telecoms, the tech company's site had the look and feel of something off a Star Wars set. It was a new high-tech structure with no history and no known tragedy. Besides me, the only energy there was computer energy. For nearly the first 3 years of my job, my initial assessment was proven correct. But there was one night in 2012, when I was reading a blog, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a pitch-black figure flashing across the second floor. Near the security desk is a large circular opening where one can see the walkway on the second floor. It looked like a robber dressed in black with a face mask, except it moved fast. It moved faster than any human could move. I brushed it off as nothing to be concerned about and continued to read my blog. I never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot about it. I didn't see it head on, so it didn't really exist to me. It was a figment of my late-night imagination. Fast forward about 1 year, on the 3 a.m. patrol, I had an encounter far more real and chilling than the previous one. During the hourly patrols, the 4 telecom rooms and the data center have to be checked to ensure the computers do not overheat. To reach one of the telecom rooms, one has to traverse a dark corridor, which opens into a dimly lit office area. As I came out of the corridor, in my peripheral vision to my right, I saw a black, translucent figure. The figure stood approximately 6 feet tall. One could discern a head, neck, torso, and limbs, and it appeared to have short dreadlocks. I turned to look at it, and actually saw it straight on for about 2 seconds. It was black, faceless, but definitely real. I jumped backward and let out what seemed to be a loud yell. No one could hear me. The shadowy figure stepped back and blended itself into the background. The atmosphere lightened and returned to normal. Needless to say, the main lights went on and stayed on early that morning. When the security supervisor relieved me that morning, I asked him if any tragedies had occurred in the building or near the site. I considered him a reliable source to ask, as he had worked at the tech company since its opening. He said that no one had died on site, and he didn't remember anyone with short dreadlocks ever working there. Could something have happened prior to the construction of the building? Further research into the history of the place turned up nothing. To this day, I'm still uncertain as to who or what the mysterious Shadow Man or shadow men, were. The Night of the Creeps, from 19 Delta Scout. College is a time of great paradox. You spend a good portion of your day in class, and if you want to pass your classes, you need to spend a good portion of your night studying. Oh, and if you do need money, you'll also need to find a job. And heaven forbid that girl who took you home from the party now thinks you two are a couple. It was a constant juggling act trying to balance school, study, work, girls, and sleep, because devoting too much time for one took away from the others. My parents weren't rich, so I didn't want to ask them for money, and I wasn't ready yet to join the military and let Uncle Sam pay for my college tuition. So I had to get a job. I thought I'd found the perfect job, one which paid me fairly decently while allowing me to study and do homework at the same time. Yep, I became a security guard. It wasn't a bad gig. The site I was assigned to was an office building, which was located across the street to an FBI branch office in a low-crime area of the city. I got there at 4 in the evening and escorted office workers to their cars until the building closed at 5. After 5, I would do a few security patrols around the building, letting the cleaning crew into the building at 8 in the evening and letting them out at midnight when my shift ended. In between that time, I was free to study and do homework from my desk inside the security office. I was basically on my own, and for 6 months at the site, I only saw my security supervisor 4 times. Like I said, it was a sweet gig. Then one Friday before my shift was to start, I got a call from the security supervisor asking me if I wouldn't mind working the graveyard shift for a few weeks out at a site located in what was known as the Great Dismal Swamp. The hours were from 11 at night to 6 in the morning, and because the site was so remote, the job would pay an additional $3 an hour. I quickly agreed. I could use that extra cash. Since I got off at 6 in the morning and my first class started at 9, I had plenty of time to get ready for school. I met my security supervisor at the main office at 11 that night, and once again I was not impressed by him, which is why I was happy that I rarely saw him. He was middle-aged with a beer gut, absolutely no muscle mass on him whatsoever. His hair was, in my opinion, too long and scraggly to inspire confidence in someone who was supposed to be a security guard, and he had a bushy, naughty movie stash, if you know what I'm saying. His hairy arms had really tacky-looking tattoos, which he said he got while he was in the Navy, but they looked like tattoos that you'd get while serving time in prison. In fact, if it wasn't for the security badge and uniform that he wore, which was disheveled and unironed, his picture looked like it should have adorned the walls of the post office. When I met him, he was visibly drunk, and he smelled of alcohol. He told me to follow him, and he got into his old brown and primer gray Dodge Al Bundy-looking Mobile that had magnetic signs on the rust-colored doors that read, A1 Security Services. I got into my brand new Chevy Camaro, which I paid for during my senior year in high school, from money I saved working part-time jobs since I was 15. I then followed him as he screeched out of the parking lot and onto the highway. It was a Friday night, and this being a huge military town, it was military payday, so the highway was packed, but traffic was moving quickly as we took the exit towards the city of Chesapeake, which was built on the Great Dismal Swamp. We were on the road for a good 45 minutes, going deeper and deeper into farm country, passing several rivers and streams. The traffic had all but vanished long ago, and the streetlights were few and far between. Still, we hadn't reached the site. I was seriously thinking that this guy was bringing me out here to kill me, dump my body into the swamp. A suspicion that got stronger when he turned off the main 2-lane road and onto a gravel road, which wound between the viney trees and weeping willows. The narrow road ended at a dilapidated parking lot, at the end of which stood what appeared to be an abandoned 2-story building. Behind the run-down-looking building was a canal, which connected to the Elizabeth River. One tilted light pole holding 2 light bulbs, which flickered on and off, illuminated the parking lot. And aside from the old building with vines crawling up its sides, there was nothing else in the area, except dark, foreboding trees, swamp, and probably the ghosts of past security guards, which this guy took out here to kill. To my surprise, however, the creepy old abandoned building was well lit from the inside.
"Come on, kid,"
said my security supervisor.
"Let's get you inside. It's not good to stay outside here for long."
"Huh?" I said.
"Nothing,"
he answered. As we continued walking, I saw several other run-down structures next to the building, though these were not illuminated and hung in the shadows. As we got closer to the building, I saw it had been vandalized, with several windows broken out and spray-painted graffiti on the walls. There was also a slightly foul smell in the air, like wet, rotting vegetation mixed with sweaty gym socks that were left inside your gym bag in the trunk of your car for a week.
"This used to be an old paper mill a few years back,"
said my security manager as he opened the door into the brightly lit main lobby. The door hadn't been locked.
"The mill went out of business and just sat here until it was bought by a Dutch company that wants to start it back up sometime next year. Till then, they want us to keep watch over the facility to discourage vandals and such."
We walked down the main corridor, which was littered with broken glass, leaves, and more graffiti, past a broken set of double doors and towards a room at the end of the hallway. "Doesn't look like there's been any vandals here for a while," I observed as our footsteps echoed across the tomb-like building.
"Probably not,"
my supervisor replied. We got to the room at the end of the corridor, which ended up looking like an old boiler room, with rusty pipes and gauges and whatnot. A large table stretched across the wall where windows looked out across the canal outside. 3 old black padded chairs were at the table.
"Well, here we are,"
said my supervisor.
"Be careful when you do your roving patrols, as there may be some raccoons or other animals which have made this building their home. And watch out when you walk around outside for snakes and whatnot."
"Did you bring a flashlight?" No, I replied. I wasn't told that I needed one.
Okay, he said. "Well, let me get out of here. If you run into trouble, just call 911. Then call the night shift supervisor. Keep the lights on and I'll see you in the morning."
Wait, I said. "This seems like a pretty nice site. Peaceful, nobody to bug you, and you get paid extra? What's the catch?" My supervisor looked annoyed.
"No catch,"
he said, leaving.
"Just can't get anyone to stay on the site. Roy, the new guy, quit this morning after his shift here ended."
"Really?" I asked. But before I could say anything else, my supervisor added,
"Oh, one more thing. Ned's running late, but he'll be here with you later. Remember, keep the lights on."
He walked out before I could say anything else, and I can't say I was sorry to see him go. I looked around the boiler room and saw that there was a coffee pot and an old dirty microwave at the end of the table that I guess the previous security guards had been using. There was also an old touch-tone phone that I assume I could call the police with if Jason Voorhees decided to rise out of the swamp and hack me to death. I figured I'd wait for a little bit and get settled in before going back out to my Camaro to get my schoolwork. If I finished my assignment tonight, I'd be free for the rest of the weekend to use my Camaro for what it was intended for, to be a chick magnet. I sat on one of the rusty old black padded chairs and nearly fell over backwards as the back support was broken and gave out. The creaking noise seemed to echo down the hallway. I rolled it aside and tested another chair, finding that that one was fairly stable. I sat down and scanned the table some more. I found the security duty log from the night before that was on a clipboard. The report from the new guy, Roy, was still on it, which meant that he never returned to the main office to turn it in. Apparently, he just hauled tail out of there this morning. Roy's printing was neat and tidy, all in block letters and easy to read. I wondered why he would just leave the log here when he knew he should have turned it in. That's how a guard gets paid. With nothing else to do, I read the log entries. Midnight, arrived on site. Security supervisor instructs me to ensure that the lights remain on in the building. Advised to call 911 if there's trouble. 0030 hours. Conduct security patrol around inside a building. Several lights flickering on and off in upstairs corridors. 0100. Lights in parking lot flickered on and off. Thought I saw movement outside. Went to investigate but found nothing. 0215. Lights in the security room have gone out. Lights in main hallway downstairs flickering on and off. Going to look for breaker box. 0230. Cannot find breaker box, but I thought I saw someone outside looking through a window in the security room. Going to investigate. 0250. There's definitely someone outside. Called to the person, but when I got around to where he was standing, he was gone. The last entry was sometime after that. I'm not sure what time it was exactly because Roy didn't write it down. However, Roy's handwriting was no longer neat and uniform, but shaky, almost as if he panicked. It simply said, "All lights completely out. That's not a person looking into the window. I'm out of here." I tossed the clipboard back onto the table. So what, I thought. Did a badger scare you away? The lights in the room flickered for a second but came back on. I thought I saw something at the window out of the corner of my eye, but I dismissed it as a trick of the flickering lights. I leaned back in my chair wondering when the other guard was supposed to be here. I usually worked by myself. I didn't know too many other guards. I'd heard the name Ned before, but usually as Old Bloody Ned. I wondered if that was the same guy. I decided it was a good time to do a patrol around the building, to get a feel for the place. I use the term patrol loosely, as it sounded more professional than having fun exploring a creepy old abandoned paper mill. As it turned out, as far as abandoned office buildings go, it was pretty unremarkable. Downstairs had a cafeteria and break room with long aluminum tables and empty snack and soda machines. There was a front office and a conference room with empty desks and filing cabinets filled with old invoices, shipping and receiving documents, and pay stubs. By the way, if you used to work for an old paper mill in Chesapeake that went out of business, you might want to know that they still have old pay documents that have your bank account info still on them inside old filing cabinets. Anyway, the upstairs had 2 halls lined with offices and a storeroom, which had cleaning supplies and a set of metal stairs, which led to the roof and the air conditioners. Dust and cobwebs covered the corners and walls, as well as shattered glass that hadn't been disturbed for ages. And aside from the lights flickering on and off occasionally, there really wasn't anything particularly spooky about the place. I then decided to go back out to my car to grab my school backpack and the dinner that I'd packed. 2 double-decker smoked ham and bologna sandwiches, with Swiss cheese and the right amount of spicy mustard and mayonnaise with a tall can of Pringles chips, and a couple of ice-cold Red Bulls. This was going to be yummy, as I'd only eaten lunch about 12 hours earlier. I was famished. I returned to the boiler room, tossed my backpack to the side, and laid out my dinner, anxious to sink my teeth into those delicious sandwiches. I first wrote a quick entry into the security log. 0130. Completed security patrol around building. Lights flickering occasionally, but otherwise all secure. Just as I turned to grab a sandwich, all the lights in the building went out. I sat there in pitch blackness for about 2 seconds, annoyed that I'd have to look for the breaker box when the lights flickered and came on dimly. The lights were flickering when I heard a shuffling noise coming from the main hallway. Slowly, I got up, easing the seat back quietly in order to hear better. Yeah, There definitely was something shambling down the hallway towards me. By then, the lights had come on completely again, as I approached the door to the boiler room and opened it. I was quickly confronted by a terrifying apparition. He was tall and skinny with a pot belly, pale, white, and old, with long wisps of white hair dangling down from his wrinkled, liver-spotted bald head. His nose and ears were large, and broken teeth lined his open mouth. The apparition stared at me through crazy-looking eyes. "You must be Ned," I said, reading the name on his dirty uniform. His uniform looked worse than my supervisor's, and Ned smelled of cigarettes and alcohol.
"That's me, boy,"
said Ned, pushing past me and walking towards the table.
"Old Bloody Ned, they call me. Sorry I'm late. My son had to go pick me up after the bar closed so that I could get here."
Ned slumped down on the seat I had been sitting in. He'd obviously worked this site before.
"Yeah, they sent me here to keep you company, boy. It appears all you young folks are too afraid to be out here in the swamps by yourselves. Oh, sandwiches."
Ned picked up one of my delicious double-decker smoked ham and bologna sandwiches with Swiss cheese and just the right amount of spicy mustard and mayonnaise, and began chomping down on it. "Hey, that's my
Do you know why this place chases off so many people?"
said Ned, ignoring me. "Because of you?" I said, slumping down on the broken chair.
"Don't mess with me, boy,"
retorted Ned, chunks of bread flying out of his mouth as he spoke.
"I swear kids today have no class. No, boy. Take a look out the window. Across the canal. You see all them trees out there?"
Nope. I see the reflection of some old guy eating my dinner in the window and a whole lot of black night.
"Dang it, boy. Well, if you could see out there, back behind them trees is an Indian graveyard. Back before the white man came, this land used to belong to the Chesapeake Indians. That's me, boy. I'm part Chesapeake Indian."
Okay. Assuming that you're telling me the truth, the canal is pretty wide, and the trees are far across the bank. That would put the graveyard pretty far from here.
"They moved the markers, but they left the bodies here, boy. Here, right where they built this paper mill. They say it went bankrupt because they angered the spirits of my ancestors."
I rolled my eyes at this drunken old creep. "Like in that movie?"
What movie?"
he said, now opening my can of Pringles. "That movie where they moved the headstones but left the bodies, and that little girl got sucked into the TV, and then a stuffed clown tried to drag that little boy under the bed." Ned looked at me questioningly.
"Are you on drugs, boy?"
Exasperated, I grabbed my other sandwich and my Red Bulls, then rolled the chair to the far end of the table where I'd thrown my backpack. At least I could get some schoolwork done. I took out one of my extremely overpriced textbooks and turned my back on Ned. I tried to get in the zone to do some homework.
"You afraid of blood, boy?" said Ned. "Because I can't stand boys who are afraid of blood. I always say you don't deserve to call yourself a man if you're afraid of blood. Heck, you may not deserve to live if you're afraid of blood."
I slowly turned, now determined to keep an eye on this insane old man. No, I don't really spend too much time obsessing about blood, Ned."
"That's the problem with you young kids these days. All weak and pathetic. I was in Vietnam, boy. We rolled around in blood and guts every day. Blood, boy. Buckets and buckets of blood."
My father did 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. He was with the Marines, and he never talked about rolling around in buckets of blood.
"Bah,"
Ned exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively.
"Blood isn't death. Blood is life. I hunt, you know. Mostly deer, and every time I hunt, I take the blood of my kills and I put it in a metal tub. Then I get all naked and climb into the tub. I absorb the life of my kills in that tub, and I take the spirit of the deer by drinking its blood.
Well, I'm not hungry, ever again, I said, pushing my sandwich towards Bloody Ned.
When my kid got old enough, I taught him how to hunt too. When he got his first deer kill, we drained the blood into a bucket, and I made my son pour the blood over his head. Blood, baby. Blood.
With all Ned's talk of blood and guts, I could feel myself getting nauseous.
You look kinda white there, boy. You ain't afraid of a little blood, are you?
No, I said, getting up on wobbly feet. I'm going on a patrol. Get some fresh air.
Don't let them ghosts get you, boy.
Cackled Ned as I left the room. Sweating with spots appearing in my eyesight, I staggered down the hallway and stepped outside, feeling instantly better. Where in the world did they dig up that vampire? I walked to the parking lot, under the flickering light pole, and took deep breaths until the horrific images that Ned implanted in my head faded away. It was deathly still, with the calming sounds of water rippling down the canal, mingled with the songs of frogs and crickets. Suddenly, the streetlight went out, and all sound seemed to cease. Even the lights coming from the building seemed to flicker and dim. Without a flashlight, there was no point in being outside any longer. Reluctantly, I began walking back to the building, back to where Ned was at. I decided that if he was still crazy when I got there, I would move to the cafeteria area and spend the rest of the shift there. As I walked toward the building, across the dark parking lot, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. That made me not like Ned all the more with his stories of Indian ghosts and burial grounds. The lights were still flickering as I walked down the main corridor to the boiler room. The flickering lights would make it hard to do homework, but fortunately, they usually didn't flicker for very long. By the time I made it to the boiler room, the lights were back on. Ned was still in his seat, facing outside toward the window. "I'm back, Ned," I said, but he didn't move. Ned? I stood in front of him looking down. Ned was slumped down in the chair, eyes closed and completely still. "Ned," I said again, looking to see if his chest was rising and falling, and it wasn't. "Ned!" I leaned forward, attempting to put my hand on his chest to feel for a heartbeat.
"Blood,"
Ned cackled as he smacked his lips, dreaming, getting comfortable in his drunken stupor.
"Blood."
He said again as he began snoring. God dang it, Ned. Then the lights went out completely. I stood in darkness for a second, noticing that the temperature had dropped. The hair on the back of my neck raised as I slowly turned around, feeling that eerie feeling again that I was being watched. Outside the window, hands pressed against the glass. There was what appeared to be a very, very white little boy, staring at me. Though he was ghostly white, he appeared to be Latino or Native American. Short hair looking like it was cut in a bowl-cut fashion, framed two abnormally large eyes, colored pitch black, and his mouth was wide open as if in a silent scream. As I stood there, too shocked and terrified to move, the most ridiculous thought came into my mind. You aren't nearly as creepy as old Bloody Ned behind me. Though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew that the little boy was staring right through me. Slowly, he began to fade away, as if being called back, or being swallowed by the darkness until he disappeared. Soon, even his little handprints on the window were gone. When the boy faded away, the lights immediately came on. Strangely, even though I was terrified, I didn't sense anything malicious coming from the apparition. I took my backpack to the abandoned cafeteria in order to do my schoolwork. thinking that if the little boy had a problem with us, he could come back and get old Bloody Ned first. In fact, I thought, please get old Bloody Ned. I was working on my assignment for so long that I didn't realize it was almost time for shift change. To my surprise, my security supervisor came into the building at around 15 minutes before then. Old Bloody Ned was asleep the whole time until shift change, when he finally woke up. My security supervisor shambled down the corridor, smelling of alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot and he was obviously hungover. Old Bloody Ned awoke and stumbled over to him. "Hey, son," Old Bloody Ned said. "Son?" "Hey, Pa," my supervisor said. "I brought the car for you, Dad." I thought, that figures. Old Bloody Ned is my insane supervisor's dad. "How'd your shift go?" my supervisor asked. Ned pointed at me. "This little boy spent the night shaking in his pants, son. Heck, I couldn't keep him awake through his shift. He's a freaking coward." My supervisor looked at me with disdain. "Boy, you're a pathetic sack of lazy crap, ain't you?" "Not really," I said. Old Bloody Ned got into the old rusty Dodge and drove away, saying, "I'll be back to pick you up at 1 o'clock. As Ned drove away, I turned to my supervisor. "Hey, man, I have a suggestion." My supervisor rolled his eyes. "What do you want, you cowardly little college boy?" I let his remark slide off me as I said, "Look, this is a pretty easy site. During the graveyard shift, there doesn't need to be 2 people here. When I come back tonight, Ned shouldn't be here.